Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. Wonderful people. How are you? Great to have you. Great to see you. Wow, baada ya shamra shamra za Krismasi. Now we are back on the deck. And as usual, the show must go on. Thank you for those who have been keeping tabs with us. Asanteni sana kwa kutufuatilia. Thank you very much, wonderful Kenyans. We have another great one. We have a great show lined up for you. Nijuzi unanitazama ukiwa wapi, but better still, join us even as we have a great discussion. This is Africa 24. Of course, I'm your host Jakes, the moderator, na show ndio hiyo imeanza. Show yako, show kali, show fiti ambao umekuja kupenda na kungojea timu tu inapotimia hii masaa, time tu inapofika hii saa 4 unajikuta uko ndani na unajikuta tukifanya ile kitu tunafanya. Show moja fiti, show moja kali. Watu wangu wa kila pembe za duniani, mko vipi? Happy New Year in advance. I wish you a very nice, prosperous 2024. I hope it will be so good than what we have had in the last couple of years, including this one, 2023. Karibu sana kwa hii show. I have a great one lined up for you. We discuss so many issues affecting our country. Of course, I'll be taking you back to what has been happening throughout the few days that you have been away. Equally, the few days I have been away. One, can I tell you that Justice Shitembwa, yeah, Said Shitembwa, he's no longer a justice. He's no longer a magistrate. He's no longer a judge. Mhm. Sonko finally gets his revenge. You remember Shitembwa was among the first judges to um, deny him the opportunity to come back as Nairobi governor. So many have it that Sonko went on a revenge mission and he was able to bring out some of the videos and evidence, and Shitembo is now out. All right, that is happening. We'll be discussing that and many more. Of course, Mother Karua had a discussion. I'll be playing about her just now. Equally, Kalonzo as well has had a discussion. We'll be playing all these Azimio favorites have been saying. We'll also try to bring out what Rigathi Gachagua had to say concerning the youth of Mount Kenya. So this is a show you don't want to miss. Above all, the big story making headlines. It is the U-turn from the Azimio leader. We thought, we almost believed that he had decided to endorse none other than Kalonzo Musyoka. Weh, kumbe. It was us. It was us thinking that way. I'll be telling you what are the turnouts and what Raila Odinga is currently saying in as far as Kalonzo endorsement is concerned. Of course, I'll equally be telling you why Martha Karua is now blaming, or rather, she's continuously blaming Ruto and his government for the high cost of living. Right, this has been a thorn in the flesh. The cost of living has really disturbed many Kenyans. Many Kenyans didn't have probably what they may term the Christmas they thought of because of so many challenges. One being the cost of living. Martha Karua has brought out and raised myriad of issues concerning the same. I'll be telling you about that, so you don't want to miss that one. You don't want to miss that one. So stick around and enjoy this wonderful show. I have great panelists joining me in just about a few minutes from now. Okay, so karibu sana. Good to see you, even as we wrap up year 2023 and await the year 2024. I'm sure it will be a good one. But here at Africa 24, we aspire you to give you good and wonderful content. Now, tomorrow morning, immediately after this show, we have another great one. Yeah, this time round we'll be having guests from Nairobi County. Yeah, guest from Nairobi County, very high profile guest. Don't want to miss that one. You don't want to miss that one. People who work in close proximity with the governor, right? So tomorrow morning, including the governor and many of you, we invite you to watch. We invite you to watch the show at 8 a.m. Kenyan time. So kindly prepare for that show. It will be a nice one happening tomorrow morning. Mambo tu mazuri, right? Mambo tu mazuri. But zaidi ya yote, consider subscribing to Africa 24 so that all this, as ikupiti, you're not left out by the so many good things happening here at Africa 24. All right? Okay, so I've informed you of Justice Shitemba. I've informed you of Kalonzo Musyoka. I'll be playing what he said in another channel. I'll also play what Raila Odinga said. I'll play what Karua said. Equally, I'll play some clips from Rigiji. So it's a very detailed show. This is a show you sit down, relax, and enjoy. It's a good one, better than the other ones. But the best thing you can do so as to enjoy this show and make others equally enjoy this is like this video in all our platforms, whether on Tembe, whether on Africa, like this video. But above all, do us this one kind gesture, but by subscribing to Afric 24. Kimbia for YouTube, subscribe to our Afric 24 channel, and we shall be glad that you did so. Asante sana to our many viewers and our growing team and family that is growing every day. You have been very supportive, and we want to take this moment to really appreciate you for choosing Afric 24. Asante, asante sana wa Kenya. All right, we have a great show lined up. We have a great conversation just about to happen now. Okay, can I tell you? Can we begin with Raila Odinga? Then we'll be building up the show as we go on. Can I go back kwanza kidogo? Right, I like connecting the story. Now let's go back kidogo, few couple of weeks ago, where Raila Odinga had several words to say. Listen in, and then you'll tell me if you understood what he said. Now this was a function, right, in honor of his brother Oburu Odinga, and therein, in attendance was none other than Kalonzo Musyoka, and there Raila Odinga made some nice proclamation. Listen in to this, ladies and gentlemen.
Kwa hivyo sisi tunashukuru sana wageni ambao wamekuja siku ya leo kwa hafla hii ya Dr. Burogenga. Jogenya untie. Joguja ntie. Alego usonga ntie. Yugemunika. Jora yedato. Rayeda unge. Tojo jobondo to. Jomono ntie ka. Jimbo ntie. Jimbo ntie. Josako ntie. Sasa najua kuna mambo mengi ambayo itasemwa hapa siku ya leo, lakini mimi nataka kuambia nyinyi tuko katika dhiki katika Kenya hii siku hii. Nyinyi vijana mlisimama imara kidete na Azimio wakati tulisema maandamano, mlijitokeza, sio hivyo? Sasa bado jamaa hawajaelewa, bei inazidi kupanda kila siku, lakini mimi nitakuja kuongea baadaye. Sawa sawa. Sasa hapa niko na ndugu yangu, rafiki yetu, yeye ndio Oburu amealika yeye siku ya leo kama mgeni maalum. Huyu jamaa tumetembea naye pamoja, tulikuwa naye pamoja kutoka wakati ile ya KANU, alikuwa KANU huko, tukainda naye tukaunda chama pamoja na yeye, ilikuwa inaitwa LDP. Tukaingia pamoja kwa NARC, tukaenda naye pamoja kwa ODM, tumesimama naye pamoja mara mbili, tumesimama naye pamoja, tukipigana na tujashindwa. Kila mara kwa mara tumekuwa tunanyang'anywa tu. Yeye amesimama na mizizi kidete. Hata mara hii ya mwisho hakuchaguliwa kama mgombea mwenza na yangu, lakini alibaki na sisi. Jamaa ana moyo, jamaa ana ukakamavu, jamaa ni mtu ambaye unaweza kumwamini. Yeye ni mtu mwaminifu, yeye tena ni mtu Mkristo, yeye ni mtu ana tabia ya ungingwana, ana upendo kabisa. Juzi nilisikia kama Ruto alikuwa pande hii anasema tu, mimi najua baba hatasimama, sasa mimi nitakuwa na Kalonzo tu. Anaongea juu ya Kalonzo kama Kalonzo ni kama yeye. Kalonzo ameshinda bwana Ruto mara 10. Yeye ni mtu mwaminifu. Anataka kutagawanya sisi, baba na Kalonzo, sijui baba atasimama, sijui nani atasimama. Miongoni wetu hapa mtu atasimama. Sawa? Yeye anafikiri yeye ni mwerevu zaidi. Tutamwonyesha ati yeye hajui. Sawa? Sisi tutasimama kidete na ndugu Kalonzo Musyoka. Yeye ni mtu mwaminifu. Tumeelewana vizuri? Kwa yeye ndiye alialikwa na Dr. Buru kama mgeni maalum ya hafla ya leo. Sasa mimi nataka nimuite yeye akuje hapa asalimu nyinyi.
All right. Now that happened a few weeks ago, and ladies and gentlemen, it almost felt like a direct endorsement. It almost felt like Baba saying, you know what, this time, probably we should rally behind none other than Kalonzo Musyoka. And many were like, okay, maybe that idea can be flaunted, and we could agree on that, right? You remember, this is a man who has supported Raila Odinga severally. This is a man who has gone out of his way, despite him one time saying, I'll be a fool to support him the third time. He still chose to swallow his words, to swallow his pride, and he said, Kwa roho safi, I choose to support Raila Odinga. And despite him not being chosen as a running mate, pundits have it that, you know what, probably if he was a running mate, maybe Raila would have done better. I don't know. You know, the jury is out there. Right? But now, despite all the accolades and all the praises that Raila Odinga has raised, saying that this is a man who has stood with us time without number. This is a man who has gone out of his way to see us succeed, despite our victory, as he says it, being stolen one too many times. This is a man who has stick with us. In fact, he describes him as a loyal person. Huyu ni jamaa amesimama na sisi. All right. So watu wanadhani ama walikubaliana na hizo semi, wakidhani ya kwamba kumbe this could be the endorsement. All right. And tukaanza kujiprepare kimawazo, you know, sisi kama watu wenye tunakuanga neutral, tukaanza kuimagine that thought of Kalonzo Musyoka. I don't know if you remember that Wiper Party as well went ahead and said that he is their candidate. Kalonzo Musyoka is their candidate, and of course they went ahead and said that they will begin to champion his candidacy. Of course, it's too early. It's too early to even talk of such things. But my show today has been based on these two things that I'm about to play. I played one thing, what Raila Odinga said during this function. He seems to be praising Kalonzo Musyoka. He seemed to be saying, now you know what, this person has stood with me. Probably now, next time when it is an election time, I might endorse or support him. And as you know, that is something Kalonzo Musyoka has been dying for. He has really been waiting for, longing for that moment that finally it shall be him on the ballot with Raila Odinga backing him up. You know, that feeling of finally being you. That moment of you waiting, patiently, eagerly for that moment to be you. Now it's here, right? Raila Odinga has packaged it so well in this clip, what you've heard, so nicely, you know, breaking down bit by bit how far they have come with Kalonzo Musyoka, narrating how much they have endured together, only until just few days ago. This was aired yesterday, and this is
Rubbish.
what
We thought that
I
because
want
we had
you
achieved substantially on those other
to
ones,
listen in.
so we say we go with those as we press for the issue of cost of living. So we'll continue to press the issue of cost of living, the government to reduce taxation particularly. And therefore, those are the members of Azimio who are talking. They're just addressing what we all agree on, that issue of cost of living. Yeah? But see, what they don't may not know is that there was agreement on very fundamental issues that we addressed as Azimio.
Your plans for 2027?
Our position is 2027 is still 4 years away. And I've told Kenyans that you cannot be campaigning for five years. That once elections are done, we forget about them. As we have been still concerned with what happened in 2022. Because unless we resolve it properly, it will be useless to anybody to try to run in 2027. Unless we really sort out properly that mess that we had, that we have a proper electoral commission that we can preside over the elections and give you real results. Because as you know, the results of last presidential elections have not been published according to the law up to now. So how do you now begin to look at what 2027? To me, that is an academic exercise. We need to sort out what happened last year, okay? And when the time comes for the next elections, people who are interested will come up and will declare the candidature. And we will find a way of selecting whoever is going to be the candidate. Mimi sikusema nitaunga mkono Kalonzo Musyoka mwaka lingine. Yale nilifanya, nilimsifu Bwana Kalonzo Musyoka kama mtu mwaminifu, mtu ambaye anaweza kuaminika, ambaye ameweza kusimama na sisi kwa hali na mali wakati tumekuwa na ugumu. Nilikuwa najibu Bwana Ruto, lakini nikasema Bwana Kalonzo anaweza. Na hiyo ndio ni sawasawa. Ndani katika Azimio hatuna mavutano hapa na pale. Sisi tunajua uchaguzi bado, wakati ikifika tutakubaliana nani ambaye atabeba bendera yetu. Kama ni Kalonzo sawa, kama ni mtu mwingine sawa. Kwa hivyo sitaki kusema ni nani.
What is your message to Kenyans on
All right, ladies and gentlemen, that part alone, ladies and gentlemen, is what made me thinking. You know, as I told you, it's good to always think what has been said and what has not been said. Now, the first clip I've played you, ladies and gentlemen, here is Raila Odinga really giving out accolades and praises to one Kalonzo Musyoka, almost saying, tutasimama nyuma yako. The first clip, you know. And of course, he has mentioned that that day he tried to praise him, and he tried to bring out an angle of a man who has stood with him, a man who has supported him, a man who has shown that he can go out of his way, right, to support you not once but severally. Okay. But here is the twist. Now he says, we have not agreed. And I agree with him, we haven't. I also agree with him, it's too early, 4 years or so thereabout, to the next general election. You know, he cannot start saying, this is our candidate as early as now. Factors do change. And, you know, in Kenya, one day in politics is one day too many, right? But if you're Kalonzo Musyoka, how do you sit with such information? You know, how do you sit with this twist and turn? One moment you're being told you're good, right? You're good, but not yet. You know, one moment you're told, you know what, Bwana Kalonzo, we will give you all the support. We will stand with you. Tutasimama na wewe. How you stood with us, definitely we shall stand with you. We shall back you up. We shall do you are solid, eh? We shall do something that will make you feel, you know what, truly you are a man who stood with us, and because you did that, because of you standing with us, now this is how we are going to reward you, right? Kalonzo Musyoka has had to bend over backwards for Raila Odinga, not once but several, ladies and gentlemen. Do you think it's high time that Raila Odinga truly comes out clean? Or is William Ruto pushing Raila Odinga to make such pronouncements? In any case, we know our president is ever on a campaign mode. He began campaigning for this position several years back. Now, what do you think? What do you make of these proclamations from Raila Odinga? Do you agree with these sentiments? That is what we are discussing today. Of course, there are so many other topics we'll be looking into. We'll be looking at what Karua has said. We'll be looking at what Kalonzo has said. We'll be looking at what happens to Justice Chitembwa now that he's no longer a judge. Is it a win for Mike Sonko? Because he's the one who brought this expose over the judge. And now the judge is ni raia kama mi na wewe. No title, nothing. He has been demoted. Now that he has been demoted because of allegations of corruption and all, will he be charged? Right? So I'll try to find an expert for that, and we will really have a decent conversation around that. But ladies and gentlemen, please stick with us, and I will really engage you even as we try to make sense of all that is happening. So this is the first topic we're discussing about Raila Odinga and Kalonzo Musyoka. The surprise moves, you know. One day he's praising him, one day he's almost saying Kalonzo is the man. And then the next day when he's settled, calm and collected, he's giving a different narrative, you know. When he was in the crowd, maybe he would say the mood on the crowd made him to say such words. But now when he was sober, when he was calm and collected, he gave a different, well thought out speech or statement in as far as Kalonzo Musyoka is concerned. What do you think? Let me know. Let me know hapo kwa comment section. But do us this solid. Kindly subscribe to Africa 24. Make this your number one local channel in as far as YouTube is concerned. All right. Thank you very, very much for your support and for choosing us for you such content as this one. Of course, right now, just about now, I'm joined in by none other than Alex Mwenyewe. I hope he's well. Brother VP,
Niko sawa.
karibu sana kwa show. Good to see you, or rather hear from you. I know God is doing you well despite the challenges.
Indeed he is. Indeed he is.
Karibu sana kwa show. Karibu sana kwa show. We are about to have a great conversation. I don't know if you have followed since I began, but I wish to bring you on this one. One moment Raila Odinga seems to say that it's Kalonzo's time to be backed. It's Kalonzo's time for being endorsed. The other moment is like saying, "Wait, I didn't say it is his time. I just said he's a good man, a man who can be trusted and all." And all I just said were good words because he's a good person. All right.
Yeah.
Um, did we read too much into what he said until he had to clarify that he didn't mean a direct endorsement? He just meant that this is a man who can be trusted. Of course, comparing to the president, probably that this is the man who can be trusted. If I'm not the one running, this is the candidate they should look for. Uh, is that the message, or are we reading too much into what Raila Odinga is saying?
The punchline is when he said, "We will be behind you."
Aha.
You see, that's the punchline. So he can't run away from
Yeah.
that. So
Mm-hmm.
I think Raila endorsed Kalonzo openly. But then
Mm-hmm.
again, there are forces within
Mm-hmm.
that went and told him that it is too early to endorse somebody, or
Aha.
they told him that Kalonzo may not be able to take on Ruto, and they
Okay.
tried to convince him. But I think Raila looking at the way Kalonzo have been loyal to him over time and them being together throughout the week, rallies, ABCD, I think he decided that his heir apparent should be Kalonzo.
Okay.
Not only because he has the Cumberland votes, because of his loyalty to Raila, even when everybody was against him.
All
Now,
right.
the second statement now, he says it in a different forum because now the financiers of Azimio are there. And those financiers don't trust Kalonzo because remember, we had to buy Kalonzo to come to what? To Azimio. Kalonzo was wavered in between between UDA and us. It took the convincing of Uhuru to make sure amekaa na Gideon Moi mpaka Kalonzo akae na sisi mpaka kura zifanya nini ziishe. And the threats that they were giving us from Wambua, from Mutula Kilonzo. So the financiers of our political parties do not want people who are not strong. So I think they are the people who went and told Mzee hapa umefanya nini? Umefanya makosa. But if you read the first statement, if you listen to the first statement carefully and keenly with critical thinking, Raila endorsed the guy 3 times. In his words, 3 times, not even once.
Yeah.
Yeah. Uh-huh. Yeah, that's
And
all.
when you listen to him, the first statement where he says that Kalonzo Musyoka is a good person, Kalonzo Musyoka is trustworthy, Kalonzo Musyoka is the man, the man to watch, the man to beat. In any case, he almost gave a direct comparison between him and William Ruto. And he was like saying, you know what? If I am to choose me as Raila Odinga, I would go for Kalonzo Musyoka. And he went ahead to say that I will stand behind. Standing behind means the other guy is in front of you, right? In a presidential race, as much as he says that it's too early to speak of 2027 if we haven't taken care of 2022. Of course, he says it was marred by so many challenges and all. So, as he says, it's very academic to do so. But when you think about it, him endorsing Kalonzo for that matter, what does it mean to his supporters?
It is, you know, Raila is a unifying factor.
Mm-hmm.
And once he leaves the political scene,
Mm-hmm.
I wish Simba could have followed his footsteps. It
Mm-hmm.
would be another unifying factor.
Mm-hmm. When you mean Simba, you mean Simbarati?
Yes.
Uh-huh.
But he messed up. Oparanya, I don't know
Mm-hmm.
what happened. Oparanya, even in Western peke yake ameshindwa.
Mm-hmm.
Unaelewa? So
Mm-hmm.
for for Baba to endorse Kalonzo,
Mm-hmm.
he knows that we need to start getting used to him.
Mm-hmm.
We need to start getting used to him. And again, he
Mm-hmm.
doesn't want a contestation within Azimio. As I told you,
Mm-hmm.
these people
Mm-hmm.
listen to our channel.
Mm-hmm.
And I said, these people should start working earlier and they need to
Mm-hmm.
form their parties and have one party,
Mm-hmm.
MBCD, as I opened here earlier.
Mm-hmm.
So, when Baba again, I can't use the word lie because people will beat me. When
Mm-hmm.
Baba says it's too early
Mm-hmm.
to endorse somebody, and
Uh-huh.
he has already endorsed Tim Wanyonyi in
Mm-hmm.
Nairobi, it
Mm-hmm.
doesn't make any sense.
Mm-hmm.
Unaelewa?
Mm-hmm.
He did endorse Tim
Mm-hmm.
Wanyonyi in Nairobi, so that
Mm-hmm.
there will be no contestation between Babu Owino na nani na Tim Wanyonyi.
Okay.
Unaelewa? So I think
Mm-hmm.
Baba is playing very good politics, and
Mm-hmm.
one of it is to make sure that he's trying to avoid contestations that are unnecessarily zenye
Okay.
zilifanya we lost some of the seats, not because we were not in the majority, but
Uh-huh.
because Wiper in Iran, ODM in Iran, DAP
Uh-huh.
in Iran,
Uh-huh.
he wants to avoid such kind of things completely from the very beginning.
All
But I
right.
think two things are going to happen.
Uh-huh.
Wiper and ODM are going to remain together.
Uh-huh.
Kalonzo and Jubilee, they may walk out,
Okay.
as I see it. Yeah.
Did you say Kalonzo or Karua?
Martha Karua is the one who may walk out. Martha Karua
Uh-huh.
and the Kionis, and they are going to walk
Uh-huh.
out, which will be good for them. Why? Because they will
Uh-huh.
have an opportunity to strengthen Mount Kenya party so that they can
Uh-huh.
negotiate now
Uh-huh.
in a better way with a party
Uh-huh.
that can win.
Uh-huh.
Yes.
Now, let's go back kidogo. When you look at Kalonzo Musyoka, this is a man who has supported Raila Odinga not once but severally, and his support was at times mad with funny challenges. You know, he was torn in between. Do I go to support him despite my age advancing? At one time, he said his age is truly advancing, and it was his time to run. You know, and he overlooked that and still supported Raila Odinga. The other time, he said, you know, I might be the most stupid person to support Raila Odinga for the third time. Then again, he still renegated his word and supported him for the third time. So, what do you make of him? He seems to have a soft landing when it comes to Raila Odinga. Is it because he truly yearns for an endorsement for Baba support, or why has he never garnered up some strength? Of course, he had tried to go on it alone in 2007. He didn't really manage, and I remember the katikati yao philosophy, which rather mantra that he ran on. And of course, many would say I learned katikati ya Kibaki and Raila. Now, here is a man who has supported Raila Odinga. Here is a man who has stood in all situations. When you look at him and when you listen to what Raila Odinga is saying, does it generate confidence in him that truly this time I'll get a backing from Raila Odinga, or he should not put all his eggs in one basket?
To be honest,
Mm-hmm.
Jax, I will surprise you.
Mm-hmm.
It's not like we love Kalonzo.
Mm-hmm.
We hate Kalonzo.
Did you say hate?
Yes, we hate Kalonzo.
All right.
2005 or
Uh-huh.
2005 there,
Mm-hmm.
yeye na Maanzo walitunyang'anya certificate ya ODM.
They went and formed ODM Kenya.
And when we thought we had a party,
Uh-huh.
all of a sudden we were partyless.
All right.
And the intention of Kalonzo then was to make sure
Mm-hmm.
that Papa was not in the ballot.
Mm-hmm.
Okay?
Mm-hmm.
And yeye na Maanzo wakatufanyia mchezo ingine mbaya sana.
Mm-hmm.
Thank God there was a man who had also formed ODM.
Okay.
And Anyang' Nyong'o was a secretary general. For
Uh-huh.
14 days,
Mm-hmm.
for 14 days, we were in a
Mm-hmm.
limbo. We
Mm-hmm.
didn't know what we were to do.
All right.
And, and Maanzo could come to the TV, speak larger than life.
Mm-hmm.
Unaelewa?
Mm-hmm.
And for those who are older, they will never forget those 14 days
Mm-hmm.
that Raila, as old as he is,
Mm-hmm.
amenyang'anya certificate ya Quran for presidency.
Mm-hmm.
Unaelewa? It was
Mm-hmm.
bitter all over, and he was the leading candidate.
Mm-hmm.
So what happened was, finally Mungu akatusaidia through
Mm-hmm.
another party that was also formed called ODM.
Mm-hmm.
Young Young got hold of that young man,
Mm-hmm.
and we had to buy that party, and then we had
Mm-hmm.
to go to election. So, in as much as we want to say, oh, he has been loyal to us, he has also
Mm-hmm.
very disloyal to us.
Mm-hmm.
We can't forget that history, okay?
Mm-hmm.
But
Mm-hmm.
time usually sanitizes somebody,
Mm-hmm.
okay? Time
Mm-hmm.
usually sanitizes somebody, and probably
Mm-hmm.
somebody looks back and say, I made a mistake. If you ask
Mm-hmm.
Kalonzo today, why he supported. Why did he become the deputy president for Anaitwa nani Kibaki? He will
Mm-hmm.
regret because Kenya
Mm-hmm.
would have been in a much better place had they worked with Raila.
Mm-hmm.
Sai Kenya could have been in a very good place.
Mm-hmm.
But then I don't say that Raila should not endorse him. I
Mm-hmm.
think he has done a super job in terms of how he has been not only diplomatic, the way he views the country, the way
Mm-hmm.
he loves the country, the way he
Mm-hmm.
treats all leaders with respect.
Uh-huh.
And even within his party, he has a lot of rebellion. Ukiangalia
Mm-hmm.
Mtula Kilonzo sahi, he is
Mm-hmm.
as if he's in UDA, but the guy is
Mm-hmm.
not even confronting him.
Mm-hmm.
Anamrespect tu akampea nini space
Mm-hmm.
yake. So
Mm-hmm.
it shows how mature he has become. Okay,
Mm-hmm.
so
Mm-hmm.
Baba should not endorse him one day and then the next day say it is too early. Then if it is too early, then we should withdraw the
Mm-hmm.
endorsement of Wanyonyi.
Mm-hmm.
Yes.
Okay, interesting, interesting. Thinking about Kalonzo Musyoka, many have said that he is the among the reason that Raila Odinga never truly got to win in 2007, given that he had over 800,000, which if you add to what the difference between the two candidates, I'm sure it would have given Raila Odinga a huge margin, or rather a closer margin to victory, if not the victory itself. And you rightly say that that moment he really did a lot, including running away with the party. Now, in 2017, he said that he's too old, or rather, his age is running away, or rather, anazeeka. He needs to really go for the seat. Days to the election, he goes back to his word and support Raila Odinga. Fast forward 2022, he says, I'll be the most stupid, man to support Raila Odinga. And he still swallows his words and says, Kwa roho safi, I support Raila Odinga. And then when Raila Odinga nominates or reveals his running mate, he goes ahead and also reveals a running mate. A Maasai running mate. I'm forgetting his name. I'll get him. I remember him just now. But my question is to you. With that form of behavior, does it give confidence to Raila support the diehard supporters who follow Raila closely, with him endorsing Kalonzo Musyoka? Will those who truly support Raila Odinga fully, will they will Baba's endorsement of Raila translate to Baba supporters supporting Kalonzo Musyoka willingly and following him as directed by Raila Odinga, and probably inheriting the huge masses that Baba enjoys? Despite that form of history, of course, there are two sides of a coin. There is that loyalty that Baba praises, but there is equally some of those challenging times that Kalonzo himself put Baba in. One time he's endorsing someone else to be his running mate while Baba is doing the same with Mother Karua. One time he's running away with the party while Baba is busy trying to clench the seat. So with such kind of history, with the royal Baba supporters, do you see them backing Baba's words with a support for Kalonzo Musyoka?
Can you hear me, Jex?
I can hear you loud and clear.
Uh, Jex, there's a book you need to read,
Mm-hmm.
a classic book called Team of Rivals.
Mm-hmm.
A Team of Rivals is what helped Obama rule America.
Mm-hmm.
It's about Abraham Lincoln,
Mm-hmm.
who people thought when he came from Illinois going to Washington, people were
Mm-hmm.
laughing him because the guy was melancholy. He was tall
Mm-hmm.
and a big. inaitwanga apple, hii kitu inakuanga kwa shingo inaitwa apple what,
Adam's
alafu
apple.
Adam's apple, and then he had a gross the way he will speak with a funny bass, and everybody used to make fun of him, and until he started to make a speech and his oratory speech, that is when you could respect the man. So the man ran against many people because they knew this man is not going to win. Finally, the man won with a landslide. When he won in a landslide, this is what happened. It was this capacity that enabled Lincoln as a president to bring all his opponents together, create the most unusual cabinet in history, marshal their talents, and therefore he became the most successful president in the world. He did not look at the enmity of the people. He looked at Karua, what talent does he have? He looked at Kalonzo, what talent does he have? He looked at Wairia, what talent does he have? So he brought all these talents, not individuals. Had he looked at individuals, he would never have brought all his opponents together. And America prospered because of that. That book is called Team of Rivals. It's a brilliant biography that is centered on Abraham Lincoln mastery of how he studied men. Yeah. So and that's why I'm telling you that Raila, I think, comes from the school of thought of the same, that he's able to work with his worst enemies. When you look at him working with Martha Karua, a person that denied him, is working with who is Kalonzo. He have a high caliber politics that goes beyond the do not know. He's building something that in 2027 we might be very surprised. Very surprised. Raila does not play the same politics twice. He plays it once. If it doesn't work, he comes up with the next style and the next smile. And hata wale watu walikuwa wanasema they will never go to vote, they get excited and they go to do what again? To vote. So Baba's ability to work with his rivals is extremely magnanimous and ingenious. And sometimes people hate him for that. But later on, when they see the result, they come to understand that politics is a game. It's a chess game. You must in chess, you must have in your head 5 moves before the next move. So what I'm saying is that he is already 5 years ahead. He's making his team. He's making his team slow but sure. And that's why unaona amefrequent kisi sana to see if Simbarati is willing to be helped. You know, Simbarati has been misbehaving. Kumbuka walienda Kisii mara ya kwanza, tena like 3 weeks ago wakaenda Thanksgiving, tena jana walikuwa huko. Kwani kuna nini Kisii baba anaenda huko sana? He's building a team. Unaelewa? He's building a team. And that is so his endorsement of Kalonzo, he is good, but the financiers will not go for somebody that shall win. And that's why many people doubt if Kalonzo, even if Baba campaigns for him, can win. I don't know how you take it. Do you think Kalonzo can win even if Baba campaigns for him? I want you to help me on that.
Okay. All right. Now, that question is a good one, but I'll pose it to Mr. G. Mr. G, good evening. Welcome to the show. Let me ask you, what do you make of Kalonzo Musyoka? Does he have the stamina to go for the presidency and actually win it? Is he able to? Do we say that he if he gets the support of Raila Odinga and many others, probably he could win. What do you think, Mr. G? Mr. G, are you there?
Thank you, Mr. Jakes. Good evening, sir. Alex, nakusalimia sana ndugu yangu. I'm around.
Salama sana.
Unanipata?
Kabisa.
Yeah, tunakupata.
Okay, thank you. So on the issue of Kalonzo, on my side, I think Kalonzo bado hana that stamina. Although what we know is that Baba is a kingmaker. Now, we know Baba because of that kingmaker ambayo iko ndani yake. When he says that he support Kalonzo, I think kuna impact. Kuna watu ambao watamvotea. You know, Baba has that organic supporters. But you know, some of us, kama sisi, we are organic supporters of Baba. But akisema Kalonzo, watu wanafikiria mara mbili tatu. Because this Kalonzo is the man ambao we believe in him. But wakati wameenda juzi kwa a simple test, hii mambo ya bipartisan talk, I expected Kalonzo to represent us fully. But kumbuka kumbe Kalonzo hata anadarauliwa. Uliona pale in the same bipartisan talks alikuwa anatusiwa na huyu kijana ambaye alikuwa mtu wake in the same party. Yeye ndiye alimchukua kwa party yake. Huyu mtu wa Mombasa huyu anaitwanga nani? Huyu Hassan Omar. Hassan Omar was alikuwa kwa party ya Kalonzo. But imagine ona vile alimdisrespect pale, anamtusi kama mtoto, anamjibu kama mtoto. Kalonzo bado hajaonyesha that stamina that we need to see from somebody ambaye anafaa kusimama kama president. We love Kalonzo. And we love him not because of what he stand for ama what he believe in. No, we love him because of the Kamba block. You know, Wakamba ni watu ambao wana vote block. Wakisema na kumbuka huyu Kalonzo ni their kingpin. So akisema anaenda mahali fulani, they always go as a block. That's why we love Kalonzo. But Kalonzo most of the time ametulet down. So is a person ambaye hata baba akimkampenia na huyu mkora ambaye amekalia kiti, bado sioni kama itakuwa rahisi sana vile. He had to work, anafaa work sana. If it is for him to take the power, lazima afanye kazi sana.
All right. Now, I've listened to you and it has sent a cold down my spine, because did you just say you love him because of that perception of Kamba voting as a block? And if so, were you using Kalonzo Musyoka? Not you, but Azimio.
We were not using Kalonzo. Kalonzo aliletwa na Uhuru. Kumbuka that thing. Kalonzo angekuja. Kalonzo is the same person ambaye alisema akisupport baba atakuwa mjinga wa mwisho kwa dunia. It was power from Kenyatta ambayo ilimleta, na I think alinunuliwa. Na that power ndiyo ilimleta pale kwa Azimio. Hakukuja tu hivi. Na another thing, pia alikuwa anajua kuwa this guy haenzi kupita. Alikuwa anajua Ruto haendi kupita. You see, that's why alikuwa anajaribu kupima whether akiangalia anataka mara asimame. Haukumbuki sisi tuko na mkutano wetu huku, yeye tayari ameshaenda ameitisha mkutano wake pale, mpaka ameitisha deputy leader wake. Sija alikuwa kuna jamaa mmoja hapa alikuwa ameita, I think is a Kalenjin man, alikuwa amemuita kama his deputy. Yeah. Kumbuka huku sisi tuko kwa mission ambao we are fighting for our life. Yeye ameshaitisha hata mkutano mwingine kule, anataka kuitisha mambo ya presidency. So is a guy ambao for me I love him because
he was Sunkuli,
I love
Sunkuli, something like that. Andrew Sunkuli,
so I always love this guy. I love this guy kwa sababu ya his team. It's not that we are using him. You know, this guy alitupita katikati the other time pale. So always amekuwa mtu ambaye ametumesi sana. Ametumesi sana. So we always love him because of that Kamba block.
That's our moment, if I get you right. As much as you have been enjoying his support, you have been keeping the pain he has caused you. I think that is so sad, given that Kalonzo has bent over backwards, not once, but time without number. He has given you his very best. He has given you him. He has donated his time, his years to support Raila Odinga. So why is it that now you feel that when it is his turn, you go back to the old wounds? You open that can of worms, of the number of times he didn't support you. Why don't you consider the number of times he has supported you?
Yes, we consider the numbers of time he has supported us. We consider those numbers, and we respect him for what he has done. But the problem is that bado bado hajaonyesha that has some power behind him. Ni mtu ambaye ana stamina. But this guy hata kwanza the whole of this week sijamuona mimi. The whole of this week sijamuona. Last week hata sikumbuki kama nilimuona mahali. So is a person ambaye bado ako lukewarm. Hapatikani. You know, a presidential person is a person ambaye anafaa awe ana consolidate his support base. Sasa ndio wakati anafaa anatembea kila mahali akionyesha kweli mimi hiki tunaitaka. But the guy anafikiria atapewa. Hii kitu haipewi. Hii kitu a kingship, yani inaitwa ngaje? How do you call it? Hii mambo ya inaitwa nini? Not power. Ni hii mambo ya mtu kama Raila is a kingpin. Yeah, kingpin. The issue of kingpin haupewi tu hivi hivi. You have to fight for it. Baba suffered a lot. Baba aliumia mpaka sasa akisimama only 2 minutes anatoa machozi, anapanguza because he fought for this thing. Na sasa Kalonzo anataka akae mwezi mzima hajaonekana, 2 weeks hajaonekana, 1 week hajaonekana, alafu anataka kuwa president. Atakuwa president vipi? It's not that we disrespect him, no. He has to show that power that he want this thing. Hata akiwa supported, he was supported akionyesha pia he's ready for this thing.
All right. Oh, interesting. Now, Mr. Alex, I want to come back to you. William Ruto was able to get the support of Mount Kenya with or without the help of one Uhuru Kenyatta. You know, he was able to snatch the kingship that this man, Mr. G, is talking about, without the help of Uhuru Kenyatta. That even when Uhuru Kenyatta went back to try and shake the numbers, it still didn't work. Kalonzo Musyoka, can he get the numbers from Raila Odinga without Raila Odinga?
That one I doubt. I cannot say for sure. But then again, when you look at critically, if anything was to happen to Baba today, instead of us to disfranchise, we will need a unifying factor as quick as possible. I don't think Orengo can be one of them or Nani. I think Kalonzo may not be deeply rooted as Baba, but at least he can marshal support here Wakisii, ya coast, because there are so many Kambas in the coast, ya Wakamba wenye wako Nairobi na Kambaland Kitui na kila kitu, ya Waembu na Wamemeru kidogo. So at least you could see that here. So you can't push away Kalonzo that hana completely base. He has his base, but as long as Baba is alive, it's like you cannot inherit your father's things when he's alive. So for now, the only thing that is disadvantage in Ile, Baba is alive. So there are so many things he can't do. But if Baba was to go, he will be a go-getter.
All right.
And I think people like Kwambua, who I came to know last time during the negotiation, they are going to be tough. And they can campaign for him.
Now, before I come to you, Mr. G, apart from the Kamba region, Kalonzo, if you compare him with Uhuru, with Ruto, with Raila Odinga, can he marshal up support from other regions apart from his backyard? Is he able to do that? Without even those endorsements, is he able? Does he have the muscle, the charisma to attract people from Garissa, people from Northeastern, people from the coast? Of course, they normally say Mombasa has a huge following of Wiper, but Rift Valley and other places, including Central, can he marshal up numbers that without this endorsement fiasco and all, can he get the numbers without any backing? Yeah, kwanza ajitume. Is he able to get the numbers?
Okay, on my side, I don't think he's a kingpin of Nini Wakamba, and I think a bit of Meru na Embu. Those people, they love him so much. Lakini tukisema upande wa Nyanza, Western na wale wa Somali kule juu, I don't think if akienda peke yake anaweza pata. No, he can't get anything. Is either maybe asukume na mtu anaweza pata. But in Mombasa kuna most of people here ni Wakamba. And remember Kambas wana vote by kwa block. And huyu nini Kalonzo ndio their kingpin. Akisema kitu fulani wanamfuata hao. Atapata kura hapa Mombasa kiasi. But those other areas like Western Kenya ni kidogo, atapata kidogo. Hana ile bado hajaonyesha ile stamina ile kama kina baba vinakuwa kifight kitambo.
All right, Alex, what do you think?
You know, in 10 years, you should have mastered the art and science of how you play your politics. I think Kalonzo is suffering from what we call Nyaupe syndrome or mayoral consciousness. Unajua mayor unakaa tu mahali pamoja like Rikiji. Nijeri tu. Kalonzo has never known how to traverse the country alone with his troops. Hello. Aende Matanga. You know, Raila does amaze people. Matanga prominent ikikuwa wapi? Nini Mount Kenya. He will go, whether you guys like it or not. And he will be given a chance to speak. And he will speak nicely, hilariously, brightly. And by the time akitoka huko, watu wanashangaa huyu mtu kumbe ni mzuri. So kuna, you know, in Kenya we don't have town halls where we play our politics. Our politics are played in different ways, in football tournaments, in like Kenya nimekwambia, like funerals, school events, graduations, giving speeches in the universities. So Kalonzo seems to be very lazy. I think, I don't know if he drinks. Akimaliza kazi jioni sijui anananga wapi. Unaelewa? He doesn't even give interviews easily. Unaelewa? Ona kama sahi, and here Baba has been giving interview kwa nyumba yake three days in a row. You know, how did the year end? What is the plan for next year? ABCD. So Kalonzo is surrounded by people, his peer, who I can term as foolish, who needs to be fired as soon as yesterday. So that, you know, your PA is not your friend. Your PA is someone who tells you what you ought to do and you must do it because that's the contract you signed. Kama ni kuamka 4 am uende gym kutoka huko, uoge kutoka huko, uvae nguo kutoka huko, kunywe chai. That's the work of the PA. And then kutoka huko, achukue magari, akupeleka where you're supposed to go. So it looks like Kalonzo does not have effective PAs. And he has been in politics for so long, and I wonder why not. But I can imagine. Kamba sometimes can be loyal to Indians and the people who they do business with. Lakini wakifika wao peke yao, wao kwa wao, they are not loyal to each other, which is a disadvantage. So what Kalonzo needs to do is to find a PA from a different tribe. Yeah.
Now, Bwana G, people have used Baba and they have gone on to be great. We have had the likes of Akina Musalia after they learned the ropes. Now they are prime ministers. Weta Papa wa Roma is now the Speaker of Parliament. You know, Amason Kingi, he is now the Speaker of the Senate. You know, go back, you would see so many. You can count them. Akina Esther Passaris, Akina Jalas, and many others. Edwin Sifuna. Many have used Baba to climb the ladder, or rather to be better and to be where they are. How comes Kalonzo seems not to have grown despite the decades of supporting and being with Baba all this while? Mr. G.
But Jex, you cannot compare Kalonzo with somebody like Mudavadi. Okay, Mudavadi, they have used Baba kupata hiyo jina, yeah. But now politically, Kalonzo is so stronger than this guy, than Mudavadi. Mudavadi, look at what he brought on the table wakati hii kura ambayo imeisha juzi. In fact, in Western Kenya hata kupata more than 10%. 10%, I'm not sure kama atalipata 10%. Hata afadhali nini? Hata afadhali the speaker.
He did.
Yeah?
He did. In Western, Ruto got more than 10%. But
no,
go
I'm
ahead.
talking about Mudavadi. I'm talking about Mudavadi because you know somebody like the speaker huyu anaitwangaje huyu Papa wa Roma. Papa wa Roma has a strong supporter than Mudavadi in Western Kenya. Na Papa wa Roma alisaidia Ruto kupata kura Western. Hangepata kitu yote kwa sababu Mudavadi has nothing. I'm telling you, me I doubt kama unasema alipata 10% Mudavadi, I doubt. Me I know ni nini alimsupport huyu Papa wa Roma, the speaker of parliament. Ndio alisaidia Ruto kupata hiyo percent ambayo alipata. Kama ni 20 ama 30% ni Papa Rona who did it. But Mudavadi siasa yake iliisha. So I was saying don't compare somebody like Mudavadi na Kalonzo. Kalonzo has a support kwake nyumbani. But okay, those people have been using Baba. Lakini after using Baba alafu akimwacha, what next? Inaisha. Hii ministry ambayo alipewa is just because of that favor. Alipewa tu, but it's not that he worked for it. Hiyo ni kitu tu alipewa tu kwa sababu wewe kuja na kupatia. You know, that is the best thing for ambao nani anafanya. Huyu Ruto anapenda kupatia watu wake. Yaani anapenda inaitwangaje? That ile kuzawadi. Anapenda kuzawadi. Sasa kwa sababu hiyo kuzawadi, hiyo uzawadi ndo nani walipata, ndio kina Papa Roma nini walipata, kina Mudavadi. But it's not that he's stronger in politics. He's not stronger. Look at somebody like Namwamba. He comes from my side in Busia. That guy was strong. But after kuwasi Baba, what happened? Hata ajulikani kama ni mtu yuko ama hayuko. Lakini sasa kwa sababu ya that ile urafiki na Ruto anapewa ile uzawadi. That's why they are still bado wako around. Wanahang around kwa sababu ile tu uzawadi. But it's not that they are strong and politically. Politically they are not strong, those people.
All right. Now, I want to bring in another person and another form of conversation now that we have really polished on Kalonzo, and that is the running mate, Martha Karua. Now, Karua has given very interesting sentiments in her last debate, or rather conversation with Sam Gituku. Of course, equally saying that Ruto is not my president. Ruto has been wasting funds. You know, he has been traversing other countries, wasting a lot of money and all, and the cost of living is really hurting Kenyans. Now, let me begin with you, Bwana Alex. Karua, really, is she a force to reckon with? Does she have numbers that maybe if Baba was not to support Kalonzo, he can support Karua? Let's start from there before I talk of anything from her.
Yes, Martha Karua is a strong woman. And those are working class ladies. People like Pauline Joroge. These are the people she attracts most. However, sasa shida yake ni the grassroots ndio inamshinda. I wish she could have folded her party, joined Jubilee, worked with Jubilee so as not to isolate herself, and then she grows in ranks. It's tough to be a lone wolf. Okay? And you cannot exist as a lone wolf and think that you can win. It's not even a miracle. It cannot be. It can be a taboo. So that's why I've been advising them. Fold your parties. Have one party. In fact, if Martha Karua was to fold her party, join ODM, let me tell you, she will be the chairman of ODM right away.
But let me ask you, and I'll ask you this straight. Was Mother Karua overhyped? Like, did we oversell that card? Did we oversell say, we really overhyped her in the sense of saying, oh, the Karua effect, oh, blah blah blah, Karua mother na baba. We brought elements that probably didn't sink to natives and equally people from her side. This is a person who lost to Governor Waiguru. This is a person who lost to one Abdu Badida in presidential election 2013. This is a person who, after being an MP of Gishogo, there is nothing else she has been able to really become, given that she, in any case, I'm yet to hear the things the people from Gishogo would praise her for. And if she did anything good or anything bad, that wasn't a factor, because even in Gishugu, where she comes from, she was not able to bring out great support to Raila Odinga. So, really, what were the factors that informed the choice of Karua? Given that as a powerhouse in terms of political muscle, we cannot really sum up so much to her vis-a-vis other candidates. Why was Karua the running mate? What was it, just a hyped thing? Because of course maybe they thought the women would come on board, but truly and clearly that didn't work. What do you think from where you sit? Did you overplay that card of Karua, yet in any
No, Jack,
sense it was a disadvantage from the beginning?
Jack, 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 I think today you have degenerated the way you're asking your questions. I think you should listen yourself after this. You will not
That is
even
very
laugh. I think you will delete what you have said. Jack,
no, I'm just asking questions. Nothing personal, but go ahead.
there's nothing personal, but you've shocked me.
You
Martha
know, in
Karua
any
was
case, I've even included myself in that. Did we overplay? I didn't even say, did you? I included myself as a moderator, and honestly, I'm not supposed even to
okay.
do that. But what do you think?
It's okay. Now let me tell you,
Uh,
Martha Karua was not overrated.
mhm,
Baba promised he's going to have a woman running mate.
mhm,
And when we could look around and start shopping, look at the people surrounding us.
mhm,
Familiar, from again where? From Luo Nyanza.
mhm,
People like Lachi, they had been bashing Baba for a very long time. There was no
mhm,
way angemchagua.
mhm.
Mishi Moshi and that MP from Uni Likoni.
Mission Boko.
She only knows how to talk. Uh, she only knows how to talk in the podium. But now, when it comes to administration, it is one thing. That's the first thing. The second thing, the issue of corruption was a big thing that Baba wanted to root out. And Baba needed a partner to deal
All
with
right.
corruption.
Mhm,
And he realized that the only person who has courage to hit the hammer on the nail is Mata
mhm.
Karua.
Okay.
Thirdly, Mata Karua had been consistent throughout. He got to a point, he said he's not running for presidency,
Mhm,
but he's going to support
mhm,
who? He's going to support Baba.
mhm, mhm,
Then later on, I came to know that when Raila was arrested a couple of years ago, Martha Karua was a very young lawyer. She was the only person who went na akatoa Raila ndani. So their relationship did not start now. You remember that story, wakisema that story mpaka mimi mwenyewe nikashtuka. I never knew that.
all right.
So you don't want to choose a and then come out from antagonists, Uhuru, Ruto. whereby they were not working together. So for you to look for now a deputy president, you can give you peace for 5 years, so as you can. I don't think he was right. And then another mistake you're making is this. You know, and it looks like you have worked for the mainstream media, because this narrative, I don't like it. The reason we lost, the reason we never lost.
I haven't spoken of you guys winning or losing. I've just said, was that card overplayed?
No, you. This is what you said. You said he did not have enough votes. Is that the reason we lost?
It's okay, it's okay. But go ahead.
So, so I'm trying to say
but,
here.
but 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 I'm going to play what Baba said, Jana, and he's like he has come to terms with the fact that he's not in power. But go ahead. Sorry for that. Go
Yeah,
ahead.
yeah. Let me finish. We never
Mhm,
lost Central or Mount Kenya.
mhm, mhm.
It was stolen from us.
All right.
And we can't blame Martha Karua for that.
Mhm,
We can blame Rigiji and the churches that were given money so that they can give its people to go vote against the wish of the people. And not everybody went to vote,
now
but
it's
even the few that
interesting. But
voted,
anyway. Mhm,
even the few that voted, according to the server, even Nasikia, they need to open the server so that we can know all these things, because some of these things are speculation. Because when you ask most of the people from Central, they tell you they never voted for this guy. You know? Yes, yes.
mhm.
Yeah.
I'll be coming to you with a question because you have almost accused me of being biased. But anyway, Bwana G, did you ever play that card? And I'm
No,
asking you
Mr.
directly.
Jakes.
Can I first remind you of what you have said about Kalonzo? You have reminded us of the
Yes,
fact
Mr. Jakes.
of the many of the same of the
Okay,
so many
okay.
things he said against Raila Odinga, right? In 2013, same words were used by none other than Karua. I just don't want to go back to the archives and get the videos for you. But she described Raila in not so many good terms, right? In 2013. Fast forward in 2017, she equally still didn't support Raila Odinga. In fact, she gave a direct endorsement to none other than Uhuru Kenyatta. It's only few few months, if I may be very candid with her, that she chose to sing Azimio tune after, because if you remember how she joined in Azimio, first she began by opposing BBI. She was very vocal against the Handshake Brothers. That's what she used to describe them. And she gave so many disadvantage about them. And she really described so many nasty things about them. You remember one time her, Kunjuri, and Moses Kuria formed a team, right? And Moses Kuria seemed to be blowing her up by saying that, you know what, this is the person that people should talk to. And the narrative kept on coming up. We saw Sabina Cheke coming in, and at one point she had to make a decision. She seemed as though she was almost joining KK then, and then last moment, Nani makes a blunder. What do you call this man? Moses Kuria. He makes a very derogative statement against Raila Odinga, and because of those abuse, this is what she said in a meeting. Kwa sababu ya hii team inatukanana sana. I cannot associate myself with people who are abusive, with people who are corrupt and all. Now I choose this side. And there is where we now saw her shift. And it was not directly to Baba. First, she went to Kalonzo Musyoka. They formed Oka. You remember? So it's like a journey she walked before she joined in Azimio fully. So her she didn't really directly sponsor or rather support Baba directly. She had to buy some time. Of course, maybe she looked at who is the strongest among these guys. Maybe she saw, hapa kwa Raila Odinga kuna an opportunity, and there she jumped in the ship and became the running mate. So did we overplay that card? Of course, I have to give that analysis as I saw it then. What do you make of it?
Okay, Mr. Jakes.
Yes, sir.
We did not 07 Martha Karua alitunyang'anya uongozi wetu kabisa, and he stood with the Kibaki na hata mpaka ukapisha Kibaki usiku. Yeah, but we did not overplay. Karua was the best candidate. Why? Kwa sababu by the time we were looking for the deputy president wetu, hiyo ndio time ambao anaenda kwa anatuchezea sana. That is the time ambao huyu jamaa anaitwa Kalonzo, ambao he was fit for that seat, alikuwa anatuchezea, hata tulikuwa tujui kama atakuwa mtu wetu, kwa sababu mara anakuja, mara anapotea, mara anasema sitaenda kwa hiyo interview, dakika moja ashatokezea kwa interview. So Kalonzo was nowhere to be seen. Ni kitu ilitokea tu from nowhere. But Martha Karua, everything ambao umeongea, he was against Baba from 07 what, but Martha Karua on this last election he was a reckoning force. And ukitaka kujua it was a force, just go back on that day ambapo alikuwa anachaguliwa, wakati Baba alikuwa ana announce hiyo time akimuita, sikiza tu hiyo part, then you will feel that force. And let me add another thing. I agree with everything that Alex has said. In Central Kenya, hakuna siku Baba amepata more than 100,000 votes. Hajaipata more than 100,000. But this time round tumepata over 1 million plus. Okay, watu watasema si kwa sababu ya Karua, but I can tell you.
My question would be, is it her, yes, or would it be her, or will it be Uhuru Kenyatta?
Okay, nitakuanza this way. People says that she was not the one ambaye aleta hizo kura. Wanasema hizo kura zililetwa zililetwa na Uhuru Kenyatta. But I can tell you, Jakes, it was not only in Central Kenya. The matter factor ilikuwa the whole nation, kuanzia Western, kuanzia Kisii, kuanzia wapi. That factor ya Martha Karua, many women walipigia Baba kura. Na tuende kwa Central Kenya, kuna ile hate ambao watu wako nayo kwa huyu mama, sijui ni hate gani, although she's from Central Kenya, but I think there's something ambao hawajapenda kwa huyu msichana, kwa huyu mama. But I can tell you in Central Kenya pia,
you now contradict yourself. In one mouth you say that Baba got over 1 million because of her. In another mouth you say that watu wa Mount Kenya walimchukia. So who gave her the votes then?
No, I'm not talking about kumchukia kwa sababu ya vote. Vile kwa wanaongea opposite of what happened. Ile kuongea ambao and in fact is few, si wote, very few of them ndio wanaongea, na wanaongea against what happened. What happened ni kuwa Martha Karua played a big role, even though tulikuwa nasema she's a failure, but to me I just sijaiona kama she's a failure. He's a strong woman. Ni vile tu kwa sababu that propaganda ambao Ruto alipelekwa kule, the propaganda iliumiza watu wengi, ilidanganya watu wengi wakajisahau. But Martha Karua being the deputy president of Raila, it was a best match for me.
Okay. All right.
Na
let's
listen
what Martha Karua said just today, I think.
Why do you want to use money on foreign travel? Why do you want to waste money? Government doing what companies...
He has explained that it is important to build relations and to secure opportunities for Kenyans.
It is important, but when you make so many trips that have no justification, a person who wants to work, if you are elected to work in Kenya, not abroad. So the bulk of your time, you should be at your desk working. Even travels within the country, if you're always away from your desk, you will never get it together. So it's balancing. Yes, foreign relations is part of governance. It is necessary, but it cannot be the number one priority ahead of everything, so that you abandon everything else. Actually, the joke on social media is when Ruto comes back, they say Ruto has visited Kenya. Because the bulk of his time now is abroad.
I noticed you say Ruto, not President Ruto.
No, he's
Why?
not my president.
He's the president of Kenya.
He's not my president. At least I have the freedom to say so.
What does that mean?
I reckon he's in office, however he got there, yeah.
however he got there.
Yeah.
What is that?
Is that I don't believe the process that gave him. Yeah.
Despite...
And I've already indicated that even the court decision where it found 3 is a majority in a panel of 7, because even without saying so, if 4 commissioners are saying we can't vouch for that, and the court trashes them, it's basically legitimizing that 3 can overrule 4 in a panel. So I'm saying the process was flawed. It's forced upon us by that decision, by the initial decision of Wafula Chebukati. I don't, even if it binds us, I don't have to believe in it. That's all that I'm saying, so okay. I don't believe in it.
So you still believe that 4 commissioners want for the results, that was a ground to nullify?
If not to nullify, at least let them go back and retally. There are many options. And even the court accepting the position of a foreign company that only limited access to the servers can be given. When the Constitution says open process, there are many things. Yeah.
All right. That was Karua, and she says a lot. She's saying a lot. And Alex, I know now you have healed. You have healed. You are not bitter. And my question to you, I am sure, will not come from a bitter supporter. Do you agree with the sentiments from Martha Karua? Of course, now that both of you are from Azimio, you don't expect me to talk like you guys, otherwise we'll be having an Azimio show. So I have to almost be like the other guys, right? So as to maintain the sanity of this program. Do you agree with all that she has said? Alex, are you there?
Martha Karua is always pragmatic. I don't think she misses her words. When she says something, she means it. For instance, she says, the guy is a tourist. You know, he doesn't spend time on his desk. Secondly, those trips that he goes to, you don't understand what the benefit is. And he talks about opening the server. There is nothing wrong to open the server. Last, he said Ruto is not his president because the process was flawed. Unless you are an underhead, unless you are so foolish, you may not understand what he's saying. We need to legitimize who won the election so that the country can go well. Remember, this country is going to be left on us to lead in the future. We don't want to be left in a country where an election is stolen in 2007. First of all, Chungwa versus Banana, ikaibiwa. Though mwisho it was overturned. Then 2007, kura zikaibiwa. 2013 zikaibiwa. 2017 zikaibiwa. 2022 zikaibiwa. I mean, that is where he is coming from and saying, look, we can't keep on calling people presidents who have mastered the art of doing what? Of stealing. And then we call them our leaders. So I fully support what she is saying. Many people do not agree with her because sometimes she's an iron lady. She doesn't miss her words. But if you take that aside and listen to her rhetoric and how she articulates things, you can nod your head and say, I think this is right. This is right. We must not allow this to continue to another generation. Yes, I agree with her.
Bwana Mr. G, do you agree with her sentiments?
Of course, yes, I agree with her. And in fact, hata nani ameongea leo, huyu nimesikia baba akiongea. I don't know if it was today or yesterday, ambayo alikuwa anasema kuwa if we cannot address the issue ambayo happened 2022. There's no need going for the same thing on a 2027 kwa sababu hiyo itakuwa ni mchezo tunaenda kufanya. So for Martha Karua to stand firm na aseme kuwa this thing is a fraud and we need to work on it, tujue nani alishinda, we need to open the servers tupate ukweli. Baba also should stand up na hiyo ukweli. They have to stand, ana hawa watu wanafaa wache hii mgogoro ambayo iko kidogo hii hapa katikati ya Azimio inafaa ishe. Wanafaa wawe kitu kimoja. Mtu kama ametubia kura ni mwizi, huyo hatumtambui na hatumtambui mpaka ile siku ambao servers zitafunguliwa, we verify na tuone kweli exactly what happened, then tunaweza sema kama alitushinda tutasema huyu ni president wetu. But look at what happened, the whole process. Hata kwa wale the 4 commissioners ambao alienda, she talked about the same, I think no muuliza ama ni ule ni the other guy ndio alikuwa anauliza Martha Karua amesema nini? Amesema kuwa it was enough for these people to go back to tally, kwa sababu remember we had an extra 1 day. Lakini nini ilifanyika mpaka akakimbia kutangaza? Mbona Chebukati alikuwa na haraka sana kutangaza, and yet we had 1 extra day? That 4 commissioners kusimama kando, it was enough for them kukaa chini kuagree kuwa okay, because we still have 1 day, kwanza wacha tuende to agree na hii kitu, wacha tuangalie shida iko wapi, let's find out the solution ndio tuende tutangaze. But remember he was in a hurry na alikuwa amekuja na manamba samandika kwa karatasi. So for me I agree with Martha Karua. Na kuna kitu nataka kusema before kwa hii question ambayo muuliza on the other question, nilikuwa nataka kusema kuwa the point ambao Alex alisema kuwa is good, angeza ku unfold his party, join Jubilee ama join ODM. Do you know that if Martha Karua anasimama na support ya baba na other leaders ambao kama yeye, ako hebu kuja kuchukua hiyo kingship ya inaitwa kingpin ya Central Kenya, because huyo ni mtu ambaye anaeleweka Central Kenya na stand yake. Ni ile tu kwa sababu ya hii chuki kidogo ambayo nilikuwa nakwambia, chuki kidogo ya watu ambao wanaeneza propaganda. But Martha Karua, she's one person ambaye anasimama na his stand, akisema ni hiyo, haizi tingika hivi, si mtu kutingika. Alafu another thing on the issue of corruption, hata kama ulikuwa unatuambia kuwa maybe she was gauging to see nani ako strong kidogo, I can assure you that Jex hakuna vile Martha Karua angeenda kufanya kazi na Ruto, because he knows the team ambao Ruto alikuwa nao, most of them walikuwa ni wakora tu, propaganda mingi ilikuwa kwao, corruption yote ilikuwa on their side. There's no way Martha Karua angeenda kufanya kazi na watu.
Now, from what you have said, I have gathered several questions. Allow me to ask you, so as not to sound as though I support Azimio or I am against Kenya Kwanza or I even support it. I am a moderator. Now, my first question is, you speak of days. You speak of there was 1 day remaining. First question would be, if the results were out, if tallying was done and completed, why wait? Why not announce? Number 2, given that, just one moment, just listen. I've listened to you. Now listen to the question, then I give you time to answer. We have had these results before. This is not the first time that results have been announced in Kenya. Some came in 3 days time, 2 days time, and Kenyans accepted or refuted the claims, or rather the results, basing from which side they were from. This 1 day you're talking about, you want to mean that the 4 would have agreed with the 3? And my other question would be, does the constitution allow deliberation or consultation or even agreement or even voting amongst the what do you call them, the IBC officials, to decide that if we are 3, we don't announce; if we are 4, we should announce? What was the bond of consultation between the 4 and the 3? Did the 4 have their results? Did the 4 have their tally? What was them saying? What were they saying? Were the reasons they cited for not agreeing with Chebukati? Because these 3 agreed, the 4 didn't agree. Now, if these 4 and 3 didn't agree, the constitution, does it give room for a debate, or for them, for the 7, to decide what the millions have already done in as far as voting is concerned? Was that the avenue of Chebukati and Cherera to decide, now that kuras ziko hapa, what do we do with these kuras? Do we, was that their role? Should we have gone that route anyway? My last question, and I think this one I'll ask to, I'll direct it to Mr. Alex. What of the people who visited Bomas? You know, the who are who in as far as military, in as far as prominent people in the society who visited Bomas. What was their role? If truly Azimio had carried the day. That is for Alex to ponder on and come on and respond to me. So today I'm really sounding interesting, but let me begin with you, Bwana Mr. G. What do you make of those days? You say that there was still one day, there was still, even if there was still 1 hour, would it have changed the numbers? Because the results are already counted, the numbers are already in, the votes are already tallied. Would it have changed anything? So what do you mean of 1 day still remaining?
Okay,
Why is the 1 day still
Mr.
important,
Jakes, when
not for 6 days? But go ahead.
okay, okay, when I talk of 1 day, remember
Uh-huh.
that by that time Chebukati alikuwa anaenda kutangaza those results, tulikuwa tumeambiwa kuwa 27 constituency zilikuwa bado hazijatangazwa, results zao zilikuwa hazijakuwa verified. You see,
Mm-hmm.
27, and that one was enough for these people to sit down na waseme hapana, because we still have 1 day, wacha kwanza to make things right. You asked for the same 1 day. I can tell you that by the time hao watu walikuwa kwa ile chemba wameketi, Chebukati alikuwa bado kwa nyumbani, akaenda akachukuliwa nyumbani ndio akaletwa. He came in kama hao watu wako kwa room wanaongea, because they were still wondering, bado hawajapata hizi results ya 27 constituency, bado hawajapata full report ya hiyo result iko vipi, but somebody comes, kwa sababu yeye ndio Chebukati, yeye ndio sasa chairman, ameshajiwekea, unajua posta alijiwekea kwa yeye ndio anaweza tangaza peke yake, hakuna mtu mwingine anaweza tangaza. He comes in with a karatasi ambaye ashaandika tayari, amepewa result, aenda asome, alafu anakuja anasomea watu. So when I talked about that 1 day, it was because we still had a question mark on this 27 constituents ambayo ilikuwa haijakuwa verified. Another thing, this guy came in with the results ambao zilikuwa si za ukweli na akapatia these 4 commissioners, and the 4 commissioners wakawa wanauliza, hii umetoa wapi hii, mbona sisi hatujapata hii, umepata wapi? Nakumbuka alikuwa hayuko pale, the 4 commissioners alikuwa pale kwa room with the other guys, but Chebukati hakuwa kwa hiyo room, ametoka tu nyumbani, anakuja na results. Another thing you asked about the if inge change maybe to for a 1 hour or anything, it was, and you know, in IBC wako watu wangapi? Wako watu 7, na mostly kwa inafaa iwe unanimous, wanafaa wakikaa, yani iwe inaitwangaje hii unison, I think is unison, yeah, they have to agree as an IBC, na waseme sisi kama IBC hivi ndo tumeamua, ukweli ndio
Is that
huu, kura
is that
imepigwa
in the
na sisi
law?
tumeona ukweli ndio huu.
Is that in the law? The law, the role of IBC is that after we vote, they also sit down and almost kind of vote on our voting. That how many agree with our vote? How many is that their role?
No, it's not about voting. It's not that they have to vote ndo wachague sijui 34 wamekubali kitu fulani. No, they have to start with the truth. You know, these are the people who are giving out the results ambao mtu aliamuka usiku saa 10 akienda kwa line. So when we talk about unison, we are not talking about hiyo vote that they have to vote. These are people ambao wanafaa watumie their integrity, na wakijua kuwa election ni kitu ambao is a matter of death and life, so inafaa iwe truthful. The situation when ilikuwa with the 4 commissioners na 3 commissioners walionyesha kuwa something was wrong, and the 4 commissioners, they proved that things were not okay. They did not agree with those results. Mr. Alex, unaweza endelea kama uko around.
I mean, maneno ya Bomas sitakangi kuongea because still it's a mystery to me, because I don't think our security was in Bomas to make sure that what transpired there did. Because even the way when Ruto became the president during his inauguration, I saw something that no country can allow. Museveni anakuja na military tanker. You know, that's sovereignty. That's going beyond the sovereignty of a country. That's a snippet of what has actually happened in Bomas. that there are people who took over. So I don't like talking about it because it really hurts that where Kenyans line up and are supposed to get the leaders that can help them in the next generation or in 5 years to create jobs for them. Again, we miss that opportunity. I don't know Mali Jackson and
I'm
yeah,
back. I'm back. I'm back,
yes,
Paul. My camera they may disengage, but I'm back. Eh?
yeah. That's all I have to say about that for now. Unless you have questions.
I do have a question. I don't know if you answered my question. What explanation would you have to those guys who visited Bomas? They didn't refute. In fact, they said they did visit Bomas. Um, what would you say about them? Because Chebukati says they came to intimidate him. What do you say about that? Who do we trust? Do we trust Chebukati? Do we trust the guys? And why go there? They have never gone there before in any other election. Why this time? Why was this one an interesting
Chebukati,
election for them to?
Chebukati is a damn liar because 2 days Chebukati was missing. Remember
Uh,
that. Remember the chronology. 2 days Chebukati was missing. When he came, he went to the back room and he locked himself there. He did not even speak with the commissioners. And prior to that, and sometimes I feel so bad because maybe it's because of security. That's why these people did not do what they were supposed to do. Baba says that my CCTV will show that you came to my house. Tuju says the same thing. So this maneno ya Chebukati kutudanganya hapa, apeleke kwa hiyo kipara yake, hatutaki mchezo.
but then again, sorry, I love to really be to sound like the other side, almost sound like a broken record. If okay, let's imagine he was missing for 2 days. Did his missing hinder counting at Bomas?
His missing was he gave Chirchir the opportunity to meander with the elections. Because remember, Sholei had a gadget that we couldn't even tell what that gadget was.
All right, okay.
You see, there's so many things
You
that
know,
happen.
I'm laughing is because you make me go back and remember the drama between Shulea and Akina Esther Pasaris on the floor of Bomas that day. But then go ahead.
You see, hata kama uko
Mm-hmm,
Kenya Kwanza, ama uko
mm-hmm,
Azimio, let
mm-hmm.
us not now take sides here. Let us look at how that election was held, okay? And what
Mm-hmm.
happened in Bomas. Is that what should have happened? Remember,
There,
Sholei
there,
was
there, there are several things that went wrong away from the norm, or rather, how we have conducted other previous elections. But then again, each side had their own share of mistakes, each side. And that's why at times, as much as Mio would claim unfair play, the other side will still have things they can raise. Because I've asked you correctly, what was the role of these army guys and Inspector General of Police visiting um, the IBC quarters that time, and this is not something they do ordinarily. In any case, IBC is so independent that it does not take directives from anyone, let alone Inspector General of Police, Ogola, and many others who went to visit them. We saw how true that is. The pundit, or rather, the jury is still there. How Tuju was crisscrossing the corridors of Bomas trying to look for Chebukati. So while Tuju would say this, Chebukati would say this. While Azimio would say this, Kenya Kwanza would say this. But by the end of the day, therein lies the truth. Hapo katikati kuna kaukweli fulani. Somehow, somewhere, or something somehow happened, whether in favor of Kenya Kwanza or Azimio, but how things seems it didn't work for Azimio. Because if truly Nani went to Baba's home, I'm sure that would have made part of the evidence. right? It didn't in the Supreme Court. It never showed up. That came later on. If Baba truly believes that Chebukati didn't play out well, I'm sure those are the things he ought to have taken to the court, because there's no other solid evidence than a rogue IEBC chairperson coming to your home. That alone, let alone the many boxes that Jalas carried, Akina Jalango. That clip alone, I think, would have really helped, but it wasn't there, right? All we are having here is speculation. So I ask you this, and I know at times it really hurts to ask this, but both sides, were they fair? Did they act in a way that we can say this side was acting correctly, this side wasn't? Both sides, whether Azimio, Kenya Kwanza, both sides, did they act how they were expected to?
Najua Jex uliniambia ulitoka reserve jana. I don't know what you smoke. Question.
My questions today lazima ikugware hiyo kidonda vizuri ipone. But
No,
go
see ati
ahead.
inanigwara. You are asking some questions ambayo nashangaa. The question is not about us versus them. The question is the credibility of IBC. Did IBC do its job? Okay.
All right.
Because at the end of the day, every loser will complain. Every winner will be happy. That is how the game works.
Yeah.
But when the referee anakupea penalty ya uongo, hata kama nyinyi mkishinda, ndio mtafurahi mkienda, lakini mtajua ushindi wenu haukuwa ushindi wa ukweli. So I'm looking at the referee here.
Right.
I'm not looking at us versus them, because we are Kenyans. We went to vote for the manifestos that we were given. But did they do what they are supposed to do? 2017, they did the same thing and the election was nullified. Did they learn from it? Unaelewa? So it's not about us versus them. It's about an institution that has refused to conduct an election. Unaelewa? It's about an institution that has refused to conduct an election.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right. Now, Mr. G, there's something you've said that has made me ask you this question. You say that Raila Odinga seems to be standing tall and say that we don't need to go to 2027 if we haven't resolved 2022. If I got you right, and you say that's a very good move, positive move, and it shows that even with Karua saying that she doesn't term William Ruto as his president and all, among many other things that you have said. But I want to go back to what you're saying, specifically on that matter of him saying 2022 we haven't audited, or rather we haven't really made everything clear. So 2027 to be a waste of time, right? Now my question is, this is the same person who refused to vie in 2017, the repeat election, because he wanted Chebukati out. He wanted that team, the entire team, reconstituted. He wanted some changes before he would participate in any other election. But then again, fast forward, as though that didn't happen, he still participated in 2022 with Chebukati on the throne, and of course with other two guys who were in the previous 7. So the only thing that was different is Cherela 4. From where you sit, don't you think it would have been even a more resounding statement if he ought to have refused 2022's election with Chebukati still the chair? Maybe we would have saved ourselves all this drama. What do you think, Mr. G?
But Jex, do you know that Baba alikuwa hasimami this 2022? It is we people who forced him to kusimama.
I don't
It is
know,
we
but
people who forced him.
my question is not whether forced or not. My question is, he still went ahead despite having the same chairperson. He said in 2017, I will not vie. In fact, the ballot paper had his name, but he wasn't a candidate. The question was even, what if he had won? Kama maybe awe tu kwa ballot but hasimami afu ashinde, ange accept the victory. Interesting, eh? I don't know, I'm not sure if you have ever thought about that. But now hakusimama, or rather ali step down, or rather aliamua kuto participate in 2022. Now tuko 2020, no, in 2027. 2022 ndo huyo amejikuta kwa ballot, same chairperson but still running. Now he's saying 2027 shouldn't happen because IBC blah blah blah. What do you think?
Okay, nitaanza na 2013. Before I answer your question, Mr. Jex, you know, always we need to stand with truth. Wakati unasimama na unakuwa bias ama unafanya kitu ambao haiko na ukweli, always kutakuwa na repercussion baadaye. Look at what happened in 2013. 2013 election ilikuwa na issues. But what did Mutunga do? He gave judgment within 5, it was 3 ama 4 seconds ama 4 minutes. Less than 5 minutes. Alikuwa shapeana judgment. Yet the election ilikuwa na shida. Juzi yenda amekuwa kwa field akijaribu kupigania kitu, unaona kabisa huyu mtu hata sasa kitu ambacho anafanya haifai because he had chance kurekebisha, hakurekebisha. Okay, wacha na hiyo. Let me go. Ngoja.
Have a problem with if there is still 1 day remaining, or also how fast a judgment has been made. But anyway, go ahead.
Okay, no, I just wanted to show you. I wanted to show you a point that ukweli huwa ni muhimu sana kwa anything that you do, Mr. Jakes.
All right.
You know, when you stand with the truth, always itakusaidia. But when you don't stand with the truth, huwa inakuwa na effect zake. That's why I got in example ya huyo Mutunga. Mutunga had a chance to deliver us and the nation hii Kenya kwa hii shida yote ambayo tumekuwa nayo. But akatumia in only less than 5 minutes. Sasa akiwa anapigwa tear gas pale akijaribu kukimbia, hakuna impact ambayo analeta sasa kwa sababu he had a chance akapoteza. So I'm going to the question ambayo muuliza. Before that question, do you know that wakati jamaa hii question ambayo muuliza Alex, do you know that wakati Kinatuju alikuwa anaenda kuona Chebukati, walikutana na prominent people from UDA wakitoka kwa ofisi ya Chebukati usiku? Hamu kusikia hiyo? What were they doing in that office? Ndio wakakutana na kina Chebukati na wakakutana na Kinatuju.
I'm yet to hear that one, but I'll find out.
No, there were people walikutana na Kinatuju kwa corridor wakitoka kule. Walikuwa wanafanya nini kwa ofisi ya Chebukati usiku? Okay. Now the question was
the question was why stop running in 2017, run in 2022, now says 2027 if I happen if 2022 was mad with all those electoral irregularities, yet itaweza fika na tuwe na uchaguzi, given that tutakuwa na IBC mpya by then, tutakuwa na so many changes if the NADCO report is anything to go by. So why hype people that 2027 might not happen, yet we know it will happen? It's almost obvious it will happen, and probably you'll even participate in it because he hyped us he won't participate in 2027, which he didn't.
Yeah,
but was now even if I go back to how the events took place, refused to participate in the repeat election, allow Uhuru participate in it, then have a day on January 29th of him swearing himself in as the people's president, and then exactly 1 more month from that day, exactly 1 more month and 7 days, exactly 1 more month and 7 days, he goes ahead and have a handshake with this guy. So is he one person who hypes the masses, but when mambo inamkimbisha kidogo ana retrieve back?
No, what happens, okay, Baba is a one person ambaye anapenda this country so much na hapendi kuona mambo ya bloodshed kila wakati, and that's why amekosa kuchukua kiti kwa sababu ya mambo ya bloodshed. But let me first of all answer the question. You know what happened, Jex? What happens in kuwa we are all of us, we are human beings, and 5 years ni siku mingi sana. So mtu anaweza kuwa na that thinking kuwa maybe this time round maybe mtu atafanya vitu iwe right, because it was a mistake wakati Baba alikuwa rafiki ya Uhuru alikuwa president, wakati Chebukati kwa kiti Chebukati alikuwa atolewe pale. but walilala wakamwacha pale. So all of us we are human beings. Kwa kuna ile mafikirio kuwa maybe this time round kama last time amepromise, this time round maybe atafanya sawa. Baba alikuwa hakuja kusimama kwa hii ni tena 2022, but he went around the whole nation, na wote kila mtu akawa anasema no, baba ndo anafaa simame, baba ndo mtu ambaye anafaa simame because of his political principle na hizo policies ambazo ako nazo. So baba going back to stand for presidency again, I know he believed kwa this time round kutakuwa na a difference, kutakuwa na tofauti na nilikuwa msingi fulani, vitu fulani ambazo zilikuwa zimekuwa highlighted pale. So he knew that this time round because it was on the court na akaambia vitu ni mbaya, they will not repeat the same. But akujua kuwa Chebukati ako na grudge kwa sababu ya ile kusema kuwa watolewe. He had another nini, he had another views, that's why wakatumess. But remember baba ametuambia kuwa 2027 itakuwa the same. Obvious, tukienda 2027 kama tujajipanga vizuri kung'oa watu vizuri itakuwa the same thing.
Lakini kama mtajipanga, mbona mnaogopa, kama tutajipanga, acha hata nitumie hiyo sentence hivyo, kama tunaweza jipanga vizuri, and Kalonzo being our man, why shouldn't we go for the elections?
Kama when I say kama tujajipanga, we need to be more serious. You know what happened in Central Kenya? Sijui kama unakumbuka kuwa that day of election kuna wakati most of these ballots zilipatikana Central Kenya, hata wengine zikapatikana Nairobi pale kina huyu anitwanga aje, huyu mama Mkamba anitwanga nani, he was a waziri kitambo, amepotea siku hizi, alikuwa Azimio but asikiki sana, huyu mama Ngilu Charity. Yeah, Ngiru. Hukumbuki there's a time usiku on that day of voting walienda wote wakashika wakora walikuwa na ballot papers wakapeleka kwa police station. Sijui kama nakumbuka, kama ushaona hiyo clip. And a lot of ballots zilipatikana kule Central Kenya. So hii mistake yote ilichezewa kwa sababu sisi kulikuwa na that narrative kuwa hatukuwa tumejipanga kwa sababu ya nini, kwa sababu ya our agents. Hatukuwa na agents in Central Kenya, that's why we messed up. Na inaweza kuwa ni ukweli kwa sababu in Central Kenya ndio kulikuwa na shida na ballots zilionekana, na kuna evidence, hata ukienda kwa media mpaka sasa utapata ballots zilipatikana kule, na hizo ballots tujue zilitoka wapi, na huko ndo kulipakana na shida ya huyu mama kulikuwa na two women, huyu manako sasa huyu mlikuwa mwizi wa nini wa NYS na ule mama mwingine, ndio sasa wote wako kwa UDA, but kulikuwa na issue kwa mama wawili. Kwa sababu gani? Kwa sababu zile ballot paper ambazo zilikuwa zinapatikana those areas, so there were problem. Yeah, na sisi tulikuwa na shida kwa sababu tuliambiwa tulikuwa na agents, but if we cannot jipanga vizuri this time round na tupate agents ambao hawawezi nunuliwa, tupate agents ambao they believe in our cause, tutashinda. But tukipata vitu ambavyo ilifanyika kama last time bado watanunuliwa na tutashindwa. That's why I'm saying tunafaa tujipange vizuri.
Alex, I want to ask you this question. What are the indicators that someone did well in a place? For example, it's almost obvious that Raila Odinga did well in Nyanza province, correct? It's almost obvious he did well. Why? If you go to the MCAs, he has a huge chunk. If you go to MPs, he has a huge chunk, correct?
Yeah.
That we might describe as someone doing well in a particular region, right? Now, if that perception is true, when it comes to the mountain, where, because this question has been based on what Mr. G is trying to propagate, how was the performance of Azimio, given that we don't have a huge chunk of any seat, be it MCA, MPs, governor, name it, we don't have anything that signify that they did well, in the sense that, you can almost say that a region is almost split because of how they even get their leaders, because you get as much as Kukona, like for example, Nairobi, you cannot say it's a pure Azimio stronghold, because it is almost 50-50, as much as Azimio has an upper hand. You can also gauge other places, like where, for instance, like the coast, for example, as much as it is almost purely Azimio, but slightly UDA did some percentage. But the amount that many, and I've even had Mr. G complain about, how comes the performance wasn't remarkable in as far as Azimio is concerned, to really ascertain that truly Mount Kenya didn't support Raila Odinga, didn't support Ruto, but supported Raila Odinga. Yet we don't have anything on the ground, because we can say, okay, sawa basi, let's assume the candidate of the presidency was rigged. What of this other post? How comes Azimio never did so well in these other um, dockets?
Because sometimes today I'm wondering the questions you're asking. I swear to you.
No, today, you guys are too Azimio.
No,
Jama
no, no,
strong
no,
sana
no.
Azimio. So I really have to make this show isikuwe na, because I can
No, no,
equally
no.
speak like an
It's
Azimio
not
guy.
about yes. It's
Uh-huh.
not it's not being Azimionated. You know, I debate even sometimes I'm against Azimio.
Uh-huh.
But when you come out as if
I'm
Ruto
truly
won
UDA.
Ruto won Central, I feel bad. Let's be honest. The guy stole the election at Bomas. If he had
Hmm.
won, he could have allowed due process to take place.
But
Eh?
my question is not about the presidency. My now question is the other post, because we had 6 elections that one day. We had 6 other posts. Let's take away the presidency. Let's go back to the other 5. How was the performance? What would encourage us that, yes, you guys stole from us, but if we work hard, if we raise our efforts because of the success or failure in the regions we come from as Azimio, as UDA, probably we will improve on the numbers. If we talk from the 5, not the let's forget for now Azimio candidate for presidency, UDAs or Kenya Kwanza's candidates for presidency. Let's talk about the other 5. How was the performance? And you have rightfully agreed with me that you can tell from a region how a coalition, a party performed. You can almost say that without certainty that Wiper did so well in Cumberland, literally almost snatching all the seats, did so well. So we can almost argue that that vote went to Raila Odinga. And it's true. If you look at the votes that Raila Odinga got in Cumberland, they almost translate to what he got from Chebukati, right? Whether true what Chebukati pronounced or not. But my question is, these other 5, can they also equally inform us on this, um, on the performance of these 2 contenders in the presidential election?
In Central Kenya, Mr. Jex,
Uh-huh.
there was no election done.
All right.
There was no election. You ask people from Central, okay? They will
Mm-hmm.
tell you that even though I'm from UDA, I didn't expect this guy to win. And then
Mm-hmm.
you look at them, then you ask, how then did he win? I
Mm-hmm.
can only use the language Mubaba used sometimes back at home, which is called Vifaranga via computer. That is
Mm-hmm.
how people like Sonko won sometimes back. Some people won who are not supposed to win. So yet, the way
Mm-hmm.
this election was conducted, look, if our server or some of the most sensitive things on how to open the server
Mm-hmm.
are in another country, and we sign
Mm-hmm.
that we cannot open them, what does that mean? Is that
Mm-hmm.
accountability?
Mm-hmm.
So what I'm saying is that
Mm-hmm.
some people want election, yes. I can't deny Sakaja didn't win the election. Sakaja won the election
Mm-hmm.
against Igade. But
Mm-hmm.
there are some elements that if you look honestly, without taking party lines,
Mm-hmm.
they did not win the election. There was no election in that. And you know what?
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
That's how smart politicians do it. If I want to become today president and push my agenda, I don't just
Mm-hmm.
campaign for myself. I must have a
Mm-hmm.
team. And that team, when I get to parliament, I make sure I push my agenda, even if I get 2 things ahead, like in this country, Obama did the restructuring of the country, the motor that was dying, then he did Obamacare, then he did one more. He did 3 things that were very important. He retired. So he has a history that he did something. So did Kibaki. He did expansion of Thika Road, and now with Uhuru, you saw infrastructures and all these things, that big things that we've never seen in Kenya. So Ruto understood that he had already been promised presidency. So his hard task was to make sure he has a majority in where? In parliament. Come rain, come sunshine. So what did he do? He planted people like Jalango, Ochieng, because they knew yeye mwenyewe akiweka watu wa UDA in Lang'ata atashinda. He rather take his friend there. Do you know how many malls he planted in ODM? And we didn't know. So that's not an election. That's not an election. When you plant people in other parties, they win, and then they change sides. You see, politics of maturity, politics of what, you know, people may celebrate what vitu Jalango amefanya, but that is politics of dupeness. And if you want to play politics of lies, let's play it. Even us, we can do it. But the question is, where will this country go to then? Eventually, munacheza nao, tukitaka MP Kutunya anakuwa wetu, lakini ana run under UDA. Ketera anakuwa wetu, ana run under UDA. Do you think that is how a country should be run? Because now it makes parliament inept, useless. Okay? And once parliament becomes useless, the executive does whatever it wants arbitrarily. That is the fate of the people of Central Kenya. They voted, but their candidates were never announced. Yes.
Okay. Now, let's take your argument to be true. Mr. G, if truly Mount Kenya didn't vote, other regions, did they vote?
Yeah, other region voted. But remember, we have some region like Kama in central and in western Kenya. We have some areas ambao I think walianza kuvote around 2 ama 3 PM. Yeah, okay. You know, this thing ilikuwa imefanywa na Chebukati.
From where you sit, other regions voted. Let's switch off Mount Kenya for now. What was the game plan from Ruto that he was able to let's take for instance Bungoma, defeat Raila Odinga in Bungoma? What happened?
Okay, in Bungoma hatuwezi sema kuwa that results were verifiable kwa sababu it is in the same Bungoma.
Now I really need a UDA person in the show, but then I go ahead. Because
no, you know, Dex,
go ahead.
Do you know that in our submission to submit where it was, I think in Bungoma, where tulikuwa na a Kim's kit ambayo ilikuwa ina transform results for Nyeri from Central Kenya, and it is from Bungoma.
In Bungoma, we were having Kim kits from Central.
Kim's kit.
All right.
One Kim's kit ina translate results ya Bungoma na tena translate result ya ya Central Kenya. And in the same Bungoma, that's where tulipata pia ballot paper. Okay. There's one thing we need to agree, Mr. Jex. This election ambayo iliisha, yeah, the election ambayo iliisha ilikuwa na a lot of propaganda. Haikuwa verifiable, haikuwa right, and haikuwa ile transparency ambayo inahitajika. You know, we wanted something that is transparent.
Election. Don't say it was not verifiable. We did not have an election.
All right.
Exactly. I can go with that word. Kwa sababu, if at all, Akimskit inaweza tumika from Bungoma ina translate result ambayo ni Nyeri. Nakumbuka tunapeleka kesi yetu Supreme Court wanakuwa bias, wanatupilia kesi yetu mbali, and yet kuna evidence mpaka tumewapatia evidence. So this thing ilikuwa bias, ilikuwa nini bana, ilikuwa predetermined. Ilikuwa predetermined. Yeah.
Si nikubalie tu dakika moja nisome watu ambao pia wana participate kwa show, because leo ni kama tumewanyamazia. Naona Richard Relay ako ndani, namwona Goodyear kama kawa, asante sana. Exclusive subscribe ako ndani. Josephat, I see you. Dennis Kamenchu, I see you. Asante sana for your views and your sentiments even as we go on with this wonderful conversation. Thank you very, very, very much. Brother Benson Media, I see you. Asante sana. Esther Stoll, I see you. Asante kwa kuwa part of this wonderful conversation happen here at Africa. Allow me as well also to, to appreciate those who are liking the video, like Leo Nyabaya, Mr. Peter Mboga, and many ambao wana like his video, and many who are still watching this interesting debate. All right, guys, can we take it a notch higher? My guys, can we take it a notch higher, Bwana Alex?
Yeah, go ahead.
All right, fantastic. Now, with all this, what needs to happen to IEBC so that Kenyans can truly accept results from IEBC? Because it seems that we will never accept results. If any candidate wins, the side that won feels it was legitimate. The side that lost feels it was illegal or illegitimate or it was stolen. What needs to happen to IEBC? What reforms? What are those things that needs to happen that you, as Alex, from where you sit, you'll truly feel that now we have IEBC. Now I can agree with the results. Now, even though my candidate has lost, but I agree he has lost free, fair, and square. What needs to happen to IEBC? Let's start from there.
The only thing that can help IEBC is Mungu. I don't think we can help IEBC. Tuliambiwa hata Oburu Odinga akiwekwa, Ruto bado atashinda. And we used to think it's a joke. There are forces that are larger than us. And I keep telling you that the case of South Africa has opened my eyes. You know, Zuma just defected from ANC and he formed this party. Mbeki did not form his party, but he said he's out of ANC. And remember, these are former presidents. When asked the reason, they say, this country, you can become a president, you are a puppet, you're not able to serve your people. It is the Western that controls you over and over and over. Then, at some point, Zuma said, even in their conferences on how they choose those who are going to become presidents is controlled by white monopoly capitalists, because they are the ones who bankroll the politics. If you look at, if you be honest and look at the high level of, not even the US, you know, some of the rallies zinakuanga too tantalizing than even the US. Have you ever seen that? Especially the last rally tunakuanga nazo in Nairobi. In terms of logistics, in terms of microphones, in terms of podium, do you know just what that one rally cost? Almost like 150 billion. The last rally before election. And these are supported by outside forces. And these outside forces, they are fighting each other. But Americans and British work together. But sometimes the Germans and Russians want to work together, or Chinese wants to work only by themselves so that they can put a president in. So what we call IBC is a puppet. It's not an
All right.
institution.
Mm-hmm.
Okay?
Mm-hmm.
So it is there for these people to eat money. Remember, I'll
Mm-hmm.
give you an example. You know, the British people transported voting papers to Kenya zikafika kwa airport without the knowledge of Chebukati. Chebukati
Mm-hmm.
anakuja kuambiwa, ndiye anakimbia airport kwenda kuzichukua. Do you remember that?
Mm-hmm.
Jack, do you remember that?
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
So how can an institution that runs an election find ballot papers in the airport without their knowledge?
All
Did they
right.
conduct this election?
Mm-hmm.
Did they conduct this election then?
Mm-hmm. Interesting questions. Interesting questions. And I really pray one of these fine, beautiful days we get answers. Now, Buana G, let me ask you, what needs to happen to IBC? Right now, we have the opportunity to create a clean slate, given that we have zero IBC official at the moment. So we have the opportunity to create a pure IBC with everyone involved, so that it has our touch, it has our look, it has our taste, it has our desires and aspirations, it has what we would want to be an IBC team. You know, from where you sit, what do we need to do right so as not to repeat previous mistakes, so that our elections are termed free, fair, and above all, credible, and equally important, acceptable to all, especially those who loses, and of course, even those who win, they feel they have lost, they have won free and square. What do you think we need to do to IBC now that we don't have, but we are about to create one? What do we need to do?
Okay, I think Mr. Jakes, at times comes that you go for the people ambao wanapenda that country. We need people who can stand for something. You know, in IBC, if we get somebody like Maraga, the former, was it the former CJ Yama? Yeah. When we get somebody ambao haezi hongika, you know, mtu kama Maraga si mtu ambao unaweza mpelekea pesa akachukua. And that mtu kama huyo tupate 7 of them in IBC, I think you can find something to trust. But now watu ambao tuko nao sahi, Mr. Jakes, these are the people ambao wanapenda pesa na wanaweza nunuliwa anytime. That's why ulisikia akituambia kuwa hata tukiweka Uburu Dinga, because he knows what he believe in. Ana believe in buying people, ana believe in kupeana pesa, na that's why alikuwa anapeana mpaka anaenda kanisani. Alitoka kanisa zote za Central Kenya, alikuwa anapatiana kila wiki, anatumia more than 6 million, more than 8 million giving to churches. Alafu wale watu wa kanisa wanaimba Ruto wetu, Ruto wetu. So we need people who love this country.
But then again, to be fair to him, there was nothing barring the other candidate from doing the same. There was nothing barred him from doing that. Nothing. Like, you know, if you feel your opponent is doing it, what barred him from doing it? So that I but I don't go ahead.
Jakes,
Sorry.
Jakes,
Yeah.
do you want me to buy you?
Jakes,
Yes, sir.
unataka nikufanyie biopsy ama unataka nikufanyie endoscopy? I think you need endoscopy.
No, you know, I have to be very fair, you know. And today I'm sure you dear guys are
It is
must
not
be
being
happy. Yeah?
fair. It is not being fair. You are a Christian. Morally, you don't go to churches to start buying people. Then you tell us, then you start telling us that we do immoral things the way they were doing immoral things.
No, my question was nothing bad them from doing it. In that, why complain about it if you know, if you saw it right, if you saw it wrong, and you did nothing about it, you don't need to complain after the fact, because those are things you cannot even present in a court of law. You know,
You
they're
see,
immoral, yes, but can you present them anywhere? You cannot.
you see,
So they
Jakes,
shouldn't form an argument.
there are two things here, Jakes.
Mm-hmm.
There is sin that is a crime, and there is a sin it's not a crime.
All right.
Okay? So we are just spelling out a sin that is not a crime. And when we are doing that, a sin still is a sin.
Correct.
So what we are saying is that don't ask us what made us not do the same. Raila can never do that. You know that. Yes. Martha Karua can never do that. So the leadership we had a standard because they wanted to lead this country with a standard that they can leave a legacy with. So if they could have managed themselves by doing so, they could have lost credibility. By the time they come to office, you see how Ruto has struggled 1 year later because of what he was doing. Look at his media conference with the he lied from the beginning to the end. Why? Because of the things he has been doing for 5 years. You lie until you don't know that you're lying. You start giving figures that do not exist, that we are 29th fastest rising country. Our inflation has come from 9% to 6%. So don't make us do things that we can't subscribe into. What they did was wrong.
But on the same breath, Bwana Alex, just to be fair, you have said that one of the problems that affects Kalonzo Musyoka is the Pamba syndrome, the white, not to be associated with anything unclean. You have termed it almost as a bad thing. Now, don't you think it is equally true that it worked against Raila Odinga this time around? That him wanting to act clean, the other guys went use tactics and methods that others may say that Ruto truly hit below the belt, and he was able to get away with it. So,
If they won the election, let them open the server. Because you are talking here as if they used that, they won the election. Now we did not use that, we lost the election. We have no problem. Open the server. We saw how you won.
Okay.
Stop criticizing this guy here that he won the election. He did not. And that's why all this nonsense was happening in when? Let us use superior logic here. Jackson, kama unatumia inferior logic here. Stop that.
Allow me to use it for the sake of the show, just for tonight. But I'm sure I'm making sense to some people, and especially to you now, because I'm forcing you to really dive deeper. Before I come back to you, allow me, because I'm sure Bwanaji is almost leaving us because he's in another show in the morning. Mr. G, Alex talks of server, and I equally heard you speak of the same. In our entire process, at what point was the server being used? Was it during voting process, tallying process, counting process, relaying of the results process, and or announcing the results, or even declaring the win? At what point was the servers being used? So that from there it will make me ask you the next question. At what point were we using the servers?
Mr. Jakes, you need to understand that server was the backbone of this thing. Pale
I know, but at what point are we using it?
Yeah, pale kwa kale ka class, when you enter inside, ulikuwa unapewa those 6, I think it was 6 ballot papers here. And when you vote, wakati wa count, the thing ambao ulikuwa umeandika hiyo ilikuwa inapigwa picha. Alafu they generate another form. It was it form 34A ambayo ilikuwa inakuwa generated. Alafu inapigwa picha na hiyo picha inakuwa transferred to the server direct.
Okay.
So it is the server ambao iko na exact results ambao zilikuwa zinapigwa pale kwa kale ka class wakati uko unaenda kupiga kuvote. So for you to know exactly what happened, you have to open that server.
Fantastic. Hii ni picha ilipigwa, right? Of what happened in that classroom, right? My question is, what happened in that classroom? People entered the classroom, people voted, they casted their ballots, and the ballots were counted. the results of what was counted is what was sent to the server. That's what you're saying?
Exactly.
Fantastic. Now, my question to you is this. What is easy? Going to the server that has the picture, or going to the class that has the actual evidence, the actual number of votes, the actual people who voted? What would be
Jakes.
the right,
Jakes.
the most
Jakes.
just way to go about it?
The easiest way, alafu ambao take a shortest time in opening the server.
So for you, it's about short time.
Tuwezi enda sasa tukafungua all those bullet papers za hizo class zote. Server has everything.
No, it doesn't, because we feel it was manipulated, correct? From where we sit, we feel figures were added, figures were deducted, figures were manipulated. From where we sit, is it okay? From that point, that's the concentration with the servers.
No, what happened? The thing was changed on the bombers.
The change,
announced.
The thing was changed in the bombers. Okay.
Yeah. The correct results ziko kwa server, but
the correct results
things that we were given, the figures that we were given, hizo zilitoka kwa Chebukati na ile kipara yake.
Okay. Ziko kwa server. Wachana kipara ya Chebukati kwa sababu
and remember,
Chebukati was not in our polling stations. Chebukati waited in bombers. My question is,
kipara yake
server now that route.
Okay. maybe Alex is getting my question to you, both of you. What is easy to prove? The actual votes.
No,
the actual votes. Or the actual image of the vote.
Let's also ask you a question. Why don't you want us to talk about kipara ya Chebukati?
It's okay. Kipara ya Chebukati ilikuwa ina shine. Actually, that day aliongeza the number of Vaselines alikuwa na apply. Fantastic. I think I've talked about it. But now let's come back to the germane question. If the votes were counted, if the voters cast their votes, if the votes were counted, if the votes were placed in a box and an image of the total was taken and sent to the server, we have the problem with the server. What is easy? Is it not going back to the actual vote or the actual photo? What is easy? A photo or the actual vote?
But Mr. You're not listening.
I am. You guys are not answering my question. That's why I'm repeating and rephrasing it.
Yeah, because your question is gearing us to a wrong direction, and we are not going to accept that. We know where you want to take us.
I am not taking you. I am not taking you anywhere. And
simple answer B. We don't need to start arguing this and this and this. All that process ended.
All right.
But the real result is in where? In the server. Let's not argue about this and this and this. Open the server. Period.
All right.
And the reason,
and that's why,
the reason tunaongea kipara ya Chebukati ni moja. Inafanana matako ya mtoto. That means hiyo kichwa yake ni kama mtoto.
Now you're now becoming personal and very insultive, but in a
and
I'll give up. And just one moment. And I want to come back to you, Mr. G. Mr. G, I want to ask you this question, and kindly please give me an answer that would be so directed. If today you did your exams, the KCP, the KCSE, and you felt there was some irregularities, would you blame the portal or would you insist your exam be remarked?
Okay, this is a different case, Mr. Jakes. Kwa sababu being remarked and where there's, remember, this is a place where everything that was done imetumwa. Do you know why Ruto amekataa server isifunguliwe? Do you know why? The reason why he doesn't want hizo server kufunguliwa? because he knows what is exactly in that thing. Ruto ametuambia kila siku kwa alitushinda asubuhi na mapema. Sawa, ulishinda asubuhi na mapema, mbona usifungue server? Because server carries everything. Yeye anasema tu ametushinda asubuhi na mapema, but he's not in a position to open server. Kwa nini? Because
Now,
in the server, hata kama mtu alimanipulate.
I want to ask you from where you sit. Was Ruto an official or a candidate just like Raila Odinga?
He was a candidate.
Let me answer you that.
So, how do you blame him? Yet he was just like Raila Odinga, a candidate in this election. The only thing is the guys spoke in favor of him. Yes, please answer me.
Our defunct ECK, when it was being rebuilt, Madam Sholei was one of the people who was there. Remember, Sholei was in ECK. So when they made IEBC, him and Chirchir made sure that there are some things that were remote they could do to pull the strings. That's why in 2013, Tulishaga, Sonko Kukua governor, there were people who became governors that we were so shocked. Some people became members of parliament, we were so shocked. Because there is something that was done in building the current IBC and the servers that is being controlled by a password somebody has in his house. Now, when Msando tried to encrypt, inaitwa encryption happening so that nobody can get through, he got killed na kidole yake ikachukuliwa so that it can be able to open it. Does that answer your question?
It doesn't, because I wish Johansen Oduol, the government pathologist, would have given
let me
that
add something
as a finding in his report when he did the autopsy for none other than Msando. That didn't come out, but if it did, maybe I missed that. But from where I sit, just one moment, we have had changes. You know, that was 2017. This was 2022. And I'm sure things changes. Yes.
Now just listen. When Ouko died, what did the government pathologist say? He committed suicide. Don't tell me about government pathologists. If you believe in them, you go die there and they do postmortem for you.
And I just want to add something, Alex. I just want to add something.
Mr. Government pathologist.
Let's go ahead. Yes, Mr. G.
Yeah, there's one thing I want to add on. Kwa hii mambo ambayo unaongea ati you want approve. Do you know that Chebukati organized tukawa na book 2? We had book 1 from 34A na another book which is book 2 of 34 from 34A. Do you know that we had 2 books? Alafu wakaketi wakagree wakasema one book will not be used. Hiyo kitabu iwekwe wapi? Irudishwe kwa ballot, kwa hiyo ballot box na ifungiwe pale ndani. I don't know why he said that. Now do you know that those books were used? Ama ukusikia mahali kwa hizo vitabu zilitumika, and yet alikuwa amesema hazifai kutumika those books. You remember? So let me tell you what happened. Pale mtu alikuwa akipiga kura, mtu alikuwa anapiga kura. You are given that form 34A. And you are given that kabalo tunaenda kupiga. Alafu mna sign kwa sababu you are agent, you sign on that form 34A. After signing, hawa watu wakishajua kura haziko sawa, wanatoa ile ambayo is the right, wanachukua the other book because serial numbers are almost the same. Those books zilikuwa na serial number, so they use the book ambayo haikustahili kutumia to cover up their mess ambayo kwa natutumia. That's why they cannot open the server. Those results will never match. The results never match.
Let's imagine they used the books of 1, the books of 2, and there's so many books they used, right? What did they feel in those books? Were they not the results that were tallied in a polling station? They didn't just come with their figures. They came and filled results that were tallied. What were they feeling in these books? Whether book 1, 2, 11, they were feeling results tallied. And it was tallied in front of people. Whether with agents or without agents, there were people in that room, right? Why don't we have someone saying, I was in this room, These were the figures that we had. Book one, we filled this, but because we didn't agree with book one, we removed book two and we filled this. Why don't we have such as evidence? Because it's one thing to claim,
But we had
another
we
thing
had
to
we
really
had
prove.
agents. We had agents, they came out wakasema kulikuwa na shida. These are not the results ambao walisign. These are not the copies of Form 34A
Do
that
we
they
have
signed.
that one? Let me even Google. Did we have that
Go
even
back.
in court?
Go.
Did we?
In court it was predetermined. In court hata hawakuangalia kesi yetu bwana. That was predetermined. Kesi yetu haikuangaliwa, waliita hot air. And yet we had enough evidence ya kunalify this case. We had agents ambao walitokezea wakasema no, this one is not my sign.
Did
You
they
know, Mr. G,
testify?
Mr. G, Jex anataka kukuprovoke, that's why mimi nimenyamaza. Kwa sababu hizi ni vitu anajua
But
ukweli kabisa. Si ati
I
ni
love
mtu
someone.
ajui.
Kuna mtu hapa amenisupport and I love what amesema. Acha hata ni reflect. Let's just reflect messages. I'm trying to be neutral because if we all speak from Azimio's angle, honestly, try pata ukweli ya hizi story. So I have to push you guys to the wall kabisa.
I'm not saying being neutral is not good, but when you blatantly lie that
I haven't.
the government pathologist.
I haven't lied. I've only asked. I've only asked so that we are able to get correct information. Now,
No,
No,
let's
but
go
we
ahead.
had another topic. Let's go to another topic before Mr. G goes.
Okay.
Even if nimeanza kuchoka. You know I'm not feeling well.
I remember you were in a hospital bed. Okay. There's one thing Mother Karua has accused the president of: foreign travels with nothing really to show back at home. And we have been having some degree of misunderstanding with our close by neighbors. Um, are we building while destroying some relationships altogether? I begin with who now? Let me begin with you, Mr. Alex.
I think we have destroyed all the relationship we have in East Africa.
Mm-hmm.
The reason being, these people
Now,
had
finally, I can be neutral. Now that Mzalendo is in, I will be truly neutral, both to all of you, because I'm sure Mzalendo will speak what I was trying. Is it okay?
no,
But go answer my question first. We'll come back to what we were discussing. But go ahead.
I'll do two things. Das
Mhm.
Albia Zaledo, I will criticize him and then I will go to my point. Is that okay, Zaledo?
But after I just say anything, but go ahead.
Yes, my brother. I've not seen you for a while, and let's start by greeting each other before you start criticizing me. It is
Yeah, you call me.
African we greet each other first.
Yeah, thank you. You called me yesterday. I was so tired. I'd taken medication. I wouldn't call you back, but today we will talk.
That's good. Nice to hear your voice, and I wish you a quick recovery, my friend.
Thank you. Thank you. So, welcome. When you see a man is big, he doesn't save money. His pocket is always flat. So, when you see somebody like me, say, when you see somebody like me, say, who can dodge raindrops, that man has a lot of money. That guy has a lot of money. But let's go ahead.
Hey, sawa.
The
Hey,
light
you
gods.
you are in a comeback, but go ahead.
The light gods. He was a great footballer. This guy was a great footballer.
And a
But we don't
good
know that.
coach.
Great, not
Lakini
good,
sasa shida
great.
timu yake Arsenal imechapwa mabao, but anyway, bado mechi ni mchanga. Go ahead, Alex.
I've even forgotten the question, man. See, that's the problem of having
Now the
light
question is
moment.
about how Ruto is traveling, and we are losing some diplomatic relationship with our neighbors. So are we building others while destroying some?
No, with our neighbors, East Africa, I think we are not at the bar where we were. I think there are things Ruto is trying to change, and
Okay.
I may not blame him on that, because when you look at the imbalance that we had, and I'm saying out of good heart, some people may think now I'm in UDA if I say that, and I'm not. For instance, the whole of Kenya, tunakula mayai ya Uganda. Yet we are capable of doing what?
Producing our own eggs.
Eggs. Now, chicken is also coming from there. We've started finding goat meat is coming from there to us. Top that. Now, when it comes to Tanzania, it's stopping the onions and all the things that are coming out of there and making sure that we have our own onions. So the relationship within East Africa, he wants to balance our trade because in terms of food security, they are quick to bring food to Kenya, but when we try to take our eggs to them, they bar us. Unaelewa? So this relationship, and even if they are lost based on the trade.
Okay.
But also on a personal level, Ruto has his own problems with Madam Suluhu. Because I will listen to Madam Suluhu several times. The way she speaks, she has no respect for Ruto. And when the deal of government to government went sour, it looks like Museveni and Ruto are not in the same path. But also, Ruto has made some friends in Africa, and you cannot deny it. In West Africa, people view Ruto as a Pan-Africanist. Unapata mtu from Ghana anasifu Ruto mpaka yaani unashindwa kumwambia who Ruto is. Unapata mtu kutoka Liberia anasifu Ruto. So he has made friends other places. But the critical friendships that we need are those ones that we trade more than 80% of our goods, which is Uganda, Kenya, Rwanda, Burundi, Southern Sudan, Ethiopia, and Somalia. So I'm sad that we are losing such kind of friendship, and we are building friendship that may not be able to buy some of our goods. And even if they were, the transportation will be too high. Yeah, that's all I can say.
All right. Beautiful. Allow me now to bring guys who haven't spoken. But Mr. G, I give you a minute or so. Yes.
Yeah, I'm leaving. Let me just speak 1 minute alafu niende. You know, on what Alex has spoken. You know, those people wanasifu huyu Ruto sana, they're outside. They don't know what Ruto has done to this country. Even they don't know his leadership. You know, huyu Ruto ni mtu anapenda kupaka watu mafuta. Yaani anapenda kujipaka mafuta, anaonekana mtu ambaye ni mtu mwingine tofauti na yeye. Do you know that Malema alikuwa anampraise sana, akawa anakastigate Raila, but when Malema came in and experienced what people are going through, na akapata ukweli ambao uko kwa ground, mpaka sahii hajakubaliana na yeye. So for anyone to know who Ruto is, they have to go closer to him. Wakisonga karibu na yeye utamkata. These people, huyu nini, mtu kama the Rwanda president was the first person angekuja mbio wakati wamemuannounce kama president. The Rwanda president alikuja mbio mpaka kwake, anakuja kumcongratulate. Sahii hata angalia kwa event zake hakuji tena. Why? Because this is a person who believe in lies and propaganda. Anaishi maisha ya ukora. Huko nje anaportray kwa ni mtu mzuri lakini si mtu mzuri. So for you to know this guy, you have to come to this country. Come closer to him and you know that this guy have it. One thing I wanted to say ni Mr. Rebel, haukufaa kuwa kwa comment. You are supposed to be hapa kwa panel tuongee. But sasa wewe umebakia kwa nini alafu hapo umeplate down sana. Wacha tutakutana kesho because I have to sleep.
Mr. Rebel anaenjoy game ya Arsenal. You know, ni jamaa wa Chelsea. So he's really enjoying the thrashing that Arsenal is receiving tonight. But anyway, we continue. We are the Gunners. We continue. But having said that, I don't know if you're through because I wanted to bring in Zalendo on this.
Yeah. Just bring him because I have to go now.
Okay, I
But
understand.
namsalimia, sijamuona for a very long time. Mzalendo nakusalimia sana bwana. Lakini ujue hatutambui UDA, hatukutambui kabisa.
Na mimi mwenyewe mimi nakutambua tena, tunawapenda sana. Unajua mlishamnivalisha kofia ya UDA na nimevaa rasmi sasa, so ukiniona ujue tunaongea juu ya serikali ya William Samoei Ruto. Nimeona hapo awali umejaribu kukanganya maneno hapo, ikawa unakula maneno yako wewe mwenyewe. Uchaguzi mlishindwa, na baba alisema ni wakati wa sasa kuangalia jinsi ambavyo mtajipanga 2027, na hiyo pia imewakanganya kabisa na mnazidi kuchanganyikiwa, ilhali bado matusi tu ndio mnatupa. Ruto on just as Alex had said, Ruto on the African outlook or the Pan-Africanist that he is, he has really represented the image of Kenya more than any other president at an international level. So you must give him credit for that. And whatever you are saying about Malema, of course, Malema was attending a function that was largely sponsored by the civic society and the opposition. So it was not a government function. So Malema represented the opposition function. There's no time that he will support the government of the day. Even back in South Africa, there's no time that he's supporting Ramaphosa. So that is his politics. That is his nature of abrasive politics that he brought in the country. So if a foreigner comes to your home or your house and starts criticizing you, you kick him out. And gee, that is very, very wrong. Hiyo si uzalendo. Hiyo ni kukosa uzalendo na kukosa upendo kwa nchi yako. Yeah. So hiyo ndio mambo machache ningependa kuyasema. Ndio tuwe kwa level moja. Hiyo ndio imefanya hasa niingie kwa show sana. Nisalimie Mr. Alex, na pia nikusalimie na nikuwish happy new year popote mlipo, and quick recovery once again to Alex, although ameingia na matusi hapo, lakini yake bado naitengeneza, iko jikoni, itakuja kama imeiva vizuri. Naomba tu asilie kama mwenzake.
Lakini unaona nakwambia umesota jakuwa mkubwa yet.
Hii bwana, hii ni baraka hii bwana, hii unajua kufika maleniko kimwili ni jinsia, na kufika hapa pia ni kukula vibaya. Kutoka hapa ndio ngumu zaidi waona. Kutoka hapa ndio ngumu zaidi, lakini kufika ni haraka. Hata Jex anaelekea hapo, lakini
How did I make to that conversation? But ni sawa.
Naona unacheka sana, lakini utafika pale. Ukifika pale tutakupokea. Tutakupokea, tukwambie kutoka ni ngumu.
Mzalendo, I wanted to ask you a question.
Mzalendo, uko na swali from Alex.
Mzalendo,
go ahead, Alex.
Yes.
Go ahead.
Nimeenda Afrika Kusini, nimekaa kule kidogo, lakini wiki mbili kama sasa zimepita, rais wawili Jacob Zuma na Thabo Mbeki wamesema they are not going to vote for ANC, na wamesema Ramaphosa is the most corrupt person they've ever seen in their country. Now they actually formed a parallel party called Mkoto wa Sizwe, which within two days has registered 2 million people. What will be the fate of ANC? Because it is the oldest party in Africa, and if the opposition wins, which I think they want to merge Mkondo Ozuize and EFF. They want to merge towards March so that they go to election. When you look at Fala Farm, whereby this guy had over 100 million under his bed, do you think they will take Ramaphosa to jail?
You know, South Africa, unlike many African countries, we have seen South Africa taking Zuma to jail. We have seen them actually doing justice to the people. And Ramaphosa is one of the leaders. I've been reading a lot of journals from South Africa saying that Ramaphosa is corrupt and Ramaphosa has to face some justice at some point. Definitely he'll face justice. Definitely he will go to jail and he will be jailed. He will be jailed. So that is the benefit of working in a country where systems are working.
Especially the judiciary.
Yeah, the judiciary is working, and Alex, go back to African countries that got independence very, very late and were free from the colonial. Go to Botswana, now go to South Africa. Look at the infrastructure. Namibia. Look at the infrastructure the Mzungu left. It is working. Look at the countries like Kenya, that the infrastructure were left by the Mzungu, were destroyed by we Africans, and we keep on blaming ourselves. We are the problem. We, the people, are the problem. Today, South Africans can decide their destiny by themselves. Kenyans cannot decide their own destiny. Somebody like Mr. G is waiting for guidance from Baba. He does not have any particular direction. That is the difference of South African people and Kenyan people. EF is called who? Will this guy of EFFP is called EF.
Malema,
this party is called Malema. Will Malema be the president of South Africa? No, he can never be the president of South Africa. And the new party that is under ANC, what are they looking for? They have to merge with another political party. Go back home and reflect the same. What is the Azimio is almost broken. Who is likely to form a coalition with ODM party? The answer is UDA. UDA will form a coalition with ODM. Eventually, you might not like it. You will eventually accept Baba's position because you have no particular stand. You have no particular stand. That is why when he joined Jubilee, you went to Jubilee. When he joined when he'll join UDA, you'll be in UDA. So people in Kenya don't have any political stand. They follow political figures and the tribal leaders that we have in the country. So that is my take on that on that issue.
I think you have answered the question right, but where I disagree with you is on Malema being the president. Because when Mkondo Ozuize was formed, this is what they say happened. Zuma called Malema and S. Magashule. They sat down and then they asked themselves, if we do not form a party that will put ANC down, Ramaphosa is becoming a president again for 5 years. Are you ready? So the agreement was they were to come to EFF. But because some people fear EFF, they decided no, form another party. When we are almost election time, then we will merge. Because how they choose their president, it's not like they vote for them. They vote for a party, and when that party gets the majority, then the next sits down and decides who becomes the president. So they don't vote a president directly. So for you to say he can't be, he can be, he can't be, depending on how he's going to work with the neck. Umesikia Mr. Mzalendo?
Yeah, Alex, I'm just setting up something. I'm coming back in a short while. I'll be listening on the background.
Yeah. So to have VJX, what next now? Which topic?
Sorry, nilikuwa nimejimute. I was listening to you guys with Malema Storo and all. Let's go back. Let's come back to our country. There is a very interesting ruling that has happened today. Justice Shitembwa has has been stripped of his duties. He's no longer what do you call him? A magistrate or a judge of the High Court. Now, this is the judge who, in many cases, especially on impeachment, fell on his docket or on his desk or on his judicial podium, if I may use that word. And after he used the the is it called the gavel or the gravel to make his ruling, Sonko went back and found evidence incriminating. And of course, this is the evidence that has finally sent him home. Um, from where you sit, Bwana Alex, is this the state of our judiciary that there are people who have a way of corrupting their way up to the very highest of offices in as far as justice is concerned, to the level that a judge is now stripped of his role because of being corrupt or being not able to be clean, not of sound character. What do you make of that ruling on and on him being demoted as a judge of the High Court?
It was long overdue.
Mm-hmm.
When Sonko got stripped from being a governor,
Mm-hmm.
he became idle.
Mm-hmm.
And during the night, probably the guy never used to sleep. I think alikuwa na stress ama kitu kama hiyo.
Mm-hmm.
So he started sending some videos of and expose on how he could bribe. He could even show clips on how those bribes passed and how they got, how he talked with those judges and the rot. Later on, when they realized that he was going deep and it was going to reach the Chief Justice, they ganged him and they told him that he should not post anything anymore. And if he does, that is contempt of the law.
Mm-hmm.
But the little we saw from Sonko's expose shook me that these people are being given a bribe of a tune of up to 6 billion in some cases. Directly ya legal ni one, but then anapewa contract ya county ya 5 billion. So, you know, sometimes I'm caught up between a hard place and a hard rock. Kwa nini? Sometimes I say, yes, Uhuru was right not to do this. Martha Karua was right when he wanted to put the judiciary well, and then nani akakataa, naitwa nani? Kibaki, then he resigned. So, and we have degenerated to a point that na huyu mwenye anafutwa si ati ni mwenye ameiba pesa nyingi. Unaweza pata ni mtu mwenye hakuiba pesa nyingi ndiye apeane, aliiba kidogo akasema hii ni yangu, hakupeana, Raila kikwenda juu. Unaelewa? Because when you get like half a million, like a half a billion, it has to go through chains. You all have to share.
Now,
So,
now, this is a person who wanted to be the Chief Justice, only for you to be demoted. What do you make of him?
After Koome became the Chief Justice, I don't care about the seat of Chief Justice because it was a revered seat. Ukiangalia from Gisheru, ukiangalia from Mutunga, ukiangalia from Maraga, they all had their weaknesses. But the kind of respect still that seat had, you could feel like it is an arm of the government. But with Koome, you may think it's Gikomba market. because you go to court, because today you go to court, unaambiwa faili yako imepotea, aidha uwekwe rumande mpaka faili yako ipatikane, ama uende nyumbani uweke bond, faili yako ikipatikana utaitwa ufanya nini, urudi. Those errors are back, whereby files zinaibwa. I don't know why keep your file bado. I think we are computerized nowadays. We don't need those files. Unapata judge, lawyer still anabeba files kwenda kwa nini. You carry your laptop, go there. Unaelewa? So, for me, this guy could never have made a chief justice. But what gave him the boldness to seek that seat is because he had amassed a lot of wealth. A lot of wealth. So he was courageous and bold to try. But thank God, he didn't make it. Can you remind him? Anaitwa Justice Mutembu ama Mutembu?
Chitembwe.
Oh, Chitembwe. Okay.
Said Chitembwe. Chitembwe.
Chitembwe. Yeah, I always confuse her name. His name.
Let's listen into what happened. Yeah, this is the ruling.
Said Chitembwe's fate has effectively been sealed by the Supreme Court, which dismissed his petition against a tribunal that recommended his sacking over gross misconduct. The Supreme Court affirmed the tribunal's decision recommending Chitembwe's dismissal from the office of a judge. Judge Chitembwe had protested the use of a video and audio recordings which were covertly recorded by former Nairobi Governor Mike Mbuvi Sonko against him in 2021 when he was serving as a judge in the Civil Division in Nairobi. Setolale has more.
Said Chitembwe's 14-year career as judge of the High Court appears to have been formally put to an end by a 5-bench judge of the Supreme Court led by Mohammed Ibrahim. The top court upheld Chitembwe's removal as a judge in February by a tribunal stating that, I quote, "It fails as we are satisfied with the tribunal's conclusion that the evidence presented established that the petitioner's conduct was in breach of the Code of Conduct and Ethics and also amounted to gross misconduct or misbehavior contrary to Article 168 of the Constitution." The Apex Court holding that Judicial Service Commission ensured that the proceedings before it were conducted in consonance with the Constitution and the law, upholding the rules of natural justice and respecting the petitioner's constitutional rights. Accordingly, the court found that there was no basis upon which to conclude that JSC violated the petitioner's right to fair administrative action, nor did the tribunal for rejecting the invitation to interrogate the proceedings before the JSC, for which it had no powers. In addition, the Supreme Court judges went on, I quote, "The court cannot find fault in the tribunal's conclusion that the petitioner's conduct divested him of any claim to protection under the principles of judicial immunity. Judicial immunity will only be available for actions or omissions of a judge done or omitted to be done in good faith and in the lawful performance of a judicial function." The 5-judge bench stating that though the video and audio recordings were covertly recorded, they were recorded by participants in the conversations. Accordingly, the court found that the audio and video recordings produced did not contravene the petitioner's right to privacy under Article 31, and the admission into evidence did not render the inquiry before the tribunal detrimental to the administration of justice in contravention of Article 54 of the Constitution. The Supreme Court also making no orders as to the costs of the petition and who would bear them. Evidence against Chitembwe emerged in 2021 as he was serving as a judge of the Civil Division in Nairobi. The Judicial Service Commission commenced proceedings against Justice Chitembwe after receiving 4 complaints in the form of petitions against him. The 4 petitions were later withdrawn, but JSC went ahead of its own motion to probe the judge, appointing a committee of 5 people to conduct the probe. The committee interviewed 18 people, recording statements from 13 of them, including Mike Mbuvi Sonko. The JSC then recommended to the president the formation of a tribunal to probe Judge Chitembwe, which the then President Uhuru Kenyatta did.
The tribunal finds that the contravention of Articles 10, 75, and 232 of the Constitution and Regulations 9, 19, 20, and 21 of the Code of Conduct and Ethics by the judge amounted to gross misconduct or misbehavior.
Judges can be removed from office over inability to perform their functions due to mental or physical incapacity, breach of code of conduct, gross misconduct or misbehavior, incompetency or bankruptcy. Seth Olale, Citizen TV.
All right, fantastic piece. Okay, now I've heard from Alex. Let me begin with you, Mzalendo. What do you make of this removal of Justice Chitembwe from office? And Mike Sonko was very, what do you call it? Was the one who brought all this, and it was him who brought the inquiry and eventually the termination. Is it a win for Sonko? Is it a perfect revenge? Because this is the first judge who upheld the removal of office of Mike Sonko. Is it a perfect revenge for Mike Sonko?
It just shows you how corrupt the judicial system is, and that one has been acknowledged by Koome and many other judicial officers. Because one, let us address the issue why the judiciary is corrupt. Judiciary is corrupt because initially it lacks enough funding. Enough funding means that it doesn't have enough money. So that is one of the reasons, and a lot of backlog in cases. When cases are held in the judiciary for a very long time, then that opens an avenue for corruption. Then that avenue of tufanyaje hii kesi, because they've been there for so long. Corruption cases should be given a time frame that they should be executed and prosecuted. So that is something that the judiciary has been trying to address. We are lucky we have the Judicial Service Commission that oversees a body like the judiciary, how the judges, how they perform their duty. For Mike Sonko, is it a win or not a win? For Mike Sonko, he has just proved that, yes, these people are corrupt. Yes, he has been part of the corruption ring. He has been able to manipulate the system at some point. But for him, his career is done. As far as public service is concerned, he will not be anywhere in leadership. He can never be appointed anywhere. So it is a disgrace because some of if a judge like that passed a sentence on you, and later on is found to be very, very corrupt, then again, maybe the Supreme Court can look back and say, hey, let us look afresh in this Sonko's case. Maybe that can give him a reprieve. But as it is right now, he can never hold any public office.
Okay, interesting views you're bringing on board.
On there, let me ask you a question, please. So Sonko brings this case, and the judge has been found culpable. He's going home. How come the person who was giving this bribe is not being sued? Because he's the one who claims I gave the bribe, because he says it by himself, by the clips that we saw in Facebook. What makes the judiciary not also investigate Sonko?
Yeah, I think that is why I said in my statement that he has been corrupt, he's corruptible, and he has used that trick to manipulate his way out. So by performing that action of, doing the recording of video with the judge unaware and everybody else unaware, you are also participating in the act, or you kind of knew that it was going to happen. How did you know? Then maybe that should be investigated by DCI and find out how, or maybe it was a setup. Maybe it was a setup. Senko can easily set you up.
Mzalendo.
All right.
Mzalendo.
Yeah, how are you, sir?
I'm fine, thank you, sir. How are you?
I'm doing great. But
You know, tuko salama huku, hatuna maneno. Najua kuna watu wengine walikuwa wamevaa sufuria kwa kichwa. Hata wakati nimekuona na hiyo kofia nikaogopa kidogo kuingia kwa studio. But nimekuja nikaona kofia.
Leo nyinyi watu wa Azimio ni mamuke niona tu ni matusi. Ni
kofia
kunitukana tu, sijui ni nini. Wacha nikuulize bwana, sitaki, unasikia? Kama nilikukosea mwaka jana kwa matamshi yako, naomba unisamehe. Naomba unisamehe. Kama nilikukajeli mahali, naomba unisamehe.
Hakuna shida kiongozi, lakini sasa mimi swali yangu niko kwako, nataka nikuulize, until when tumekupatia nafasi uhudumie wananchi wa Kenya ama uhudumie the whole world or whatever the place you are, why should you change or why should you be manipulated? Yani, you don't want to do the right thing to the people. Why is that? Kwa nini ukwe na hiyo behavior mpaka unaona saa hii tunachezewa clips kama za Sonko hiyo? It's because the person who was there, yani, he doesn't want to do the right thing, na anajua tu kwa akili yake hapa sijifanyi poa, but anaendelea kufanya hiyo kitu. Until when, Mzalendo? That's my question.
Captain, unajua binadamu wametengenezewa silaha kama grenade, ametengenezewa nuclear weapon, ametengenezewa risasi, ametengenezewa hii nini ya kupoison, inaitwaje? Kuna hii chemical weapon. Hizo zote zimetengenezewa binadamu kwa sababu binadamu ni ule ule. There's nobody who is perfect. Captain, there's nobody who is perfect. Even you, wewe mwenyewe uko na dosari yako, uko na makosa. Kila mtu anaona Captain, kuna watu wanakuona wewe ni mtu mzuri sana. Kuna watu wanakuona wewe si mtu mzuri hata kidogo. Unaona? So, Bwana Ruto hawezi furahisha kila mtu. Hawezi furahisha kila mtu. Opposition hawezi furahishwa na Bwana Ruto. Kwa serikali zote ulimwengu mzima, ukishinda uchaguzi, hauwezi kuwa nyinyi mko pande hiyo ya wale walishindwa, alafu mkafurahia sana utendakazi wa serikali ambao iliwashinda. Lazima mtafute makosa kwa hiyo serikali mpaka ile mtapata hiyo makosa. Na mnafanya hiyo kazi vizuri sana. Sisi tunawashukuru kwa sababu mnafanya hiyo kazi vizuri sana. Kwa utendakazi wa Ruto, opposition inafanya kazi mzuri sana. Kila siku ni kuangalia makosa ile Ruto anafanya. Akienda akipanda mandege, mnasema anapanda mandege alafu anakata trip, anasema sasa nimekata by 50%. Sasa sitakuwa nikienda hivyo. Mkiongea mambo ya housing levy, anasema nimewasikia, acha nikate hiyo mambo ya housing. Kwa hiyo Ruto ni mtu ambaye anasikia malalamishi ya opposition na anasikia malalamishi ya wananchi. Hiyo ndio uzuri ya Bwana Ruto, anasikia. Ya yote ile mnasema anasikia. Hii show leo anasikia. Ile kitu mtasema hapa kesho utaona ameitimiza.
Okay, Mzalendo. Sasa ukisema hivyo ni kama sasa hii mambo ya kuvaa sufuria kwa kichwa haitaisha hivi karibuni. Bado tutavaa hiyo sufuria. Hata wewe mwenyewe unaendelea tu kuvaa hiyo sufuria kwa kichwa.
Wewe unajua kuvaa sufuria ni haki yako. ni haki yako kikatiba. Ukiona kama kuna utendekazi mwema kwa serikali ama watu wafanye nini, hiyo ni haki yako ya kikatiba, uende uprotest, ufanye vile unataka ili serikali iweze kusikia malalamishi yako. So unaweza endelea, ukiona kila siku serikali ifanye kazi, unaweza kuvaa sufuria mpaka 2027 wakati tunaenda uchaguzi.
Na kama hawana sufuria, na kama hawana sufuria kwao, anaweza vaa, inaitwaje? Agwata, anaweza vaa agwata.
Alex,
anaweza vaa agwata. Unajua agwata ni ile ya kukunywa uji.
Bana. Wewe kuja hapa kwa show live. Wacha mambo yako hiyo
unajua. Alex asikie mzuri. Alex unajua kwa kitanda, lakini tunashukuru sana amemake effort kuongea na sisi.
Alex, pole bro, pole. Hujaniambia? Pole sana, pole.
So unasikia bwana kapteni, hiyo maoni yako ni sawa.
Mzalendo.
Wacha nikwambie, naona Ben Nyagaka hapa. Ben Nyagaka. So unasikia bwana kapteni, hiyo maoni yako ni sawa.
Mzalendo.
Ongea, nafasi ni yako. Ben Nyagaka.
Habari mzalendo.
Umeweka gadget mbili mzee.
Habari gani?
Mzuri sana bwana Ben.
Oi mora inyo wadwa. Na kapteni Jemge. Mumingala. Mwigo Alex Buyamono. Na wacha niseme ya kwamba hii kesi ya Chitembwe, when they accepted that taping by the former governor of Nairobi, that's when it was over with. And I don't understand the logic of taping somebody when they didn't even know that they were being taped. Hiyo ni kesi ingine. Lakini what they have done is good. The court has been corrupt for a long time. Na koti ndio imefanya vitu mingi kuharibika Kenya mzima, si only in Nairobi, everywhere in Kenya. So that hii ambayo tunapiga nani Ruto ati alifanya hii na hile, that was very very clear, and I do not understand mzalendo kwa nini hamjaona hiyo at the servers were open. The ODM side, Azimio side, had this guy who was, his name was Njoroge, and he was the head of ICT in East Africa or something. So I don't even understand why they don't point that out. Even if it was limited, it was not, it was negotiated and limited to certain areas, and the servers were open then. Hiyo ni kuambia mtu kama checks mzalendo muone hiyo na museme ukweli. Because every of the polling station that they pointed out that there were more numbers than not, they went and counted them, and the same numbers that were in IBC were the same numbers that were reported from the Kituo. Kwa sababu yani kwetu kama ni Nyaguta, it's the same thing they reported from there. So I've listened to Alex, anajua vijana wengi wakisi wako na ODM, and Ali, when I was listening, it's like listening to them. Na wanajua mimi ni mtu ya UDA, na UDA, we are not there just to support Ruto for what he's doing. We are there to advance the values of what Ruto is saying. Na tukishindwa, vile vinawaambia kila wakati, tukishindwa tukubali kushindwa na tuendelee. That is what the democracy means. When a lot of us mzalendo wanasema kwamba Raila is the one who brought the democracy, who brought the freedom in Africa, he doesn't understand what the democracy is all about. How can he bring it and he doesn't understand it? Hii maandamano kwanza ilikuwa to say that remove Ruto, and he has just won the elections. How is that? There is nowhere, even in Europe where they have a lot of maandamano. In Sweden, I think they were maandamano ya kwamba it was age ambao walikuwa wanaongeza, yani watu wa retire instead of 62 wa retire kama 65, na watu walikuwa wanakataa. The students in France, they have a specific ideas what the maandamano is all about. Hii ya Kenya uzalendo ilianza kutoa Ruto ushukani. Even the one of 2017-18 was even better. Even the Raila's wife asked him, when you get to Jamhuri Park, ukiapishwa hapo unakuja nyumbani ama unaenda State House? All these other guys went to the town so that they can remove Ruto from power. You cannot. Now the latest ni kwamba maisha yamekuwa magumu. So how can the losers be the wanyapara, be the supervisors of the winners? They should have those ideas for themselves and advance it to the Kenyans so that they can win the elections. Lakini kama wanasema at 2027 UDA itaiba tena, all for it, utaiba. Kwa sababu wacha mimi niseme ninatoka Kisii. Sisi au Kisii hauwezi kuwaibia mara mbili mara tatu. Hata ukicha nyumbani useme uliibiwa utachapwa. So it is this gentleman that always being stolen from that are saying whatever they are saying. So some of us, wacha niseme kwamba we're in order to stay and we're in order to win. Thank you very much, Muzalendo. Erokamana.
Captain, una yapi ya kuongezea kwa hiyo maneno?
Nataka kuuliza Ben Nyakaka 1 or 2 3 things, because I see him, he's talking very good about UDA and the current government as we are talking. Mzalendo nini Ben Nyakaka, do you think ama unaona serikali ile saa hii iko Kenya inapeleka wa Kenya vile inafaa?
Kapteni, vile tumesema ni kwamba serikali ya sasa inaendesha Kenya vile inatakiwa. Some of us supported it knowing that we'll get what we are getting right now. So ikifanya kazi vile ilikuwa inatakika kufanya kazi, that's good.
I think this is the best debate now we have here. And it is good because Alex is here and also Mzalendo is here because I know they are the people. Ameenda tena. Allah. Ameenda. Na ndio tulikuwa tunataka tumuulize, mimi ni UDA kabisa, lakini our people are not happy of what's happening in the government as we talk. Watu wetu wanalia, ile machozi haitoki nje, inaingia kwa roho ndani, inamwagika kwa tumbo huko. Yes. So Ben Nyakaka is the one to tell us, because for me, I speak for the people who are there to tell me that, bro, we are not happy for this government.
Captain, wacha nikuambie kitu moja. Na hii swali nilienda function fulani, ilikuwa na Wakenya wengi sana, karibu Wakenya 12 na tukaanza kuongea mambo ya siasa, tukaingia siasa ya Ruto, tukaingia mambo ya taxation, kila kitu iko tax iko juu na nini. Uzuri kwa hii hafla kulikuwa na majamaa wale wamesoma hesabu ama economics. Wakasema mtu kama wewe, mtu wa kawaida, mtu kama mimi na wewe, tutaweza ona Ruto afanye kazi na ameweka vitu za bei juu kabisa. But ukiangalia kwa njia ya jinsi ya kuangalia mambo ya numbers na economics na vile jinsi uchumi inaendelea, wanakuambia Kenya iko katika the right path. Ni path ngumu kabisa, but hiyo ndio kitu lazima ingefanywa, ndio tufike mahali tunafaa kufika. I can see Captain Teno umetoka. I was addressing you. But that is what people are saying. People are saying that Kenya is in the right path and Ruto is doing the right thing. The opposition will not see it. You must feel the pain. And the pain is we must pay those taxes. We must pay those debts that were there in Uhuru's time. Today, a country like Ethiopia has defaulted on its loans. It may default. Ethiopia iko mbele yetu tu na a few digits ya GDP. Wako mbele yetu. I think that we are in Africa. Kenya is number 5, I think. Ethiopia should be number 4. So Ethiopia iko hapo mbele yetu. Imekataa kulipa madeni, it has defaulted. What does that imply economically to that particular country? So wanakuwa na shida, ingawaji kila kitu inaenda mzuri kwao, pesa iko, nini iko, lakini loan haulipi. Ni kama useme wewe unakuwa na mshahara yako, lakini kila saa unakopa kwa duka ya Mr. Macharia, na Macharia apati pesa ile yake unafaa kumlipa, ama ulipi ada, ama ulipi kodi, lakini pesa unazo. So hizi pesa zina accumulate na interest na uwezi zilipa. So Kenya ilikuwa imefika mahali, yes wamekopa madeni lakini hawezi lipa. Lakini Ruto akikopa deni anawaambia hao wazungu ama wawekezaji that hii deni tunakopa tutailipa namna hii. Hiyo ndio tofauti na analipa. So vile serikali imeingia imekuwa ikilipa madeni, mabacklog. Aliwaambia kwa hiyo conference that ile uchumi mlikuwa mnaona ati ni mzuri ilikuwa ni artificial ya kujidanganya, ati tunafanya vizuri lakini hatufanye vizuri. Unaambiwa ati mnapiga kelele hapa ati wekeni subsidies, leta subsidies. Nani akwambia subsidies ni kitu ya bure? Subsidies sio kitu ya bure. Subsidies ni pesa unapewa lakini utalipa. It's not free money. Anyway, I can see Mr. Kenya revolutionary.
Just a minute.
Yes.
What are you telling us now? You are telling us the taxes is okay in Kenya? Our Kenyans are taxed. Is it okay?
Let me tell you, Ruto does not wake up to say, I'm going to increase taxes. There is an economic advisory team that advises the president. And he has an agenda. You know, Ruto's agenda is not the new agenda. Ruto's agenda has to be implemented by tax collection. So if that was part of his agenda, then let him run with his agenda. That is his agenda. Now, the work of the opposition is to do this. You are making a mistake. Give us the alternative. Give us the alternative. Give us the alternative solution to the fuel, to the high cost of fuel. Give us the alternative solution to subsidies.
Hold on. Mzalendo, let me ask Mzalendo a question. Captain, hold on. You are saying subsidies are not a solution to anything.
I am saying subsidies is a temporary measure, but it cannot be a permanent solution.
You know that
it is costly and we pay for it.
You know that agricultural products in America have been under subsidies ever since the Great Depression. If today we remember when it was debated in the Congress when they wanted to take it out and they realized that milk was going to shoot from $3 to $8. Do you remember that time?
I remember something like that. Yeah, I remember something like that.
When they discussed the SNAP deal, and then they realized that because of the production of food and how it's done in this country, you cannot leave it unsubsidized. Otherwise, everything, people will go hungry, people may not pay rent, people may eat and refuse to pay rent. So we cannot flippantly say that subsidies do not help. There is a place and a time. For instance, since the taxes went up and all these levies that we are seeing, that means the money in the pocket has reduced for parents. Then why don't you subsidize education so that and then we do it gradually as we adjust to it. You know, this cold turkey thing is what is hurting people. Like all of a sudden, many things have been. Matatu inaongeza, pikipiki inaongeza, mafuta inaongeza, chakula inaongeza, manyumba inaongeza. So unapata people who are lower middle class in Kenya wanafinywa left and right. Unaelewa? Lower middle class wanafinywa left and right. So the real middle class ambao walikuwa make mistake, wamechukua nyumba ya loan, gari ya loan, now they have to give it up because it's not sustainable to them. And I don't think we must grow an economy in that way. We must take care of our middle class because our ultimate goal is to have most of the people to be in the middle class so that they can have a buying power. So just getting, do you know how I think?
Hey, sorry for that. Hello? Yeah. Kulikuwa na kelele hapo. I think I got your point that subsidies are necessary at some point. But my argument is that the subsidies that were happening in the country, they were not necessary, and that is why the country is still running without the subsidies. So they were not really necessary. Is subsidies and education, was it removed? No, it was not removed. I think the subsidies that were removed on fuel products. So that is what really was affecting most people. And who are people making most noise? They're the business community. Those are the capitalists who control the economy, and they are pushing it to the local people so that they can make more noise, that the subsidies be brought and they get more money. So when the subsidies are brought, yes, the fuel will go down by maybe 10 bob or 20 shillings. Then what? You will still pay for it in other manner. In other ways, you will still pay for it. But inakupatia tu afueni kidogo, but mutailipa. Now, does the country have that money for subsidies? That is the big question that we should be asking. Hiyo pesa iko? Ama hiyo pesa ni pesa unakopa, alafu unaweka kwa subsidies?
Okay, Mzalendo, you see, kuna kitu hata sahi tuko online, we are here online because of stima imetuweka hapa online. Na mafuta, hata we sahi ukitoka hapo sahi utaendesha gari yako hapo nje uende mahali. And to my brother, the President of the Republic of Kenya, William Ruto, please, aangalie tu mambo ya mafuta na mambo ya stima. Aone vile anaweza ipunguza. Hizo vitu zingine zote itashuka ikishapunguza hiyo mafuta na stima. You see? When I flashback, mtu kama Charles Keter alikuwa kwa energy, the other government. Ako wapi sahi? Sahi wameleta tena Chirchir. We are not doing good in that Ministry of Energy. What's wrong? Shida iko wapi kwa hii energy? When we talk of energy, Ministry of Energy or Ministry of supply power na nguvu za umeme na nini, inaitwa criss-crossing everywhere in life. And that is why everything in Kenya ina skyrocket. Yani inapanda, inashuka, yani we don't even understand. In some countries, where even some of us we know, stima ndio iliwekwa muhimu kabisa, iko chini kabisa, ndio ifanye production iende juu. Hata wewe mzalendo unaelewa penye huko. Stima hapo penye huko, yani imepunguzwa iende bei ya chini, ndio ile production ya stima ina produce, yani unaelewa. I don't want to put it in a way that you understand what I mean. So naomba sana President William, mimi ni supporter wako die hard. Angalia stima na angalia mafuta ya gari, petroli hizo, diesel yote ile ya movement punguza, na hiyo vitu zingine zote, hata rent itapunguzwa ukishaangalia mambo ya stima na mafuta. Yes, that's my point.
Yeah, I agree with you. I see is a Kenya revolutionary. Are you there? Kenya revolutionary.
Yes,
Inakaa
sema.
Unanisikia?
Kenya Rebel yuko
Merry
hapo.
Christmas, happy holidays, my brother.
Ako. Kenya Rebel kama hautakuwa tutatax hiyo nywele hiyo. Hiyo nywele yao inafaa ulipie tax.
Olala, hii mambo ya captain analeta. What do you think about the issue of subsidies? This is an issue that we have talked about in this platform for almost a year now. And we are not even getting it right. Everybody keeps on saying that subsidies should be brought back. I think my position is like it should not be brought back so long as everything is working. What the government needs to subsidize is electricity. If they need to subsidize anything, then they should subsidize the energy sector like electricity and other things. Yeah.
What exactly is working? You say things are working. What's working under this government? You're a DA person. Can you just tell us what's working right now?
Right now, as we speak, UD has managed to bring the cost of living down. That is a must. Yeah, the cost of I think by and large the cost of maize has gone down, and that is the truth. The cost of healthcare has gone down. That is the truth. What UDA is probably grumbling and everybody is grumbling about is taxes and the cost of fuel, which by and large most of the East African countries are paying the same amount.
To cheat our people. Why?
No. Mahindi haijaenda chini.
Kwani mahindi sasa wafuni Kenya mahindi?
Mimi nauliza bei ya mahindi ni 270.
Haina shida. Hata wewe unajua biashara si Kenya peke yake. Saa hii production ikienda juu, bei itarudi chini. Saa hii kila mahali Kenya wanafuna mahindi bro. Mbona unatanganya?
Sio imeenda chini, siko kwa serikali ya Ruto ama iko kwa serikali ya nani?
Hapana. Usidanganye wa Kenya bro. Usidanganye wa Kenya.
Kila mtu akivuna mahindi, bei ya mahindi, nimeuliza swali, bei ya mahindi ni pesa ngapi? Jibu swali.
Saa hii mahindi hata gunia ile walikuwa wanauza 6,000, saa hizi ni 3,000 ama 4,000 ikienda sana.
Na hiyo inafanyika kwa serikali ya Ruto ama serikali ya Mungu?
Hatuna haja na serikali ya nani ama nani. Saa hii production Kenya ya mahindi iko juu.
Umesema mahindi ni 3,000 kutoka kwa 6,000 imerudi
3,000 ehe.
Hiyo ni
sababu ikarudi 3,000 ni nini? Niambie ni nini?
Mbolea ilishuka. Wakulima wamepata mavuno mazuri.
Nilijua utatuambia mambo ya mbolea.
Sasa mbona unauliza swali ile unajua jibu yake?
Hakuna.
Nauliza swali ngumu, hiyo ni swali rahisi sana.
Mbolea, kama mlipeana mbolea kwa wananchi wa Kenya, it is your right. Wananchi wa Kenya wanataka hiyo mbolea. Hawakukuja kuwapigia magoti kuomba mbolea. Ni sawa. Nyinyi wenyewe mlipeana mbolea. So msikuja hapa kutuambia ati sijui mbolea ilikuwa nini. Hapana, it is their right to get the service of from their government. Are you seeing? So stop telling us mbolea ilikuwa chini, ilikuwa sijui wapi, ilikuwa juu ama wapi. Hapana. Ni kama CDF. Mtu anakuja na CDF anasema nimepatia sijui nani basari nikapaya na it is the right of the people. So when we talk of mahindi kurudi chini, ni kwa sababu everywhere in the country sahi mahindi inavunwa. Don't tell our people ati maisha imerudi chini. Subsidized everything that is supposed to be used by the ordinary Kenyan. And you understand what I mean. You understand what I mean?
Wacha nikuulize Captain,
Yes, sir.
Wewe unataka serikali ya William Ruto isubsidize nini?
Sitima, wacha nisema hata na kikale. Sitima na hii nini mafuta, diesel, petrol, hiyo yote. Weka hiyo vitu yote chini. Wewe ukitoka Nairobi, ukishuka unaenda ushago nyumbani, mafuta ikuwe chini, usilipishwe pesa mingi. Kwa sababu mafuta iko juu. Subsidized the very, very, very useful things that Kenyan anatumia. Mafuta na stima. Hiyo tu. Hiyo vitu ingine yote itarudi chini, rent yote itarudisha chini. Unaelewa what I mean?
Naelewa vile unasema.
Yes.
So bwana Kenya Rebel, are you there?
Naona Alex ako na swali. Wacha Alex aseme kitu.
Huyo jamaa ana watch ball. Wacha na ball aanze debate. Nimeongea
sana. Leo kuna ball gani bwana?
Arsenal imelala already. Mchezo imeisha.
Ndio umejaa hivi hata utaki kuongea.
Wamekula ngapi?
2-0 West Ham. Mimi ni mtu wa Chelsea, hata kuongea siwezi ongea. Tuko namba 10.
No, it's long since Arsenal lost a game.
Unaleta mambo ya mpira bwana. Mimi sijui mpira kabisa.
Turudi kwa siasa basi. Mzalendo.
Nimeona comment ya Geoffrey Ruto. You know Geoffrey Ruto is a good friend of mine.
Captain.
Yes, sir.
Tulikubaliana kama tuko kwa panel tusiangalie comment section kwa sababu tutaharibu moods. Hata mimi nimeiona, nyamaza kabisa. Hapo chini tutatukanwa, lakini tuko kwa panel tunanyamaza. Tafadhali. So Mr. Mzalendo.
Yes.
I don't disagree what you're saying about the cost of living. But again, it's a white elephant. The way you should put it is this: we are getting where the maize is going to go down. Hii mahindi haijavunwa yote, ikauke iende mashinani. Unanielewa? Lakini at least ile tu kuvunwa watu wamejua, the consumer confidence imeanza kuja that mahindi itaenda chini. Lakini we haven't started feeling it yet. But honestly, by January 15th hapo, latest February, mahindi itakuwa imeenda chini. Unanielewa? Lakini still this Christmas watu wameumia. Hii ni ile Christmas mnashare mandazi, mnatengeneza, unajua hii inaitwa KDF. Mnatengeneza hiyo mandazi moja kubwa, mnaganya watu watatu.
Hiyo mandazi bwana naitamani vile umeitaja.
Hiyo tulikuwa tukienda tukiongelea, unaona hapo tukienda Lakeside hapo. Munapiga ball. Munaenda na kibuyu alafu nini na waleta inaitwa nini? Waves
zinawaleta. Alex, just one moment.
Yes.
Mzalendo, I don't know if it is you or Kenya Rebel, because Captain Sham mute, nimejaribu kutest because kuko na ari sound. Either mtu ameingia twice or something. So I'm going to do a mic check. Mzalendo, can you say something? We see.
Hello.
Okay. Alex.
Hello.
Captain.
Okay, mic testing 1 2 3 1 2 3.
It is Captain's. Log out, log in.
ama zima YouTube yako, huku zima YouTube ukaingia StreamYard. So nilikuwa nakwambia nani, unakumbuka wakati tulikuwa tunapiga bal, tunaenda kule tunaogelea mpaka jioni, tukirudi njaa imetuuma. Yani the next mwanamke mwenye ako na aguata next
Days, those are the days.
hapo ndio nakunywa uji na kalabashi mbili na hiyo maandazi karibu 6, unaelewa? So what I'm saying, Kenyans have reached to a point that unaweza ogelea hivyo na usipate pesa ya kukunywa uji. A friend of mine told me kuna mahali huko Kisumu watu wanakulanga samaki, unaenda unaosha gari yako kwa lake, mnakula samaki huko. Hizo vibanda they are free now. Nobody selling fish now. Let us look at the state of the country. Policies are good. Policy sounds good, but there's also something called a reality. Eventually, I don't disagree. If he follows through some of these things that he is saying, if that is my caution, Mugala muwe lakini mpe haki yake. If he follows through, he ends up
Mzalendo Jex, hapo iko aje?
uko sawa, uko sawa, sasa mute. So what we are trying to say is this. For now, hakuna pesa kwa mfuko ya watu. Hata yeye mwenyewe kwa interview ambayo alikuwa nayo na watu wa media, at the end of the interview, Mzalendo, do you remember what he said? There is no money in people's pocket. Do you remember he said that?
That's what he has been saying. Tukaze kamba, tukiambiwa tujikaze.
No. Jex, kwa ile interview alikuwa nayo kwa the media people, when they were finishing that interview, do you remember Ruto the last statement alisema, weka picha tu, unatoa kwa nini? Do you remember what he said? He said there is no money on people's pocket. Do you remember Ruto saying that?
Yeah, he did.
Yeah, that's what we are saying, Mr. Mzalendo. Si yote lazima tutetee Ruto saa yote, even when we know ye mwenye ame accept something aje. Maisha imekuwa ngumu, there is no money in people's pocket. Unaelewa? So we can predict the future. Things can be better. If we have a bumper harvest and we make sure that we keep it in the silos, we keep it away from the cartels, we supply it the whole year, we will never have a problem. But if we allow again the Minister for Agriculture to start hoarding it somewhere else so that there can be shortages, that is where the problem starts. So I hope Whip Zakayo should be real to his Minister for what? Agriculture, so that our food security can be actualized. How does he do that? Let's account for every maize that comes to the government, let's say silos or warehouses. Keep it safely. In case we see tena maize imeenda chini, through the strategic reserves, tunatoa kidogo, because Kenya is lucky. We plant twice. There are countries that plant only once a year. So there is no need of sisi kuwa na njaa. Secondly, kitu ya pesa mfukoni. I think he should have done the finance bill in a gradual way. Wewe huwezi toa watu sijui levy gani, hii gani. Ujui watu kama sisi tuko na watoto 6. Tutashindwa kupeleka watoto shule. Tutafanya vile kitambo watu walikuwa wanasema, kwa sababu wewe mzalendo ni mkubwa, wewe enda umalize, kisha maliza, mimi na wewe tusaidiane, tufunze ndugu zetu. You know we are going to that place if you are not careful. So let us be wise on how we are doing. We don't want any child left behind. I think education, it shouldn't be heavily subsidized, but at least, because the problem is this. Do you know some of the worst cartels, and I want us to discuss this, the worst cartels we have in the country are headmasters. Ukitaka kushona vaji ya shule, yeye ndiye ako nayo. Sweta ya shule, yeye ndiye ako nayo. Uniform yote except viatu unanunua kutoka kwa headmaster. Wanadanganya unanunua kutoka kwa basa, but unanunua kutoka kwa headmaster. Do you know that is being a cartel? So if we can curb such things, I think our country will go on forward. But as of now, you cannot say that the country is okay. Ruto himself said there is no pocket, there is no money in the pockets of our Kenyans. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Alex. I think I agree with all your points. That the president again said that in the beginning that it's not going to be easy, but he's on the right track. He's doing the right things. He has reduced the budget to around 300 billion. So that's what he says, and those are the numbers that economists are working with. So according to him and other economists, we are on the right track. So it's going to be painful, but eventually in 5 years' time, Kenya wataskia mzuri, especially when the housing. By the way, Jack mentioned that we need to talk about the housing levy. Yesterday there was a protest from slum dwellers saying that they need the houses. They are tired of staying in slums. This is a complete turnaround to what Azimio has been addressing. Now, the slum dwellers have come out saying that they want to get out of the slums. They need those houses. I don't know what we are going to do about it, but the government is supposed to provide decent housing. Azimio team is not providing a solution to anything other than lamenting. Maybe Alex, you being on that side, you can tell us what you are planning with the housing so that this thing can move.
You know, Mzalendo, I think sometimes you have amnesia. When the issue of housing levy came, I was one of the first people to support it. But I cautioned, I said this. I fear the people that Ruto is going to put to manage that. The same thing, he put people to manage Hustler Fund. Now, you know, that Hustler Fund became useless instead of helping hustlers. You understand what I was saying?
Yeah, I remember Hustler.
Yeah, when his peers came to Spice FM to explain, his peers had already worked with Raila because Raila took him from South Africa, and they were trying to talk about. But the problem was the housing levy was not going to be forced on people; it was going to be voluntary. That was Raila's manifesto. Secondly, there was an age cap. If you are 45 years old, you have already built your house, you have settled, why should you pay again house levy? Then we were to look into consideration people who have homes, even if they are 25 years old, because they already have a home. Why should you cut them money and they already have a house? Are you forcing them to have a second house when they don't want to have it? So those were the things that we needed to talk so that the rest of the people, which I will agree that maybe it should be forced, if you don't have a home, from 18 to somewhere to 38, latest 42. But how do you tax a man who's almost retiring, 55 years old, housing levy? How do you even explain it? That is insanity.
Alex, Alex, how do you explain a 75-year-old American walking into a mortgage company and getting a mortgage, or a 90-year-old and getting a mortgage.
But that is voluntary. That is voluntary.
And they qualify.
That is voluntary. We are talking here something that is forced.
That is mandatory.
It's not mandatory, it is forced. Mandatory means there is an agreement. There was no agreement between the government and the civil servants or the people who get paychecks that this should happen. There was no agreement.
I think most of the constitutional, before you implement anything, and Ruto knows it so well, that it has to go through public participation. So this issue of housing went through public participation. And it's not that Ruto was introducing it. He only made some changes to what Uhuru had.
Mzalendo, does Kenya have public participation anymore?
Yes, there are public participation. What we were witnessing at Bomas is public participation.
No, where? I thought it was slashed out.
No. Public participation is there, even at the county government before they implement anything.
Mzalendo, I don't know why Mzalendo. I'm disagreeing with you on everything that you are saying today. I don't know why. I'm disagreeing with you on everything.
Okay. Captain, I'll give you a chance. I'm wondering where this echo is coming from.
It is your side. You have an echo on your side.
Okay, let me log out then. Meanwhile, Jakes. Hello? I still have it. Okay, Captain, continue with the conversation as try to solve.
Okay. What I'm trying to say is, are you getting me, people?
Yes.
You are the one who is having an echo. Log out.
Okay. Let me log out and then I come in.
Both of you are having an echo.
Actually, I had mimi mwenyewe nimejitoa. Captain, it is on your end.
Log him out. But you echo.
Mzalendo, can you try to log out and log in?
I don't want to. Ebu kick me out.
I cannot. Let me see. Umeingia via Facebook. Facebook ni ngumu kutoa.
Is there still an echo?
No, it's not there.
Oh, okay.
There's a slight one. Jake, can you say my kid?
It's still there. Let me do this. Alex, can you re-log in? Okay, Kenya Rebel, can you have your mic on? I test something. Your mic is on. Eh?
Hello.
Yeah, no, the echo is not. No, it's not there. Mzalendo, say something.
Hello.
It's good now. Alex, say something.
Yes, I'm here.
Yeah, now I think we are good. Okay, Mzalendo, continue kidogo. I'm almost through with what I'm doing, then I join you fully.
Just hold on.
While we're holding on, Mzalendo, can I say something?
Say something, man.
I just wanted to say that why can't first of all, this housing levy thing is still on the courts. It's being challenged, and Ruto is still continuing with it illegally. why can this housing thing be why can't it be a devolved thing? Because, like as usually say, the housing needs in Nairobi County is different from the housing needs in Wasingishu County or whatever the case is. Why can't these counties handle that issue? Okay, we have a lot of slums. I don't know where this protest was happening. I'm assuming somewhere in Nairobi, where we have slums. Yes, that shouldn't it be something that Sakaja takes care of? Okay, yes, you can work with the national government to do this, you know, whether it's asking for more funds or whatever the case, so the treasury, you know, like Alex made a good point. Why should somebody who is 45 and has his home uko nyumbani, his Simba, why should they pay towards this housing levy where they already have houses? If he's living in Nairobi, maybe anapanga is renting, but eventually he has his home uko nyumbani, which he will eventually retire. Is it fair for him to pay this housing levy? And of course, this housing levy will also be targeting the very people who are the engine of this economy, who are paying overburdened with taxes already, the taxes that have been passed through. Employers, small businesses who are asked to pay 1.5 going towards the housing levy. Yeah, it does not make any sense. This can be left to the counties to handle. Okay, in my opinion. So this thing should be stripped off, the whole thing, in my own humble opinion. Thank you.
Kenya Rebel. Housing is devolved. In all the 47 countries will get housing. So I don't know when you're saying let it be devolved, what you meant, but housing is being developed.
No, it's not. It's not Mzalendo, because I don't know if you watched the video in Kiambu where those people were complaining that they were being kicked out by the government. Wakisema ati the county has given that hizo maploti zao for this very thing, that wanataka kujenga manyumba hapo because people need houses. There was a protest in Kiambu, and it wasn't because the governor or whatever the county government kicked them out. It was the national government who came there and pushed them away from their land and say that land itajengwa manyumba. So no, it's not a devolved system. It's the national government who are imposing this thing, which is constitutionally illegal. It's an illegality.
No. What is happening is that the government cannot come to your county and just start building houses. They must work with the county government. So just like in Homa Bay, where I come from, the houses are being built, but they're working in coordination with the county government of Homa Bay. In Kisumu, the same. So
if I may, Mzalendo, just to correct you, the program is started with the executives. It's an executive initiative, which he passed it through. The reason why I say it's not devolved is because it's not whoever the governor of Kiambu did not come up and say this is my program for the county as far as housing. This came from the president himself passing it, trying to implement this thing to all the 47 counties. So it was not initiated by the counties individually based on their housing needs. It's the national government that said, hey, I will come to every county and try to build this. Whether they consent or not, that's not the issue. The issue is the national government cannot decide something for that for all the 47 counties as far as housing is concerned, because this is it differs with county to county. But anyway, thanks.
And another thing that is bringing all this controversy. When Kibaki came to power, after a few days, he started giving up mortgages for people who wanted to own homes through the mortgage system. And when Uhuru also came to power, many people bought homes through the mortgage system. Now, these people are paying already their mortgages. because it's a 30-year mortgage. It's being taken directly from their payslip. How dare again do you take a levy from them?
It's now a tax, actually. It's not even a levy. They made it a tax.
I think the court should be with the people this time around. This is something that should be squashed because I don't think many people, I will speak for my people. Our people, once they get to Nairobi, they fear living in rental houses. You will find mostly watu wanaenda huko, yani vijiji zingine watu hawajaienda. Before watu waende Kitengela, waende Utawala, sisi tulikuwa tumeshaenda huko kwa sababu tunapenda kuishi kwa nyumba yako kwa sababu unaogopa kulipa rent. Now, these people have already homes. Hata kama ni ndogo aje. How do you take money? And these people are sometimes, when they built their home, they were also forced to take mortgages for their houses. Now they are being forced to take a levy for another house. I don't think Ruto administration is really thinking about how the previous government dealt with the housing. These things should be thrown out. It will be voluntary. And because actually they've been just stamping, even those who wanted to buy homes through this program may be afraid because when the president is just stamping like that, you know, it's like the same Kenya River, it's the same thing. And I think, then I asked, what does the government has to do with edible oil? Because the person who brought that was who? Korea. Then we say this is a conduit, this is a cash cow. It's a conduit for money. People said, oh, Alex, no. Wacha serikali ifanye kazi. What ended up happening? Billions of money were lost. Na hiyo mafuta ilipokuja, it was not even consumable by human beings. So I think there are so many blunders that a little bit Ruto has done. And I'm not criticizing him because I hate him. I'm only saying that this housing thing that he's saying is so huge. It's not like oil to government oil of 17 billion. Yenye tunaweza kaa chini tusahau. He's saying about 100,000 houses per month. Per month ama per year?
Ni 100,000 affordable units per every year. His projection is 1 million houses in his term.
Yeah, so we are talking about trillions of money.
Mm-hmm.
So we are talking about trillions of money. So if this thing falls in a bad hands, remember, we are not old enough not to remember. Nyayo houses were started, and I think they've stalled until today. Were those Nyayo houses ever finished?
No.
Huko Ngara, the other side, were those Nyayo houses ever finished?
No, hiyo ya Ngara ilikuwa inaitwa Boma Moja. The Boma Moja was a project by Uhuru Kenyatta. So each and every government comes with an housing project. So
Nyayo ilikuwa inaitwa Nyayo houses.
Nyayo houses hii ilikuwa ya Kibaki na Raila. The Nyayo houses iliisha. Nyayo housing iliisha na watu wakaingia
kwa Moi ilikataa kuisha. Kuna hii ya Moi ilikataa kuisha.
Moi alikuwa na moja. Moi, I don't know whether Jirongo ndio nilijua.
Moi alikuwa nayo. That's the time walikuwa na controversy na nani, because that's the same company that was building that was building Yaya Center. Do you know the Yaya Center mpaka sasa haijaisha?
Mogoya Construction Company. So unaona hizi unajua when you form a government as a president, there are things that you promise that you are going to do and you want to implement them. There's also the people and the courts to decide whether you are doing the right thing or the wrong thing. Now, this matter is before courts. I think it went to court and it was dismissed as illegal. It's now back to court again. The executive have to really fights so hard. That is why, again, sometimes, Alex, it is important that the judiciary works with the government on some issues. If the executive wants to implement a project that they feel this is our pet project and it will help the economy, this housing, as much as people are seeing it like, okay, it's such a huge project, we might lose money or workers are doing this, but in the eventually, what will it do to the housing sector and the economy at large, and how many jobs will it create? The benefit is more than what we are talking about here. We are talking about reduced cost of renting houses, because when there is a big supply of housing units at a cheaper cost, then landlords will have to reduce the cost. There will be more money on for people to spend. So rent rent in Kenya, is it regulated? It's not. So wakes up and yes.
We are not disagreeing on policy issue. We are not even disagreeing on how the outline will be. We are not even disagreeing that Kenya needs that. Our disagreement is this. Already, within 1 year, there are some projects that have brought big-time scandals. Government to government oil, edible oil, so on and so forth. So we are questioning ourselves. Now, if he has people who are so incompetent so far, yeye mwenyewe amekaa chini akaambia mawaziri wake, nyinyi hata mjui kitu mnafanya, kuna vitu ninajua kwa ofisi zenu hata nyinyi hamjui. You remember I told them that way?
Yeah, he told them, yeah, me, I'm hands-on. I know things that are happening in your department that you don't know, and I should not do that. And that should not happen. That was just telling them.
And my fear is it's a noble project that may end up in a very ignorant person that may cost, not that it will cost Ruto. Ruto may have had a good faith giving it to a person he thinks that is capable of doing it. But these people end up failing him. That is my fear.
I think
2013. Look from 2013, from the laptop issues, NYS, this oil company that was from France, that was holding oil, the maize, the Kinjuri maize issue, the Muhoho mercury issue, all these things, when that's why
no, Alex, you've gone back to Guru's. Yes.
No, I'm only saying that what happens within the government, that sometimes you think you have a grip on, na kumbe watu wamekutana wanafanya vitu zao. Unaelewa? I'm not blaming Ruto for that. And that is why I told Kenya Revolution one day this, and we argued about the constitution. I said, it comes a time, if I was to be a leader in Kenya, and I know I'm going to do something effectively and it will help people, I will not go to court. I will defy the courts, and I will do it anyway. Why? Because some of our courts, Saingine, stop everything, even things that are beneficial to the common wananchi. They become wrong.
I just wanted to say this. First of all, before I get to what Alex is saying, when I had that PS Hinga, who I think Alex is telling us Raila took from South Africa, because I think he worked in South Africa for a while. He said it will be a PPP, private public participation or something. And the setup is what's messed up, because he was saying that they will find an investor who comes in with his money and they give him land for free, give him materials for building these houses at a discount, and all he has to do is build.
No, not at a discount. VAT free, not a discount.
Okay, VAT free. Okay, still, it's kind of like a discount in not so many words. But anyway, regardless, so all this investor has to come in is with his capital, build this building, Then after he builds this huge house, whatever, whether it's an apartment complex or whatever it is, he names his price and tells the government, hey, I built this thing, I want 50 billion. I'm just using a number. And the government will be obligated to buy it from the investor. And after they buy it from the investor, then it is up to the government to figure out who comes into the house, who will be qualified to come into this apartment complex or the houses they are building. The question is, where is the risk on the investor's part? Because if it's PPP, we should be sharing the risk. The investor, all he has to do is come up with the capital, build the house, name his price, and he walks away with whatever profit he calculated. Okay, where's the risk on the investor side? So this thing seems to be designed to profit the private investor or whoever that investor will be on the other side of things, who's guaranteed. He's building something that's already guaranteed it will be bought by the government for whatever price he will name. So that's the biggest problem for me when I hear about this housing, affordable housing thing. To Alex's point about sometimes, and also Mzalendo, I think you say that the coast will be working with the government, and I don't know, for the betterment of for the benefit of the wananchi. No. There's a contract, that constitution, whether it's beneficial or not to the wananchi, you have to, before you hold public office, you take an oath to uphold that constitution. So just because you feel we have a wonderful idea which can help people, that's immaterial. You have to follow that contract, the constitution that you've sworn you will follow by. That's why Uhuru hated Maraga with a passion, because Maraga was actually telling him, no, you are not. There's a wall here. You cannot just railroad your way and do whatever you want. There's a constitution. And that's why I say the reason why we have a constitution and different arms of government is to put checks. We are human beings. When we have power, we will most likely try to abuse it. That's why we have those separation of powers of different arms of government to do exactly that, regardless of how wonderful you think your idea is and how wonderful it will help the Kenyan people. You have to do it within the legal framework.
Wow. Wow.
I think, nisharudi. Nimetengeneza kila kitu. Nimesima kila kitu.
Sawa, kama umerudi uko poa, hebu peana mchangio wako au mjadala wa nyumba.
Nimesikia Kenya Rebel ameongea vizuri sana hapo, na unajua anajaribu kuongea vizuri ndio tusitax hiyo nywele. Ni sawa, hiyo iko sawa. And
Ruto ananiua bwana, Ruto ananiua.
That is where I'm coming now. That's where I'm coming now. Why are we, when you remember Kenya Rebel au Matiang'i was walking, na saa hivi ile serikali iko. In this government of your government of UDA, who is Matiang'i in UDA? Yani mtu tunaweza compare na Matiang'i kwa UDA saa ni nani?
Captain, stop triggering me. Unani-trigger na kusema jina Matiang'i.
I'm triggering you because we need service delivery to our people. We need service delivery to our people.
Matiang'i alifanya kazi nzuri.
Pesa iko wapi?
Captain,
Raila alikuja akatuambia 6,000 itakuwa kila mwezi. Kama Raila angekuwa serikali saa hii, tungefinya Raila atupetie 6,000 saa hii atupe hiyo pesa.
Captain, unakumbuka Rorwaka land scandal?
Thank you. 3.5 billion.
3.5 billion. Ile kitu tunasema, Captain, wacha nikwambia. Ile kitu mimi nasema, na I am saying this with all honesty. Wakenya wamekuwa wezi wengi sana. Wawe katika serikali, wawe katika hii panel, wawe katika nini. Wengi wetu wamekuwa wanatamaa ya kufika mahali pale kwa uongozi na waibe. Hawana ile utendakazi kama ya bwana Mchuki. Wacha nikuambie example mzuri kidogo, lakini si mzuri sana kama Mchuki hivi. Unaona?
Michuki was
Unaweza
another
ona
disaster.
unaweza ona utenda kazi wake. You can see his work and his performance. Yes, but you see, again, at the end of the day, nobody is perfect. I want us to look at this Kenyan who can be given a job and perform perfectly bila kukuwa na dosari yoyote. Look at even the people in Azimio. Look at the people in UDA. You'll find that most of us are tainted. They are tainted in a way that even if they are given the responsibility, they think about developing themselves first before developing the people. Ruto's initiative is very, very good. It is something that everybody else should embrace. But what is the reason? The reason and the logic why people are fighting it. Oh, we are being overtaxed. You see, somebody is removing 2,000 shillings from my salary and giving me a house for 5 million, and I'm complaining about it. That is rubbish. You see, because getting to buy a land in Kenya today, to get to buy a land only is almost 1 million, 2 million, and that is in the low localities, not in the high end market like Karen and all that. Hizi ni mahali zile wananchi wa kawaida wanaweza afford sahi, but unaambia mtu yes, hizi nyumba within 1 year they will be complete and they will be ready for you to buy.
Mzalendo. Mzalendo. Who told you they needed that house? Did they tell you they want that house in the first place?
They need it. They must not tell you.
No.
They must not tell you that they need it. They are renting a house at the moment. Wanaishi wapi sahi? Just wait. Hao watu wanaishi kwa nyumba ama wanaishi kwa miti?
Okay, Mzalendo, please.
No, uliza tu swali. Hao watu wanaishi kwa nyumba ama wanaishi kwa miti?
I'm answering.
Kenariba niwaachie Mzalendo kidogo. Wacha nikuulize Mzalendo. Unachukua mtu kama huyu msichana alishinda magold sijui ngapi. Anaitwa nani huyu mkale Faith? Kenariba anaitwa aje? Ule msichana alipewa nyumba ya free. Mtu ameleta pesa.
Yule alikuwa police force.
Na kuna pesa. Kuna hii msichana
huyu alishinda marathon.
Yes, he was in the police force.
That's an Faith, Faith Kipyegon or something like that.
Faith Kipyegon, yes.
Kitu kama hiyo. Sasa mtu ameleta pesa kutoka nje, madola. Alafu unapatia tena nyumba ya bure. Huyo mtu anafaa apewe bure ama anunue na hiyo pesa ameleta.
Angalia hii sasa, hii ndio akili ile, yani hata siwezi reason nayo. Yani wewe huyu athlete amekimbilia inchi akaleta gold akatuweka kwa mstari ya mbele internationally katika sports. Unataka kuja hapa asipatiwe medal zawadi yoyote na inchi
ya kazi gani hiyo? Ya nini? Na ako na pesa.
Captain.
Hiyo reason
yani maskini asinde tu aendelee kuwa maskini tu.
Captain.
Ndio maana
simusikiza
unaona Wakenya wengi wanakimbilia.
Simusikize wengine, hamwezi ongea peke yenu saa yote.
Sikiza Alex, hata tusikie Alex, hata Alex
sema bwana.
Katika Ministry of Sports ilikuwa structured. Kitambo ulikuwa ukipewa gold medal huko nje, unakuja tu unaingia na ile pesa yenye ulikuwa umepewa, unaenda kama ni Kericho, kama ni kwenda huko, maneno yako inaisha. There was a bill that was passed. Ikasema it is unfortunate that some of our best athletes that did in the 60s, 70s and 80s are some of the poorest. And we must change that. These are people with gold medal. When we go to the
Alex, we've lost you.
No, Alex is there.
Alex, come back.
Yeah.
Sauti yako imepotea, Alex.
Unanisikia?
All right, I will get Alex back in a short while. But what Alex alikuwa anajaribu kuambia captain is that hizi vitu ni sheria zimepitishwa na ni njia ya kutunukiza wanariadha wetu, ndio njia ya kutunukiza artist wetu, and that is in part of the government policy. So hakuna kitu mbaya hapo kama kupatia athlete ule ameshinda mbio kule nyumba. It's not even enough, but it ni zawadi tu. Ukienda nchi zingine unapata wanapewa zawadi kubwa. Ndio maana unapata Mkenya anakimbilia Saudi Arabia, kwa sababu serikali ya Saudi Arabia akishinda inampatia nyumba na magari na vitu kama hizo na citizenship. So unapata mwingine anakimbilia USA, Mkenya anakimbilia Cape Town, anakimbilia China, anakimbilia na Neukale, kwa sababu nchi yake haimdhamini kabisa. So hii ni njia ya kudhamini wanariadha wetu. Tunawadhamini sana, na wasione ya kuwa kazi yao ni kukimbia tu. Akikimbia pale akibeba bendera, anabeba bendera ya Kenya. Anabeba bendera ya Kenya, anakurepresent wewe captain. Akishinda zawadi, sisi wote tunashangilia, na akikuja hapa lazima tumtunuku ama tumpatie zawadi na kulingana na vile alivyo perform kule. I think that is a good thing and should not even debate about it.
Kwa sawa, tunaelewana hapo. All the panelists tulikuwa tunaongelea story ya Rebel, Zalendo, Honorable Alex.
Captain, mbona watu sauti zao zimepotea? Mnanisikia kweli? Can you hear me?
Of course we getting you.
I can't hear anybody's voice.
Wewe ndio uko vibaya na unatuforce tuende nje. Wewe ndio sauti yako iko mbaya.
Sasa unaona hata Alex ameenda nje amerudi tena na wewe ndio sauti yako ni mbaya. Anyway, Alex ni kama huyu jamaa nini
system yake imeharibika. Nawasikia. All right.
Sawa. Ndio nilikuwa nasema all the panelists here, Mzalendo, Honorable Alex, Kenya Rebel na wale wako kwa comment section, that tuko kwa hiyo story ya kupeana nyumba. Juu nilisikia one of the panelists aliongelea mambo ya kupeana nyumba nini, ndio nikakuja nikasema, is it worthy really? Mtu amekimbia huko ameleta madola apewe nyumba ya free, ama ni kulipa analipia? Ndio Mzalendo ulikuwa unaendelea kuelezea, na Alex pia amesema iko kwa sheria. We can continue from there.
So wakati waliona wanariadha wa kitambo wamekuwa maskini sana, unapata mtu alienda sijui ni Brazil ya Olympic fulani, mtu alienda Tokyo, hata Atlanta juzi tu hapa 1985. These people are very poor and their trophies are kept in the Ministry of what? Ministry of Sports. They realize that 99% of all our athletes are extremely in a destitute place. So they started to ask, what should they do? And part of the things that ignited it, ni Joe Kadenge. Joe Kadenge was one of the best footballers in Kenya, but he died almost very poor. Wakina Motego, Wakina Peter Dao, you can remember those people. So I think they put a bill in parliament, wakasema, I think these people, since they represented Kenya, we must put a pension fund for them. But those who go out and win, you know, when they come, they don't, all their monies, they don't take. They are also taxed heavily, by the way. If they are getting 1 million, almost 35% is gone. They remain with 65%, if you don't know that. So kupewa nyumba sio kitu kibaya, kwa sababu government is also getting revenue from these people. I wish they were not being taxed, but they do get taxed. And then when you look at them, they put the country and they are better ambassadors. Kuliko hii ujinga Balala alifanya last time, anakuja kutueletea sijui nani Kampela ati ndiye akuwe ambassador ya nini ya Kenya. Somebody like Faith Kipng'ong'e,
Kipyegon.
Yeah, Yegon, in a very few days alifanya Kenya alimarket Kenya to the maximum. Unaelewa? So these people are not only athletes, they are ambassadors. Okay? When they wear our flag, they are our ambassadors. So kupewa nyumba na gari is a token for me. More should be done to these people because at a time when we are so polarized and we are so toxic against each other, at least we can find a reason to support a Kenyan who is running in international what? In international arena. See what nani alifanya Kipkeino.
Kipkeino.
Yeah, what he did. When he did 1.59, the country was very toxic. But at least toxicity ilitoka kidogo to celebrate for 1 week. We felt like Kenyans. So there's a way athletics, sports brings people together, and we must appreciate these people so that our children may also be encouraged, those who have sports to come in. Somebody like us, nilicheza badminton up to national level, lakini babangu alikuwa ananichapa ananiambia wewe enda shule, wachana hii vitu za Wahindi. Had I continued to chase badminton, today I could have been very far. Because our parents did not understand the value of what?
Of sports. Yeah.
Sportsmanship.
I agree with you.
Mtu kama mzalendo angekwambia those people who stayed in Homa Bay, tungecheza mpira ingine mbaya sana. Hiyo ndio time Itirio inacheza na Pehila Koko, Rapogi, Migori High School, Kanyawanga, Homa Bay High School. Ilikuwa mpira ingine mnacheza, by the time unafika final, yani kila mtu alicheza na nguvu yake yote. Mawe inaanza, wale wenye wameshinda wanaanza kuchapwa mawe watoke huko. It's not something we liked, but the competition was so high. If these kids were taken to a soccer academy, I swear these people, a lot of them could have been in Europe today. Because Nyanza tournament used to be, nakumbuka kuna moja ambayo tulienda national, ilikuwa Onjiko. Do you remember the Onjiko one?
Onjiko boys, eh?
Onjiko boys.
It's still a big thing.
I tell you, Kisumu boys ilikuwa huko, Kericho boys ilikuwa, watu wakatoka Mombasa kila mahali. The soccer we played, not even the National League ya Kenya ingecheza kufikia hapo.
You see, Alex, those days, Homa Bay High School, we had somebody called Felix Otieno playing for Harambee Stars, playing for Gor Mahia. We had Freddy Okal playing for Gor Mahia. At the same time in Homa Bay High School. In Interior, we had Henry Motego playing for Shabana and is playing for the national team. We had Michael Kelth, who is the father of Arnold Lurigi, playing for Interior, and at the same time is a goalkeeper at Interior High School, and at the same time playing for Shabana. We had Henry Nyandoro playing for Shabana.
Nyandoro, one of the best strikers ever.
Yes, and playing for Harambee Stars. So you see, the sports then was an in thing, but just as you said, our parents were not aware. They were not aware that sports will one day become bigger than education. You know, it will become the biggest earner, not really bigger than education, but the biggest earner. Yeah, a sportsman today earns more than anybody else in the world. Messi, his salary is calculated in seconds. Yeah, and
that is why I was explaining to Captain Kua, we must reward excellency. Excellency is not at class only. Excellency is not at work only. Excellency is not in the house only. Excellency sometimes is endurance. Sportsmanship is not easy. When I used to play badminton, I could come home, yani unaona mabega yangu, I could not sleep kutoka nyuma, kutoka mbele. I had to take painkillers. Why? Because the practice I could do, it requires endurance. So when you see these people being given a house of 3 bedroom, that's an insult. Because every day they wake up at what time? At 3 a.m. By 4 a.m. they are what? They are in the field. If you look at how Kobe used to play, go and see how Kobe used to play. Anaamka 3, anacheza from 4 to 6, anaenda anakunywa breakfast, anaoga, anarudi 8 to 12, anaenda anakula, anatoka 2 p.m. to 6 p.m. every day when they did not have a game.
Let me, Alex, let me come in before you go or before you relax a bit. We have rewarded Faith Kipyegon today. Again, maybe I'll run and then I'll make the best. I'll clock the best, what we call world record. I'll break the record. Musalendo will break the record tomorrow. The next day, Kenya Rebel will break another record. The next day also, you, Honorable Alex, you will break another record. How many houses will be there to be given to these people? How many?
Let me try and answer you that. I mean, the government is not limited to finances. The government, look at the wastage that the Auditor General reported on the government.
They told us they have empty coffers.
The government has got money, money to pay. On that note, let me just tell you, there's a project that we were involved with, just rewarding the Kenyan athletes, and it stands up to today. This was one of my proposals that stands up to date in Kenya. Ukienda hapo ujue, this is one of my proposals that I did for Kenya Athletics Association. It was executed by one guy called Ayub Mugo. He has come to this show on several occasions. And this is just to recognize the athletes in the country. So we did this during Faragut's time. No, during the other Kipchoge Keino, it was easy way. I was the chairman then. So he liked the proposal, and today you can see the athletes there. And some of them have retired. Kina Ndereba, they have retired. Today, if they come to Athletic Kenya, they will see one of their sculptures there. That is a project that I was involved in, and it will stand for a very, very long time. And that is the only way you recognize talents, by appreciating those who have brought the country proud, not by looking at the number of houses or how much they are going to get from the government. So those are just words. They should be there.
Okay.
They should be
Okay. Alendo and Honorable Alex and Kenya Rebel, just a minute. We are now talking of rewarding our athletes. How can we reward ordinary mwananchi kwa sababu tulikuja na mambo ya pesa mfukoni, which for me I see hii haitawezekana hiyo. Kule Kisii kwa kina Alex wanapanda ndizi, wanapanda avocado na nini. Mbona wasijengewe factory ya hiyo ndizi, factory ya avocado? They process all those things, ikuja na fruits nini, wauzie Wakenya wengine. Mimi ni kutoka Eldoret, wana process mahindi. Tunachukua mahindi tunapeleka Kisii. Nikitoka Kisii naleta fruits nauza Eldoret. Nikienda mahali kama Mount Kenya, huko ni maziwa na nini na kila kitu, wanafuga ng'ombe na kila kitu. Nikienda nachukua mayai na ukuja nauza Eldoret. I don't know if you understand. Sehemu zingine kama Kisumu, naenda nachukua what do you call hii changarawe ya kujenga nyumba. Nikienda Kisumu napeleka maziwa na mwaga Kisumu, narudi na lori yangu naleta nachukua sasa hiyo changarawe. Why are we not doing that? Say that tunaangalia mzalendo, unatoka Central, tutakufanyia kazi yako vile unataka. Alex anatoka Kisii, tutamjengea factory ya fruits. Kenya Rebel ni mtu wa Kisumu ama ni mtu wa Masaini huko, mtu wa ng'ombe, tunamjengea. Mbona tuchukue KMC tunapeleka Nairobi? Mbona isikue kama Masaini penye kuna ng'ombe? We have to expand our minds. and do the service to our people. And that is what I really advocate for that. Hiyo ndio naomba sana.
Well, asante sana Kip, and umemention Kisii hapo. Alex atatuelezea kama kuna maendeleo pale Kisii, but I can assure you that the governor and the national government are working very, very closely in Kisii. And kuna market moja inaitwa daraja mbili. Alex, sijui kama umeenda daraja mbili lately, ukaona hiyo soko inakaa namna gani?
Very advanced.
Nilitaka, unajua kuna saa zingine we condemn and we condemn and we condemn, but we don't look at the achievements of what the counties are doing. This other guy is called Simba Arati, is doing a very, very good job at the county of Kisii. If you look at that market, that Darajambili market serves the whole of Nyanza. That is a very, very, very big market. I saw the activities and I was like, wow, today it's operating even at night. Yeah, this market is it's complete now. The construction is complete. You can, if you visit this market in the inside, you'll find traders trading in mandizi, unasema, maavocado, manini at wholesale, na inaenda mpaka usiku. Na ile mboga yote unapata Nairobi, Nairobi saa 10 usiku, saa 12 inatoka katika hii soko huko Kisii.
Agena Jisaga. Alex anajua Jisaga.
Kisii County ina supply mpaka Nairobi kwa hizo mboga. So economically, the youths in Kisii are really enjoying devolution. So devolution has worked in some of the counties very, very perfectly. This is money being utilized properly by the county assembly of Kisii, and the community are benefiting. Now, avocado, very, very soon, they are taking the avocado to Kisumu Airport for export internationally. So this is a county that is on the move, unlike so many other counties that we talk about. So Kisii Airport,
they already got an investor that presses and gets the avocado oil out and uses the skin for something else, and then the seed for something else. It is already functional. The oil is so expensive. It gets exported to Europe.
So Captain, a youth in Kisii hautampatia shilingi 200 kukupigia kura. A youth in Homa Bay utampatia shilingi 50 na kupigia kura ama 100. That is the difference between empowering your people economically and just having them, being there not empowered economically. Wanapiga tu siasa kila siku. So Kisii County, congratulations for the job you're doing, and kudos to Governor Simba Arati and his team. That's some good work coming from Kisii. Yeah. And remember, they also have a cancer center. Well, this is one of the counties that also has a cancer center. And this is the county that also has a children's hospital. A children's hospital in the whole of Nyanza. I think after Kisumu, it is Kisii. They have a children's hospital now in Kisii. And probably the only cancer facility in the whole of Nyanza.
I like the governor for Kisii because he's a good man. Yeah? He's my man. Dealt with him in Kawangware. He was my MP in Nairobi. And I know he can deliver. He can deliver service delivery. It's only that our people in Kenya, we are manipulated in a way that we want to believe so much in party politics, ODMs, UD, or whatever. But for me, you see now, my MP in Nairobi was Simba Arati. Sahi ako governor Kisii na ni wa ODM bado. But ni ile tu, yani tunafanywa tukue na ile kiburi kwamba huyu ni wa ODM, huyu ni wa ODM. But he's a good man. I know he can deliver. he can deliver. And that, as I have said before, we need service delivery to our people. Mambo ya nimesema ndisi hiyo avocado nini, tukifanya kitu kama hiyo Mzalendo, Honorable Alex na panelists wengine, hata comment section ama whatever, unajua tukifanya hiyo barabara hata itajengwa, kwa sababu ile lori inakuja kuchukua avocado lazima ikuwe na barabara mzuri. That is how we will deliver to our people. Na nimekuja hapa kitambo nikakwambia let's do what is right to our people. Umepewa position Mzalendo, fanyia kazi wananchi. Siku yako ikifika ya kutoka, wewe ondoka, wacha mwingine akuje atafanyia watu wetu kazi. And again, mbona hakuna wanawake kwa hii forum yetu? What's wrong? Okay, let's move on.
I think Jake should address that. Mbona kwa isho yake hakunaga to warembo ku spice up the screen. I think that's a good one, and they should work on that. Warembo wale wako kwa comment session, kujeni kwa screen tafadhali. We need to have a balance on this particular show. But again, on tomorrow, I'm reminded that Afrique will be airing the county of Nairobi. They will be focusing on the health sector in Mbagathi Hospital. They have the board chairman and the doctors in Mbagathi coming in the morning show by Leo, and that will be at 2 a.m. in the morning Kenyan time. So Kenyans tune on to Afrique tomorrow. They are bringing Mbagathi Hospital and the progress that Sakaja is doing in the health sector using his barrow system. So tomorrow we are doing an health check on the county of Nairobi, and we are focusing on the health sector. We will move closer. We will move again to Kisii and look at what the Kisii County is doing. The report on the counties are out. We want to look at whether it is a wastage. You know, we are focused so much on national politics. We need now to zero in on counties. So we will start with the county of Nairobi, county 047. We focus on what they are doing in the health sector. Tutakuwa na daktari wao wa Mbagathi na one of the board members telling us whether they are working for the people and if they are coping with the population rise around the slum area and what needs to be done. So please tune in on the show tomorrow. DX, I hope is around to come back to the show. The show is it's at 8 a.m. in the morning, Kenyan time, 8 a.m. in the mornings. Tune in and be on the comment section to comment. So that is what mkurugenzi mkuu Bwana Jex ananiambia wakati wangu umeisha kama moderator, na naona anameza ugali pale, anameza ugali haraka Jex ukuje kwenye show. So the show will be starting tomorrow at 8 p.m. 8 a.m. in the morning. 8 a.m. in the morning, and Leo will be moderating the show. We'll be having Faiz Omar and Dr. Irungu from Mbagathi Hospital on the show tomorrow. So please tune in and let's listen to what they have to say in the health sector. If there is any need for improvement, they will be doing it on air and maybe making an appeal. What we realize is that there are many hospitals in the US that can donate equipment that they have used to countries like Kenya. So we need to partner with the health sector to see what we can do from this other end to help our country. So kupiga tu kelele and not providing solutions, but we want solutions for our country, especially kama kuna machines za MRI watu wanataka nini, hizo tutawaletea na tuone vile tunaweza saidia nchi yetu. Otherwise, Bwana Kip, niambie tena vile sasa unasherekea sikukuu yako? What are you planning for first? Unaenda kusherekea namna gani?
Mzalendo, mimi sikukuu yangu sitafurahia kama wananchi wangu wenzangu wa mandugu zangu na madada zangu Kenya wanaumia. Mi najua wewe hata huko Kenya, I know that. Hiyo hatuta discuss hiyo. But our people are suffering. Kila mara M-Pesa, M-Pesa, M-Pesa. You see? That's why tukikuja kwa platform kama hii ndio kweli tunakuja tunajua kweli kumbe wananchi wanaumia. Naona?
No, tunashukuru ile kitu tuko nayo kidogo, ile mawaidha tuko nayo kidogo inasaidia mahali katika nchi. Usione
lakini bwana, unajua hii serikali tulichagua, lakini sasa si ati wakae tu wanakaa chini.
Wewe shida yako ni moja. Shida yako ni moja, na mimi nimekusoma sana. Hata bibi yako ukiweka mimba leo, kesho utoe mtoto kwa ward, aanze kunyonya, alafu aanze kumfundisha ABCD, na kumpiga makofi mtoto wa wiki 2 wiki 3, ati soma hii ni yeye. Ataweza soma kweli? Hapana. Lazima umpatie mtoto nafasi, kunywe maziwa, kunywe maziwa. Ruto ameingia kwa serikali pap,
imeisha na hatuoni kitu.
Ruto ameingia kwa serikali pap, the second week kulikuwa na maandamano.
Mbona why are we giving this maandamano ikuwe ni excuse?
It doesn't make sense. Unajua, for me,
because of maandamano.
Mimi nataka bwana captain, kila wakati ukija hapa na kukosoa serikali, unaikosoa unasema mnafanya mbaya hivi, lakini unawapatia suluhisho. Nataka suluhisho, nataka unasema serikali kwa hii bei ya mafuta nataka ikuwe 50 bob. Alafu unatuambia hiyo 50 bob itapatikana namna gani? Namna gani ikuwe 50 bob? Na kisha kuwa 50 bob pia unatuambia zile deni tumechukua tutalipa namna gani? Ukishaniambia hivyo, tunaambia Ruto, sasa hii project, hii plan ya captain, hii ndio mzuri zaidi. Hii ndio mzuri zaidi. Hata maziwa, weka maziwa ikuwe shilingi 5.
Hii deni itaisha lini mzalendo? Kwani hii deni haishangi?
Hii deni haiwezi isha kwa sababu mko mnalipa. Hamkuwa mnalipa. Sasa huyu jamaa yeye amekuja akasema hapana. Hii deni mimi ndang'ang'ana nilipe. Tuone vile tunapali tutafika. Sasa huyu jamaa anafanya vitu zile au viongozi wengine wako wanafanya. Sasa ndio maana watu wanaumia. Anafanya vitu zile watu wajazoea. Hamjazoea kulipa deni. Wewe pale kwa duka ya Masharia uko na deni ya 10,000. Mshahara wako ukiingia hiyo ni 15,000. Unasema unarudi unaenda kwa Masharia, unamwambia Masharia, unajua nini? Leo hii hatujalipwa vizuri, but next month shika hii 500 ushikilie kidogo niweze kuomba tena kidogo. Tena unarudi pale kwa Masharia na wanamwambia bwana, kwa ile 10,000 wacha niongeze deni ikuwe 15,000. Masharia anakuambia ukirudi anakuambia sasa deni yako tuwezi kukupatia tena mpaka utuambie vile utalipa hizi zingine ndio tukuongeze deni. Sasa Ruto, unaona hiyo deni anachukua, analipa hizo zingine na anapewa pesa nyingine. Hiyo ndio huyu jamaa amefanya. Na hiyo ndio wananchi wataka kusikia. Amefanya hivyo na kutoka sahii Kenya inaweza save karibu 300 billion. Ukiongea na economists wanajua economy kabisa, wanakuambia bwana huyu jamaa anafanya kazi, lakini mwananchi wa kawaida hauwezi ona, hata mimi siwezi ona. Lakini ukiongea na watu wanaofanya na manamba watakwambia.
When you talk of 300 billion and I remember someday when Uhuru Kenyatta, the former president, retired president Kenyatta, say that alisema 2 billion inapoteanga kila siku in the main city, yani in the Nairobi city. Alafu unatuambia 300 what? Umesema 300 billion inapotea ama inafanyika nini? When you picture and you compare and contrast all that you are saying, where will Kenya be? Hii deni tungekuwa hata tunalipa even in a month.
Ndio maana unaambiwa ndio maana unaambiwa bwana ndugu yangu Kipa, baada ya miaka 5 uko na nafasi ya kuchagua kiongozi bora.
Na huyu anasema si dating show. Sijasema tuna date bro. Ile gender bro, gender si mnasemanga gender what? Gender something.
Huyu Gudia, ambia Gudia kuja kwa show. Huyo ni gender, huyo ni gender. Hiyo ndio sura unataka kuona. Gudia, tafadhali kuja kwa show. Sabrina tafadhali come to the show and let us have that balance. Tuone hata sura hata siku moja. Maybe why come to a platform to lie? How will we find solutions while supporting brokers and dealers? Sabrina amesema namna gani?
Huyu Sabrina huyu sasa ndio nataka mtu kama huyu kwa sababu naona sasa
tunasikia Sabrina amesema ameongea ukweli yake, but Sabrina, hiyo ndio kitu tunajaribu kusema. Kwa wale wa Kenya wale wako kama wewe tokelezea, upatiwe kazi kwa serikali, ufanye kazi kwa utendakazi wako mzuri na tuweze kuona matunda. Tuweze kuona matunda. Hiyo ndio kitu tunasema. So na kwa comment section tena Sabrina anasema kitu gani hapa? Naambia Geoffrey Ruto, the houses are not for those without jobs. How will they pay? Geoffrey Ruto, let's stop insulting the intelligence of Kenyans. Sabrina bado anazidi kusema, anazidi kukejeli hii mpango ya housing ya bwana Ruto. But let me tell you Sabrina, I grew up in the 80s. Na hii story ninasemaga kila wakati. Nyumba za buruburu ukiwa pale Nairobi, buruburu, Umoja, mababa zetu walikuwa wanaambiwa watakatwa pesa by force. Watakatwa pesa by force, wakakataa. Wakasema hapana. Na unajua walikuwa nakatwa pesa ngapi? Walikuwa nakatwa 80 shillings. 80 shillings then in the 70s. Ukuwa na nyumba huko Umoja na nini, ulikuwa ni 80 bob. Buruburu ulikuwa ni maybe 200 shillings, hapo ndio nakatwa. Kila mwezi ndio kuwe na nyumba, na after some time hiyo nyumba itakuwa yako. Leo hii wale mababa zetu wako huko nyumbani, hawana manyumba, hawana properties huko Nairobi. Wale wazee walikuwa kwa civil servants, wale walikuwa wanaona hii mpango ni mzuri. Ndio watoto wale wa mababa zetu kama mimi tumekodesha manyumba zao pale Buruburu, tumekodesha manyumba zao pale Umoja, na walikuwa na hii siasa ngumu. Siasa hii ngumu ya kina kapteni hapa, ati nyumba tuhitaji, nyumba mnahitaji. Utatoa wapi milioni 5 kununua nyumba Kenya? Na unaambiwa utoe shilingi 2,000 peke yake, alafu unaweza pata mortgage baadaye. That thing doesn't make sense.
I don't know.
Ruto, not everyone has a job there.
With us, because what you have said sometimes it is touching all the sides of the ordinary Kenyan and life. Like now, if I may say this, hizi kazi mnasema mnapatia wa Kenya.
Acha nijibu huyu dakika moja. Gudia, hizi statue ukienda pale athletics center pale karibu na Nyayo Stadium. Ukienda pale Nyayo Stadium kuna nyumba ya athletes inaitwa athletics house amani, kitu kama hiyo, nimesahau ni kitambo. Iko pale
sports house.
Pale Aricho Road hapo, kwa hiyo roundabout hapo.
Hapo karibu na
Inapatikana na Nyayo Stadium. Nyayo Stadium, Nyayo. Yes, kwa hiyo roundabout inaenda hapa ile. Ukienda hapa ile pande hii NIC Bank, kabla uende hivi juu, hiyo nyumba iko hapo ni ya nyumba ya ni Riadha
Riadha House.
Hapo ndio iko. Hapo Avanza ndio. Sema bwana nani?
What I'm trying to see is that hizi kazi mnapatia wa Kenya, appointment in the ministry or whatever, where are you people taking our people? Because kuna hii ministry ilikuwa ya stima, hii energy hiyo bado niko tu pale kwa stima, sijui kwa nini kichwa yangu leo iko kwa stima tu na mafuta.
Stima si ni wakale, lazima iruke kwa stima juu stima ni hii ndio stima.
Hapo sasa umesema vizuri. Ni ya wakale. Walipatia Charles Keter. Sasa hiyo ako wapi?
Si ako kwa stima hapo.
Charles Keter ako wapi?
Ako nyumbani.
Kirkiri ako kwa hiyo stima. Tell me, after some few years, Kirkiri atakuwa wapi?
Atakuwa Chirchiri si ni mfanyakazi wa serikali. Sasa hiyo ni kazi
after 5 years atakuwa wapi? We are killing our
after people. After 5 years kama amefanya kazi vizuri bado atakuwa pale ama amepandishwa cheo.
Kuna wapi kina Franklin Bet walienda wapi?
So Franklin Bet ni mzee amesha retire, yuko huko nyumbani anakula mali yake polepole.
Ameretire, ameshindwa na kazi.
So unataka tutoe kina Nick Salat warudi kwa kufanya kazi na wewe uko hapo?
Sasa nikiwa hapa mtu anyway, I know maybe next time ndo watani appoint nikuwe minister wa kelele. Juu mimi napiga kelele. But those people and our people in Kenya, they are killing our brothers and sisters kwa appoint. Unapewa position fulani, unaenda unanyamaza na unaambiwa wewe nyamaza hapo, kula yako. You see?
Hiyo ndio shida. Hiyo ndio shida tumesema kipu. Tumesema hivi. Kama mtu amefanya kazi vibaya kwa serikali ya Ruto, kama hii mambo ya umeme na frequent blackouts in Nairobi, Kenya. Kama huyo waziri afanye kazi mzuri, atolewe mara moja. Atolewe mara moja, abadilishwe. Ndio maana tunasema kwa hii show, kama kuna waziri pale kwa serikali ya Ruto ule anazembea kazini, atolewe. Tuliona ametoa Kuria, alikuwa anazembea kazini, alitoa ule wa tourism, alikuwa anazembea kazini huyu Alfred Mutua pia alitolewa. So serikali unajua huyu jamaa amekuwa 1 year, so anawapatia nafasi pia kujiprove kwa wanaweza fanya kazi. Kama hawawezi, I am sure Ruto atawatoa kazini. Kama wananchi watacomplain zaidi, atawaambia hey bwana boss. Na unajua Ruto ni mtu anakunywa murski peke yake. Hiyo ni ile mkuki ya koitelele samaoi. Ikikudunga umeenda kabisa.
Kabisa.
So ni hivyo.
Okay, Mzalendo, it was a good show.
Yeah. I think we wind up the show tonight if Dex is not around, and see you tomorrow same time. Remember to tune in kesho saa 2 asubuhi. Tutakuwa na Leo aki-analyze magazeti hapa Afrika, na pia atakuwa na baadhi ya wafanyikazi wa County Assembly ya Nairobi wakijadiliana juu ya health sector ya Nairobi. Pole sana kwa mashabiki wa Arsenal. Leo tumechapwa kabisa, na hiyo ndio hali ya mchezo. Kuna lazima kuwe na saa zingine tunaumia. Tumekuwa tukichekelea watu sana katika hii. Kenya Rebel amekuwa katika mstari wa mbele wa kulia machozi ya mpira kila saa. Ana team Chelsea imekuwa ikitandikwa kama kawaida, so ana kitu cha kusema. Good year. Asante sana for keeping the show locked. Brother Benson is also having a guest in his show, and He'll be having somebody from UDA, from Nyanza in his particular platform. Make sure you support BBM on his show. If you are available, tafuta BBM show hapo. Brother Benson pia atakuwa na kitu ya kusema. Geoffrey Ruto, umepotea sana. We need you back. You are a very, very good analyst. I don't know why you are staying on the background. Nisijui ni nini tulikukosea, but tunataka hiyo sura yako hapa katika Afrika. This is the home for each and everyone. Sisi hatujali kama uko pande ya Azimio, pande ya UDA, pande ya civil society, ama umekosa mwelekeo. Hata wazimu tunamkubalia katika hii show. So karibuni sana, and ile kitu tutazingatia na tumeambiwa zaidi, wasichana wetu wengi wako katika comment session. Nyinyi warembo tafadhali, Gudia, kujeni kwa show, kujeni kwa show. Sabrina, kujeni kwa show, kujeni hata mtusalimie. Mimi mwenyewe nitawatunuku zawadi nikiwaona sura zenyu for the first time. Nitawatumia ka M-Pesa, nitagonga pap, utapata send wave mara hiyo mkikuja kwa show. Otherwise, asanteni sana for being part of the Africa family, and I hope that next time will be part of this. Wacha niwaache na memory moja ya mzee moja tunampenda sana.
I think let me say.
Nilisema mwaka wa 98 kwamba nitajiuzulu ama nitastaafu kipindi hiki cha miaka 5 ikisha. Wengine hawakuamini kwa sababu wanaamini power katika kontinenti la Afrika, kwamba kuna mtu anaweza kuwacha power ya urais. Power iko kwa wananchi, na sisi tu ni wadhamini yao.
Well, hiyo tunaweza pata tu hapa Afrika peke yake, huwezi pata katika stesheni nyingine. Yes, Captain, sema neno lako ya mwisho as we wind up. Mimi tumemaliza show.
Asante sana bwana Mzalendo. We have had a very good show. Tumeendesha vizuri, iko sawa. And because I know even the government of Kenya, they are listening on us on this platform, that please deliver the services to our people. It doesn't matter kama ni Nyanza, kama ni Mombasa, kama ni Turkana, kama ni wapi, give the services to our people. Muko kwa kiti 5 years, atujali kama ulipigiwa kura au kupigiwa kura, patiana services kwa watu wetu. Mzalendo, wewe naona wewe ndio speaker wao hapa kabisa. And also for me, yes, but nikiona wewe huko mimi nakuja kupingana na wewe. But
sawa, wewe tutapambana na wewe.
Wageni wananchi wa Kenya kazi. Wananchi wa Kenya wetu ni hardworking sana. I know Kenyans, they are very hardworking people. Do what is right for our people. They have voted for you and you have now to deliver. Tupatie ile pesa ulituambia, pesa itakuwa kwa mfuko. Baba alisema 6,000. Angekuwa kwa kiti baba saa hizi, tungekuwa tunasema ile 6,000 iko wapi saa hii? Leo ni tarehe 20 ngapi? By next week 6,000 iko saa hii.
Sawa Mr. Captain. Naona pen ya gaka pia.
Happy New Year Mzalendo, Happy New Year to everybody, Happy New Year to Kenyans. Thank you very much.
Pen ya gaka, umeingia tena kwa show na tunamalizia maybe kama tutakuona tena, wasalimie wa Kenya na wapatie your last remarks na even give them some hope as our elder in this particular program.
Mzalendo yangu ni kusema kwamba Happy New Year vile kapteni amesema, and 2024 it will be great. Lakini nimerudi kwa sababu ya yale umesema. Nyinyi wengi mlikuwa watoto, lakini huko daraja 2 ule alianza ni mzee mwingine wa kwenu, alikuwa mwalimu huko Kisii. Alafu wakati alifariki, bibi yake alikuwa tunamuita Mama Samaki. Hata hatukujua jina yake, tulikuwa tunajua tu Mama Samaki. Huyu ndiye hao ndio walianza huko daraja mbili, wanaleta fish kutoka Kisumu mpaka huko, na sisi tukaanza kuuza mbuzi na kitu kama hiyo. Na hiyo daraja mbili imeendelea vile imeendelea. Huyu mzee hata lakini bibi yake ndio tulikuwa tunajua wengi, alikuwa anatembea hata kwetu. Mzee wangu alikuwa anafundisha na huyu mzee. Sasa alikuwa alikuwa anaitwa tunamuita tu Mama Samaki.
That's a good history, Bwana Penya Gaka. We will compile a whole story about it. Dig for more information.
Kenyans are very much hardworking. Sikia kwa Penya Gaka. Kenyans wako very hardworking. Lakini wanasiasa wetu wanatuangusha.
Wakati alikuwa anataka wakati alikuwa anataka kwenda huko Kisumu, watu wakakataa huko Kisii, wakampatia hata shamba. Huyu Mama Samaki alikuwa anapendwa sana, na hivyo ndio historia ya Kenya.
That's a very, very powerful story. Dig for more information, share it, and then we see how we can package that story.
Hiyo ndio nilikuwa nimerudi nasikiza sana, lakini nimerudi kwa sababu umezungumza maneno ya daraja mbili, na huyu mzee na bibi yake ndio walianza hiyo, na watu walikuwa wanawapenda sana.
Jana niliona hiyo daraja mbili jana, and I was shocked to Mr. Pen. Ukiona daraja mbili sahi, you will be shocked. Inafanya kazi mpaka usiku na iko na mataa ndani na ni soko, watu wanyeshewi nje kama zamani. Wako ndani ya kibanda na iko na mpaka gorofa.
Wow.
You can imagine. I will show you the videos. It is a nice place. It's a nice place. It's an economic activity that is going on in the Koskisi community. All right. Sawa. Viewers, let me leave you with one last.
Goodyear anaongea sana kwa comment section.
Anasema nini?
Ametoa maoni fulani hapo ati Mama Mary na Stella have been in the show, in the studio maybe. Yes, which I can tell them that Goodyear, we our people to be well. Tunataka watu wetu waishi maisha yenye na tuta deliver, we'll deliver it. We must. Hizi wengine wenye tuko hivi tutaleta na tutahakikisha Wakenya wetu wataishi maisha mzuri. Na mwambie Goodyear na hata wewe mzalendo, watu wetu lazima waishi, wapende wasipende, wataishi maisha tunataka. Asante.
Tumeshukuru kwa hiyo comment na kina Goodyear. Wacha niwaachie na down memory lane nyingine ile kali kabisa.
You have been tormenting us. I don't know what to get out of it. I open your paper, the other one. Kibaki. First of all, when will you learn ever to call him president? Hundreds and thousands of Kenyans who cannot come here and defend themselves or tell you how they feel. Ask now or never.
You know, and I know, and everybody else knows that I'm married and I have only one wife.
To our esteemed viewers, followers, and subscribers, on behalf of Africa 24 TV, I want to wish you a Merry Christmas and a very Happy New Year. Thank you for being part of us. God bless you.
Bwana Captain, tunataka ututumie ujumbe kama huo. Nataka ututumie ujumbe kama huo wa New Year, wewe na Bwana Penya Gaka na anybody in the comment section, tutumie ujumbe kama huo, we will package it nicely na tuweke kwa hewa. Tuma kwa Bwana Jex hata video kidogo tu ukisalimia wa Kenya, ukiwaambia una wish Happy New Year, tuipackage vizuri. It should not be more than 15 seconds. It should not be more than 15 seconds. So, now sawa, sikusikizi.
Sorry. Why don't we do it now?
No. You have to do it on a WhatsApp. You do it when you are do it on your own. Ukifanya peke yako utaifanya vizuri sana, alafu tutaicheza kwenye show. So otherwise, kwaherini na muwe na usiku njema.
Asante sana. And asante Gudia, umekuwa na sisi hapa sana. Thank you very much sir. Sijui ni sawa. Gudia amekuwa na sisi kwa comment section sana.
Lazima tutamtunuku Gudia.